Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome back to the Rye House Kart Race, where you join us here to kick off the 2026 season of the Rye House Kart Club. And what a way to start it, eh? It's been raining upwards since I got here, and I assume probably since you got here earlier than me as well. It's been ridiculous. Definitely better weather for boat racing than kart racing today, and let's see how the drivers deal with these conditions. We're kicking off qualifying already then, and we've started with our Honda Cadet drivers. So 12 of our youngest competitors here today head out on circuit to see who can bag pole position for the first time this year. And already, I think it might just be a case of keeping it on the black stuff, and you're in with a good shout here today. It's going to be a very, very tough one, especially when we get into those racing conditions later on, because like I say, I think just keeping it in a straight line is going to be challenging in and of itself, let alone thinking about overtakes, moves, etc. So let's see how we go for that one. At the moment, well, after 2 laps completed of this qualifying session, it's Oliver Ratton on the number 22 who has gone fastest. And of course, don't forget these qualifying sessions and into the heats as well, nice and short and sharp for these sessions. So really, especially when you're doing slower lap times under these kind of conditions, not a whole lot of opportunity to get a proper lap in. You make a few mistakes, suddenly your opportunities to jump up onto the front of the grid start to dwindle pretty quickly. At the moment, that gap for Ratton is just over 0.6 of a second. So Shrikanta joining him on the front row at the moment. He's now closed that gap to just over 0.2 of a second. So a good improvement on that last lap for Shailen Shrikanta. Jensen Kula up into 3rd place. He goes, joins Brandon Lasco on the 2nd row of the grid. And good to see a few new names as well joining us for 2026. The more the merrier at the Rye House Kart Club. Great to have you all down, braving these very, very tricky conditions. And hopefully you do enjoy yourselves, and hopefully we do see you returning for lots of rounds throughout the 2026 season. Also a big hello and welcome to everyone that's watching on the YouTube channel as well. Don't forget, if you're here at the circuit and you can hear me over the tannoy, if you've got any friends, family, etc., who well, have made probably a better decision of staying in the comfort and warmth of their own home today. But they do want to keep up to date with the action. You can find it over on the Rye House YouTube channel. Sadly, no pictures from today, the live timing and my dulcet tones to accompany them. So hopefully it gives you a little bit more insight than the live timing would on its own. So make sure you head over to the Rye House Raceway YouTube channel. And you can find the live stream over there. I'll be making sure there's a live stream for every round that I am commentating at this year. And I'll look to pass the details on to the guys covering the ones that I can't make as well. Right, we're over halfway through this session then. We have had a change at the front by only 0.09 of a second. What a lap then from Shailen Shrikanta. He takes provisional pole position. Like I say, less than 100th in it between Shrikanta and Ratton now. A 49.322 versus a 49.331. Shrikanta goes around again, but can't beat his personal best time. So that gap at the sharp end stays as it is. Lots of love in the live chat for Chase Wilmington. That's nice to see. We've got a few different people saying, let's go Chase. Go out there and grab it. Well, Chase currently in 11th place on the grid at the moment, a 53.675. But he has just set that personal best on the last lap. He was within half a second of the 2 drivers just in front of him, or the 3 drivers actually just in front of him on the grid at the moment. So he's sort of at the back of a very close pack there. We've got 5th place of Dominic Uzak, who's 3.4 seconds off, and then Chase Wilmington down in 11th, who's 4.3 seconds off. So 9/10 separating 4th on the grid and 11th on the grid. So sadly, at the moment, Chase on the side of that very, very close pack that he doesn't want to be, but just a good lap here, and maybe nailing a few corners that maybe he hasn't just yet. He could jump himself up a good 3 or 4 rows on the grid. Well, he's got just over a minute left to go then. Classic. YouTube chat, hello. I've just realised I've had the microphone on, but not the receiver. So that's gone well. So I'm going to have to say hello again. Oh, great. At least I'm honest with you, eh? At least I'm honest. So apologies if it sounds odd that I'm saying hello again, because anyway. Hello, everyone. Good morning, and welcome back to the Rye House Kart Race, where you join us here for round number 1 of the Rye House Kart Club in 2026. And what a day we're being treated to already. My goodness, the weather, it's not been very kind to us so far this morning, has it? I've just had to apologise to the YouTube live chat because I've already done all that intro and I forgot to turn the microphone on. Good start to the year from John in the commentary box. So there we go. I have been commentating this whole session. You've not been able to hear it, and that was my fault. My sincerest apologies. Well, there's 20 seconds left to go on the clock. We'll deal with niceties in a moment then. This qualifying session of Honda Cadets coming to an end. Schikanten currently has the fastest lap, just less than 1/100th of a second, separating the fastest laps of Schikanten and Ratten. They continue round their final laps, then soon enough the checkered flag will be on the gantry, and indeed it is. First driver to see that is indeed Schikanten. He gets close to his personal best, 200ths off of his personal best, but he can't quite beat it. Ball goes back into the court of Oliver Ratten. Can he beat Schikanten's time? Can anyone else jump up the grid at the final time of asking? Harry Grant put in a good penultimate lap, jumping his way up onto row number 3. Jaden Bond, good last lap from Jaden. He jumps up into 5th place now, joins Harry Grant on the 3rd row of the grid. Oliver Ratten can't improve. He stays in 2nd place. Can anyone else move up the grid? The final time of asking. Across the line there goes the number 16 of Jensen Kula. Kula stays in 3rd place. It's just Callum Ryan and Kian Kimber to finish out the session. They stay where they were as well. So your first grid of the season looks like this. Shaylan Schikanten takes pole position in the Honda Cadets at round 1 of the Rye House Kart Club in 2026. Oliver Ratten will join him on the front row. Jensen Kula and Brandon Laxo are on row number 2. Jaden Bond and Harry Grant are on row 3. Dominic Guzak and Freddie Williams on row 4. Followed by Ted Fry and David Kioka. They round out the top 10 there on row 5. Then Chase Wilmington, Callum Ryan and Kian Kimber round out the 13 karts on the grid there for Honda Cadets. Well, there you go. They're qualifying done and dusted then. Yeah, I think I was commentating for a good 5 minutes there before realising I hadn't turned the receiver for the microphone on. Good effort from me. I promise you I'll become a semi-professional at some point in the near future. I'll do my best to anyway, as we continue on. I was saying earlier, a big hello to everyone around the circuit. Thank you for braving the conditions here in February. I mean, what do we expect? We start kart racing in February in the UK. It's not going to be bright sunshine and 30 degrees, is it? So we kind of got to deal with the bed that we've made. But equally, this is what gives these drivers the edge when they do move on into car racing and off into Europe, etc., etc. Having this experience in wet conditions like this is invaluable. So, although it's maybe not quite so fun at the time, it depends on what driver you ask. Even if maybe you're not quite enjoying it so much, it is really, really useful for your racing career, both in karting and above and beyond as well. So, next drivers out on circuit then, it is of course our Micromax drivers. They now head out for qualifying. And good to see a couple of drivers jumping up classes. 2 drivers I recognise from Bambinos here jumping up into Micromax for this year. There's Robinson Matthews on the 91 and Tommy Lovejoy on the 77. Let's see what they can do out in this qualifying session. And like I was saying in the Honda Cadet qualifying, obviously you couldn't hear me at the time. Again, apologies. Oh, sorry there. Distracted by my laptop once again. Little spin there at the final corner. I mean, it's the right time to do it on your out lap. Who was that? The 55 there, just testing the limits of adhesion. Ayas Storb Pistis, that is Ayas, heading on round. Welcome to the Rye House Kart Club, Ayas. Hugo Senna as well. I know Hugo used to be Senna Echeverria, but I think he's reduced that now down to just Hugo Senna on the 88. We've already spoken about Ezra Robinson Matthews and Tommy Lovejoy. Leo Hunt returns again. Hello, Leo. Kyle Vieira as well, and Lucas Otley Thistlethwaite. One of the most challenging names to say as a commentator, but a big welcome to you, Lucas. Let's see how we get this grid set then. 7 drivers in Micromax. And we continue to press on. Hello to Pam Wilmington, Chase's mum, I assume, Pam. Yeah, so wet here, indeed. It is biblical. I was here, what was it now, 2 weeks ago for the Pro Karts, We had a decent bit of rain, but it wasn't like this. There are puddles left, right, and centre out there on circuit. Particularly as you're sort of coming offline, one out of the final corner, out of Reggie's elbow as well. You don't want to be going too wide because suddenly you find yourself hitting what is probably soon going to be recognised as another ocean out there. So you've got to be a bit careful. I was noticing as well, even an hour or so ago in practice, already a big bit of standing water as you head under the gantry on the main straight. Drivers hitting that and getting all sorts of sideways, despite being in a straight line on full power. So challenging in and of itself just to keep it in a straight line, even when you are travelling in a straight line. So I think once we get to racing conditions, it's going to be all to play for sure. Like we said, then 7 drivers out in this session at the moment. Early pace being set by the 66 of Leo Hunt. He has a big snap, though, out of hairpin number 1. Well held, Leo. That was very nice. Hopefully someone was recording that, because I'd stick that on my my racing portfolio. That was a class little drift out of hairpin number 1. He's held onto it, continues to press round this lap. And like I say, at the moment, setting the pace. The only driver under the 50-second mark is Leo, a 49.956. Hello, Santiago. Santiago joins us in the chat. Santiago, are you racing today? I'll check my entry list again to see if you are on it. No, you're not here, Santiago. That is a shame. That is a shame. But I hope you're doing well, nonetheless. Hopefully we see you at some rounds in the future, eh, Santiago? As we had a change of second place then. It was early pace from Tommy Lovejoy. He's dropped down to 3rd now after a few laps have been set. Caio Vieira joins Leo Hunt on the front row at the moment. Ezra Robinson Matthews with a new personal best jumps up into 5th place. Iastopirstis joining him on the 3rd row at the moment. Currently Hugo Senna at the back of the order, but only a few tenths between himself and the 2 drivers on the row in front of him. But gaps between drivers at the sharp end have really closed up now. There's consistent pace from Leo Hunt, but he can't seem to beat his personal best at the moment. Let's see if he does it this time around. He does indeed. He must have heard me. 49.834 for Leo Hunt. So despite a new personal best for Caio Vieira, again, joins Leo Hunt down in the 49s. Despite that personal best, Leo just goes that little bit faster, extends the gap to 1.5 tenths yet again. 2.5 minutes still left to go then in this qualifying session. And let's see who can get the first pole position of 2026 in the Micromax class. Fantastic to be back, though, for the Rye House Kart Club this year. Always a lovely kart club to be involved with. Always some awesome racing, and this track does open up to that. I mean, it's going to be a bit more challenging today, to say the least. Like I was saying earlier, what do we expect when we go kart racing in February in the United Kingdom? There's another spin there down at hairpin 2 for Iastopirstis. But again, gets it back going nice and quickly. And making sure he's learning lots out there in these very, very tricky conditions, especially if driver's not too experienced. This is a really, really difficult day to kick things off for the season. As again, it's even catching out your faster drivers. Leo Hunt, they're nearly spinning out of hairpin number 1, just about caught the slide again, but he is on the ragged edge there out of hairpin number 1, flirting with that tyre wall on the exit. You don't want to be slapping that. That could easily cause a bent axle, and suddenly you've got a lot more work to do before heat number 1 later on this morning. Right then, we're ticking down towards 1 minute left to go here in qualifying. Still as they were on the timing sheets, and a couple of drivers improving on their personal best, but not moving up the grid at all at the moment. You saw there that slower lap from Leo Hunt, 52 seconds that time. That was all that time lost down at hairpin number 1 because of that big snap on corner exit. And he's lost it on the way in this time as Leo tried to go a bit later on the brakes this time. Rear end tried to come round on him as he pitched it in. He held the slide very well, but again, that's another lap gone for Leo. With just over 30 seconds, I think he should just about get round to have another crack at it. But at the moment, he's still holding pole position. So unless Caio Vieira can find a bit of time here in the dying moments, Leo shouldn't have too much to worry about despite that little half spin. There's a new personal best from Hugo Senna, jumps him up to 6th place on the grid then, a 53.204 for Hugo Senna. Onto the 3rd row he goes. Checkered flag on the gantry then. Still Leo Hunt with that fastest time. Himself and Cara Vieira still heading round for their final laps then. Let's see if anyone can jump up the order. About a 3-second field spread at the moment in terms of fastest to slowest times. Robinson Matthews stays in 5th. Otley Thistlethwaite stays in 4th place. Hugo Senna across the line. He can't improve either. He stays in 6th position. He wasn't far off his personal best on that last time around, but couldn't quite beat it. I think that's IS, isn't it, coming across the line? Yes, it is. The 55 stays in 7th place as well. Storpirstis stays in P7. But here come our top 3 then across the line. No personal best from your current pole sitter of Leo Hunt, and neither for Vieira and Lovejoy. So grid stays as it was then. No drivers able to find a little bit of extra right at the dying moments there. So Leo Hunt will take pole position in Micro Max with Cara Vieira alongside him on the front row. Tommy Lovejoy and Lucas Otley Thistlethwaite on row 2, followed by Ezra Robinson Matthews and Hugo Senna on row 3. And then Aya Stopistis rounds out the grid in 7th place there in Micro Max. We have 6 classes in total here today at the Rye House Kart Club. So 2 down, 4 more to go in terms of qualifying sessions. Of course, we've already had Honda Cadets and Micro Max. Next out on circuit will be our Inter Max drivers, and then Junior Max, Senior Max, and 177 Rotax as well. I know what you mean, Santiago, about the track map. It looks a little bit weird, but it is correct. Oh, I see what you mean. No, of course, it's got the extra corner, hasn't it? I see exactly what you mean now. I'm not sure why. I can promise you, looking out the window, we are not using the new section. Clearly, it's just been updated on Alpha Timing, and there's not an option to set which one. Not a clue, mate. Not a clue, Santiago, but either way, they're definitely not using the new corner, so don't worry. They are going flat down through Pylon. Right then, into Rotax underway then. We've got Rio Panayutu, James Carver, Charlie Heffer, Leyland Bradnam, Harrison Outram, and Philippe Poloskov out on the circuit at the moment. 6 drivers into Rotax. What happened to Bambinos? I just don't think there was enough entries today for Bambinos to have a Bambino class, but I think that will be continuing into the season if there are enough people wanting to enter. I think I saw 3 or 4 when I checked previously, but then I spoke to the guys behind the scenes and they did tell me that we weren't going to have Bambino classes. They are a shame, but hopefully we do see them once again as we head later on into the year. Right then, Mohammed Umar Abdin has joined the fray as well. Just headed out the pit lane a little bit later than his fellow drivers out there, but not an issue. Still 5.5 minutes on the clock in this session. And we continue to press on here for qualifying. Now, of course, no racing has started just yet, ladies and gentlemen. Still 4 more qualifying sessions left to go. And then it will be the first round of heats. Then we'll go to a short lunch break, then followed by the second round of heats, and then those all-important finals are later on this afternoon. Of course, just as it was last year, 7 minutes plus 1 lap for those heats and 8 minutes plus 1 lap for the finals. Now that I've said that information, I'm second-guessing myself, so I'm going to check on the... I am correct, that's good to know. One of a few times that I am correct on my own assumptions. Right then, pace initially being set then by Rio Panayutu. Down into the 47s, and by a good margin as well for Rio. He's 1.2 seconds clear at the moment, is Panayutu on the 129. Carver getting it nice and sideways out of the final corner. Let's see if he can beat that personal best from his first time around the circuit. He can't. Goes a few tenths slower. Charlie Heffer beats his personal best, but again, not as fast as James Carver's first full lap. And Harrison Outram just jumps ahead of Leyland Bradnam, and so does Philip Poloskov as well. So they jump up onto row 2 and row 3 respectively. Bradnam shuffle down to 6th place at the moment, but pretty close in terms of overall pace between those 3 drivers. Only a few tenths in it, so let's see how that continues to reshuffle through this session. But again, good few drivers back here in Inter Rotax from last year. So 7 on the grid for this one as well, just like we had in Micromax. Of course, Dylan Suresh was your champion in 2025 in into Rotax, well, I think he's getting ready to go next time out because he has made his jump up into junior Rotax. So best of luck to Dylan. He'll be heading out in a few moments' time for his qualifying session. Freddie Elliam was second in the championship. Santiago Simeone, who I believe is still listing, was third. So I think we've had some drivers jumping up between classes here. I think it's jumping up from Minimax, isn't it, for Panayutu? So if I can find, yes. So Rio Panayutu, of course, didn't do every round last year. Ended up 10th place in the championship in Micromax. Same for James Carver. James Carver was your champion in Micromax last season, so he's made the jump up from micros to inters. And let's see how he takes to it. Does he take to it like a duck to water? I think that's pretty fitting for today's activities. I'm trying to spot if any, of course, Leyland Bradnam as well, up from Micromax into Rotax. And I don't think... No, I think everyone else is new. Charlie Heffer, Harrison Outram, Philip Poloskov, and Mohammed Umar Abdeen, all relatively new, or at least didn't do multiple rounds of the championship last season. And Mohammed joined us for the final. I knew I recognised Mohammed's name. He joined us for the final round of last year, at round number 8, but in Rotax Inter still. So he hasn't jumped up, but he's learning the ropes. And a tough day. A tough day out there for any driver. Aquaplaning looks particularly treacherous today. Drivers soaring at the wheel, trying to keep the car facing in a straight line. Well, at the moment, still Panayutu dealing with it the best. He's now into the 46s. What a lap from Rio Panayutu, a 46.9. Wow. 1.4 seconds clear almost of James Carver. The rest of the drivers in the 48s, 49s. The 46 from Rio Panayutu. What a lap. That I cannot imagine that is going to get beaten here. We've still got a minute and a half left to go in this session, but that is a monstrous lap time from Panayutu. He is laying down the gauntlet for the Inter Rotax season this year. Of course, like I said, he was always up there, scrapping at the sharp end in Micromax, but he wasn't able to attend all rounds last season and thus dropped down in the championship. But he's here for round 1. Hopefully we do see Panayutu all season. If this pace is anything to go by, he's definitely going to be the one with the target on his back. At least for the rest of the day here today, potentially for the rest of the season. So 1 minute now left to go on the clock here in Inter Rotax. We haven't had too much reshuffling. We had a couple of drivers still setting personal best. Heffer and Outram both going quicker on that last lap around the circuit, but not quite able to challenge Carver. They're still a couple of tenths off each. And Panayutu hops in yet another lap that would put him on pole by over a second. He's just put in another lap that would put him on pole by over a second. The consistent fastest pace from Panayutu is simply unmatchable. And we have had someone jump up the grid. Charlie Heffer goes to second place here with 20 seconds left to go. And that was only by 100th of a second that he's just beaten James Carver's personal time. So your Micromax champion here at the Rye House Kart Club in 2025 has just been shuffled down to row 2 here in Inters. Let's see if Carver can pull anything out of the bag here over the last couple of laps. Checkered flag now on the gantry. First driver to see it is Rio Panayutu. Like I say, I'll be surprised if anyone's able to get anywhere near that time he set earlier on. Even he couldn't quite get to it. 47.3 on the last lap. Still a second quicker than any other driver out there. Here come more of them under the gantry, though. And another personal best from Charlie Heffer ensures he holds on to that second place on the grid, with James Carver there in third. Hello, mate. Harrison Outram joins James on the second row. A new personal best on the last lap, but oh, he shuffled down. Good final lap there from Philip Poloskov. Steals the second row of the grid, 4th place on the final lap. So despite a personal best there from Harrison Outram, it was 700ths quicker for Poloskov that saw him take 4th on the grid. So Rio Panayutu takes pole position, then into Rotax. Charlie Heffer alongside him on the front row. James Carver and Philip Poloskov on row 2. Harrison Outram and Leyland Bradnam on row 3. And Mohammed Umar Abdeen rounding out the grid of 7 karts there into Rotax. I think we're halfway through the qualifying sessions now. 3 done and 3 still left to go. And it is Junior Rotax who head out next. All good? Yeah, we've just got the Wi-Fi on the gantries working, which means we can't use the tablet to start on this one. Yeah, that is a bit of a challenge. Okay. All right. Out onto the circuit then come our junior Rotax drivers, and the biggest grid that we've seen so far today here in juniors. I think a pretty similar numbers between juniors, seniors and 177s here today, which is good to see. 15, 16, 17 in each of them. So we'll definitely make it busy for me to watch out of my commentary box window. And let's see who can go to the sharp end early on in this one. I do believe it was really Cunningham who was setting the pace in practice too. I'll have a quick look at that while we're waiting to come round. It wasn't by the end, apologies. Vinny dropped to 4th place. It was Ronnie Jones who set the pace, but that was by 0.02 of a second. So anyone's game in this one for qualifying. Clearly very, very close in practice earlier, and the conditions haven't really changed from then. It's been raining upwards, I think, since about 2 in the morning earlier this morning. So conditions wet, and even more wet, and I don't think that's going to change at any point throughout round number 1 here today. Amazing to see Ronnie Jones jumping up then from Honda Cadets. He's jumped up the ladder considerable way, has Ronnie. He's been doing a really good job of things. See if I can find him on my my results from last year. So yeah, Ronnie Jones, of course, was your 2024 Rye House Kart Club champion. Came back for a few rounds in 2025. It was good to see him back, rocking the O-plate as well, because he was a British O-plate champion in Honda Cadets in 2025 as well. He won it in 24, the start of 25. I never quite know. We're going to call it 2025 because he ran it for the whole of the 2025 season. He joined us for the first 3 rounds, won everything. Qualifying, pole, all the heat wins, all the final wins, and then he didn't join us for 3, 4, and 5. 4, 5, and 6, I should mean. Came back for 7. Couldn't quite win everything that day, but still did a mighty good job. Him and Jensen Kuhler's battle was awesome. Of course, Jensen, a little bit younger, so he's still in the Honda Cadets for this season, but Ronnie making the step up into Junior Rotax for this year, and clearly taking to it very well. Racing for Martin Jackson Racing, as Ronnie always has since Honda Cadet days. And clearly, he meshes with that team really, really well. And as I always say, that transition from any of the cadet classes, whether that be Honda Cadet, Micro Max, into Rotax, that jump up into Junior Rotax is widely regarded as the most difficult transition for a racing driver, potentially even more challenging than transitioning from karts into cars. That's how much the step up is to Junior Rotax. The amount of additional power you suddenly have at your disposal underneath your right foot could catch out even the best of cadet drivers. Ronnie making that transition really well, but he's just lost pole position at the moment. That's now been beaten by Tyler Mason Gray. Mason Gray returns for 2026. Good to have Tyler back. Of course, was your runner-up in the championship in 2025. Finished 9 points off of the champion, which was, of course, Mr. Rex Ashley. Rex moving up to seniors for this year, so we'll see him out in a few moments' time. When senior Rotax qualifying gets underway, I can see him actually just rolling in to the dummy grid now. But we'll keep our eyes firmly focused on the drivers out on circuit at the moment. Like I say, Mason Gray taking provisional pole, and he's gone even faster on the last lap. 3/10 clear now of Jones, Welsford and Cunningham. Harry Search as well, another driver who's jumped up from Honda Cadets into Junior Rotax. He's in 5th place at the moment, so doing really well. I mentioned earlier Dylan Suresh moving up from Inter Rotax. Your champion in Inter Rotax in 2025. Starting off his career now in juniors. Currently lining up 10th place on the grid at the moment. What have we got left then? 2.5 minutes still left to go here in qualifying. So biggest hitters, I think, really to watch on the grid then are your second and fourth in the championship from last season. That's Tyler Mason-Gray and Ayrton Rye. Ayrton fourth in the championship last year, finished, what is that, about 130 points off of the championship winner once all was said and done. And Ayrton currently on the fourth row of the grid. Suresh puts in a new personal best. Up to P9 goes Dylan. Just one space gain from that time. Pips Tigran Gregorian there, drops him down into P10. As oh dear, I've only just spotted that we got a driver parked up there. That's Lachlan McDougall, I believe, parked up out of hairpin number 1. Didn't quite spot that one happen. I think that was a while ago actually. That was a good 3 or 4 laps ago. So my apologies, I missed that one. Lachlan has been standing there in the rain for quite a while, and that's going to solidify last place on the grid, sadly for Lachlan. But field spread still very close. Bit further away than it was in practice, and that's because of a new fastest lap from Ronnie Jones. Jones goes back to pole position with just over a minute left to go. So 47.211 now your fastest time of the session, set by Ronnie Jones. Well, we continue to press on around. Time continuing to dwindle down here. We're looking for personal best lap times, but the drivers struggling to stay within sort of half a second of their fastest lap. As soon as they try and push it a little bit more, that's when those mistakes start to creep in. So let's see how we go then. I think these drivers coming under the gantry will be starting their last lap of the session here with about 30 seconds left to go on the clock. And all 4 of them are drivers in the top 4. So drivers to watch then, number 70, number 28, number 264 and number 42. Your top 4 at the moment, all pressing on to their last laps in qualifying. Who's going to take the first pole position of the season here in Junior Rotax at the Rye House Kart Club? Well, time ticking down to 0 then. I think these couple of drivers are just going to eke out another one. Yeah, that driver will, but the 16 will be the first to see the checkered flag. That's Roman Curtis. Roman stays in 6th place. New personal best from Tigran Gregorian. He jumps up into 8th. Edward Jones jumps up into 11th place. Good final lap there from Edward. Here come our top 4 then. Will we see a reshuffle at the sharp end of the order? No changes just yet, and it doesn't look like it's going to happen. No. Stays as it is then. And it looks as though, provisionally anyway, that Ronnie Jones will be your pole sitter. Great final lap from Harry Search. He jumps up from 7th to 4th on the last lap. Great final lap there from Harry Search. Jumps his way up onto row number 2. Fantastic final showing there for Harry. Really, really nice lap from him there. Shuffles Vinnie Cunningham down onto row number 3, sadly, for Vinnie. So it's about a second separating the top 6 in terms of fastest lap times. But it is indeed then Ronnie Jones who takes pole position in Junior Rotax. Tyler Mason-Gray will join him on the front row with Thomas Welsford and Harry Search on row number 2. Row 3 will be Vinnie Cunningham and Timmy Shahini. Row 4, Roman Curtis and Tigran Gregorian. Row 5, Ayrton Rye and Dylan Suresh. Row 6, Harvey Watts and Edward Jones. Row 7, Luke Weavers and Declan Perez. And row 8, Ronnie Chapman and Lachlan McDougall. That is what your grid will be looking like then for Junior Rotax for heat number 1 later on this morning. Still got 2 qualifying sessions left to go though, and up next will be our Senior Rotax drivers. Of course, we've just got to rescue the stranded Lachlan McDougall there from the middle of the circuit. He makes his way back over to safety. I was going to say dry and warmth, but not quite yet. I have to wait till he gets back to the tent for any sort of warmth. Thank goodness he's got the wetsuit on, though. I imagine all drivers must have wetsuits on today. I think you're mental if you're going out there without a wetsuit on, unless you have 4 different race suits to use. I think it's probably a cheaper option just to buy a wetsuit, isn't it? Right then, Senior Rotax up next. Let's see how they tackle these very tricky conditions out there on circuit. Hello. Yellow van down by the ambulance. Okay, cool. Let me write this down. I am ready for you. WF19AAO.
Yeah.
Cool.
We won't be carrying on until it is moved.
Lovely.
So
I'll do that now.
It will either be in the forklift shortly, or they can come and move it.
What is it? A yellow what?
It's a yellow Fiat van.
Okay, cool. Cool, I'll do that now, mate.
Thanks, mate.
No problem. Right then, ladies and gentlemen, I'm afraid I've got a bit of an announcement to make. We won't be carrying on with any on-track activities until a van has been moved. And that is a yellow Fiat van, registration WF19AAO. If you are the owner of said yellow Fiat van that was down blocking the medical staff, please could you go and move it? We cannot continue with on-track activities until that van is moved. If you can hear me and you're the owner of the yellow Fiat WF19AAO, please go and move it immediately. Thank you. And if you don't move it, I think Rye House is going to move it for you. So go and move it yourself. Hello, everyone on the live stream. I'm not sure if you heard my little announcement there because I didn't have the headphones on, but we are currently on a bit of a pause, and that is because we have someone's parked up their van and has blocked the medical unit. Basically, they aren't able to get on track if the van stays where it is. So bit of an issue. So basically, we're under a pause until someone goes and moves that van. So I'm just going to move the live stream back over to a little waiting screen. Shouldn't be too long until we come back though. So I'll just move it to a little waiting screen, and soon enough we'll be back for senior Rotax qualifying. Hopefully, should be in a couple of minutes. Well then, that was nice and speedy. We are back underway here at the Rye House Kart Raceway. A big thank you to the driver of that van for getting that done so swiftly and not making us wait around for too long. Senior Rotax then out onto the circuit. Of course, those kind of things are frustrating, but they have to be done. We need to we need to be able to have the medical staff getting onto the circuit in case the worst happens. Of course, we always hope that won't happen, but motorsport can be dangerous, so we need the medical staff to be able to be straight on the scene if necessary. So again, thank you to the driver of said van for getting that moved ASAP. Right then, Senior Rotax is out on circuit then. We go again for another qualifying session, and let's see who can jump to the sharp end in this one. It looked as though Bo Sullivan was doing a cracking job in practice anyway. He was looking very, very quick. So great to have Bo back down here yet again for the kart club. He's been consistently competing in the Rye House Pro Karting Series over the last year or two. And I know he came down for a hack in the London Cup at the end of last year, and clearly he enjoyed himself because he's back here, hopefully, for a lot of the season in 2026. He's already setting the pace. I mean, it's only the lap basically out of the pits, but either way, he's straight back onto it, clearly enjoying these conditions. And let's see how he does in this one then. Good to see Mikael Islam as well, jumping up from juniors, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, Mikael, third place in the championship in Senior Rotax last year. So Mikael making that leap up into seniors for 2026. And at the moment, second fastest out there on circuit. And he is following the quickest driver at the moment there. Of course, being Bo Sullivan. Oh, tipped into a spin there. Well caught for the 78. Gets an early bath on the puddle on the outside, but he kept it out of the wall, and that's the main thing. That was Mario Smith finding said big puddle. Didn't quite see whether he was assisted into that slide or whether it was simply just lost it under brakes. Either way, he avoided the wall. And like I say, that's the main thing. Spin as well for the 89 there. That was through hairpin number 1, that being Craig Jones. But again, that's going to happen here in these sessions. Drivers are pushing for those few tenths every single lap, trying to find a little bit more, a little bit more. At some point, you're going to go too far. You're going to go over that line and find yourself facing the wrong direction. Key thing is, like we just saw there from Marios, keeping it out of the wall, making sure you can carry on with the session. And all the drivers continuing to crack on at the moment, which is good to see. New personal best from Thomas Assaud. That jumps Thomas up into third place on the grid at the moment. And good to have Lucas Mason Gray out here in seniors as well. I've got to assume Lucas is related to Tyler that we've just seen out in juniors. Would be my assumption. I mean, crazier things have happened than people happening to have the same last name, but I feel like that's a lot less common. I know I've spotted that we have a couple of Joneses out here today. I don't think they are related at all. Jones is a very popular last name, but surely Mason Gray. Surely they have to be related. Going to be my assumption anyway. We're good to have Lucas joining us for this season. Chloe Kunjazic back as well. Good to have Chloe back. She's just popped in a personal best up to 7th place. She goes. Bradley Keaton rejoining us as well in seniors. Your 2024 junior Rotax champion. And in seniors last year, Bradley, he joined us for 3 of the rounds last season, did Bradley. So, I mean, his championship position, not really, you're not really able to analyse it at all, with only 3 rounds of the 8 completed for him. But let's see, hopefully Bradley does come back for the whole season this year and gives it a proper good crack at it. Drivers continuing to reshuffle, though. I think this is the most shuffling I've seen throughout a qualifying session so far. As Rex Ashley, your junior Rotax champion from 2025, he hops up into the top 10 then on that lap. A 48.4. Fastest lap, though. Another one was set on the last lap by Bo Sullivan, a 46.2. And currently 2 seconds a lap clear of your 2025 junior Rotax champion. Impressive pace and consistent impressive pace as well from Bo Sullivan. He's just done 46.3. Doesn't beat his personal best, but another time that at the moment would bag him pole position. Mario Smith in 3rd, Bradley Keaton now in 4th, Welsh in 5th, Mason Gray in 6th, Kendall Jones, Kunjazic and Assaud now your top 10. So Thomas, after good, fast early pace, he was up in the top 3 for a few moments. He's now slipped down to the bottom end of the top 10. Still a bit of time to get these laps in, just over a minute and a half still on the clock. And let's see how we continue on with this one. Of course, just double checking as well my notes from the London Cup as well. I do believe the only driver that we have who was a victor at the London Cup rejoining us is Mr. Harry Taylor, who'll be out next in the 177s. So lovely to have Harry here again for the full season. Of course, your 2025 champion in 177s and your London Cup champion. The only driver last season to do the double. It's easier said than done. Well, good to have him back for 2026. A shame he didn't bring his brother along. But one half of the Fast Bros is good enough for me. How long have we got then? Just less than a minute left to go in this one. Good last lap there from Chloe Kundarzik. Up to 4th place goes Chloe. Very impressive lap from her. And puts herself within about a second of the fastest time. It's not anymore. Bo goes even faster now. A 46.235 new fastest lap. And Craig Jones, the new personal best, he hops up 5 positions there. Up from 9th to 4th on the grid. Well, 30 seconds on the clock then. These drivers heading round Sector 3, I think, should maybe just about eke out one more lap in this. We've had one driver head to pit lane a little bit early there. I think that might be Callum Ramsey there, who's just come in a bit early. As we continue to press on with this session then, I think potentially maybe a couple of drivers actually in. Trying to spot on the live timing anyway. Right then, yellow flag on the gantry down through turns 1 and 2. Nothing that I can see from my commentary box, but it's not the best vantage point for turn 1. Well, checkered flag now out on the gantry. Bo Sullivan the first one to see it, and he's still almost half a second clear of the rest of the field. Here come the rest of the drivers under the gantry then. New personal best from Mikel Islam. He popped himself within 2/10 now of that fastest time. Great final lap from Mikel, but he can't quite get pole position. Matthew Kendall now jumps up into 5th place. Nice final lap from him. Thomas Assaud goes up into 8th on his previous lap. Stays there on the final lap. I think that should be about it then. No other drivers moving around. They all see the checkered flag, and it stays as it is then. Bo Sullivan is your pole sitter for Senior Rotax here at round 1 of the 2026 Rye House Kart Club. Mikel Islam will join him on the front row. I think that's a real positive start to the season there for Mikel Islam. A very well done to him and his jump up from juniors to seniors. Craig Jones and Mario Smith there on row number 2. Matthew Kendall and Chloe Kunderzik on row 3. Row 4 is Bradley Keaton and Thomas Assaud. Row 5, Ryan Welsh and Lucas Mason-Gray. Row 6, Jasper North and Luigi Perlini. Row 7, Rex Ashley and Carson Fernandez. And row 8 is Alex Cooper and Callum Ramsey. That rounds out the grid then in Senior Rotax. I mean, as we would assume, field spread in these conditions is going to be a lot bigger. But still only about 6 seconds there between the whole field in seniors. And actually, if I look a little bit further up, it's only 2 seconds between the top 13. So it's very, very close out there. I think our closest of the day so far there in seniors. I'm looking forward to seeing how that racing kicks off. It's always exciting, and when you throw in about, well, I couldn't even guesstimate how many gallons of water are currently sitting on the racing surface. When you chuck that down, it makes it even more interesting for us. Right then, we've only got one more qualifying session left to go then, ladies and gentlemen. The 177s get ready to head out. Well, they get ready. They're already heading out. Out of the dummy grid they go then. And onto the, I was going to say the black stuff. It's a lot more glistening today than usual. And let's see how we go then. Can your 2025 regular season champion and London Cup champion bag the first pole of the year here? And like I said, he's your only London Cup champion who's back for the regular season, at least for round 1 anyway. And he's the only driver that you'll see with that LC on the side of his kart. London Cup champion, and thus does get the LC plate. I remember there was lots of murmurings in the last year that we weren't doing it for 25. There was no plate, but I can see that Harry's running it now, so good to see. I'm glad. It's a good prize to have to show off to everyone else at Rye House. I'm the one to beat here. Let's see how we go there for the first few laps around the circuit. 7 minutes plus 1 lap. Well, 7 minutes on the clock again for this, of course, qualifying. No need for plus 1 lap. It's been a very slow first lap out of the pits for Paul Hibbin. I think he's got some issues there, has Paul. He's been coaxing that kart round this entire lap, and now he's pretty much stuck on the apex here of pylon. That is less than ideal. He had just about managed to get the kart round most of the lap, but it has given up the ghost there down at pylon. So the fantastic staff here at Rye House jumping straight into action to head over and assist the driver. But that's a real shame. Paul not even getting 1 lap in there in qualifying before kart gives up the ghost. I think he's going to try and potentially get it back to pits. I think they might now just lift it off of the circuit over the wall. Might be even easier. get back to green flag conditions as soon as possible, so it's not hindering the rest of the drivers for their qualifying session. Well, early pace then, set by the 18 of Ryan Sands, a 47.1 currently that fastest time. Let's see if anyone can beat it through the rest of this session. I think Harry Taylor was letting the traffic go on those first couple of laps. I saw him a little bit slow around the circuit. He's down in P7 at the moment, but I think finding himself a bit of space, a bit of fresh air, so he can work on his own. As always, the challenge in qualifying in the dry anyway is kind of working out whether you want to be following someone, working together with them, using their slipstream. In the wet, I feel like it's much more of a benefit to be on your own in the wet. You could sort of maybe work with the driver in terms of studying each other's racing line and benefiting, getting 200% data from your lap. You could try something, watch what they're doing, and see what works. You don't have to then do it on the next lap, and you're not wasting time on what is a very, very short session. But for me anyway, I think having a driver around me in these difficult conditions would put me off a little bit too much. So, but equally, it's always up to the driver's discretion. Whatever you feel works best for you, and we'll see who it works best for in the next 4 minutes. I do think Ryan is on his own, I think. Where is the number 18? There he is, going down to hairpin 1. So Ryan is indeed on his own. Your fastest out there at the moment. He's got even quicker, 46.3. Now the time to beat. It is basically then second down to 7th, all in one pack now heading through hairpins 1 and 2. We've got the 15, the 8, the 16, the 543, the 14, and the LC, all in a line here. As old dear yellow flag once again down at Stadium Bend. That's gone straight in though, so I think maybe just a glancing blow there for one of our drivers. Again, it makes it very challenging for me, particularly when we move on to the race starts, given I've basically no vantage point of Stadium Bend. But I'll do my best to keep you updated as best I can throughout these upcoming sessions. But this is it then for qualifying, ladies and gentlemen. 3 minutes left to go this session, and qualifying will be done and dusted. After that, of course, no real break. We'll move straight on to the first heat of the day. It looks as though we've got a yellow flag once again, though, down at Pylon. We've got a spinner. I lost it maybe on the entry there, and now it's parked up at the edge of the circuit, but I think maybe not able to get it restarted again. Try and spot who that is that hasn't come through. Potentially Jake Bradfield. Who's at the side, is it? We've got another stopper. This is down at hairpin 1 this time. I can see the number this time. That's James Benton, who's stopped down at hairpin 1. I think driver who was off at Pylon might be back in, but he's not underway yet. And yeah, Benson again struggling. It must just be the wet conditions here really making these engines have to try hard. They like sucking in air, not water. And if they end up sucking in too much water, well, they don't like going anywhere particularly quickly. It looks as though, yeah, the 83, I think, out of this one, out of qualifying, sadly, for James Benton. He has to pull it over to the side, and same for the driver down at Pylon. I think I was wrong. Apologies, though it's not Jake Bradfield. I think it's Hugo Pereira that's down at Pylon. Can't quite spot the number. I have got new glasses for the 2026 season. The investments you're all hoping to hear. But I can't quite see that far. He has now just got underway, though, which is good to see. So let's see. I do believe it is. It is Hugo Pereira. We'll double check that as he comes through. Back into my eye line. And we'll double check that is the number 10 out of the final corner. It is indeed. So it was Hugo Pereira off at the side of the circuit. Well, he's got it back underway. He's got a minute to try and get a lap time from this. That could just about be 2 laps for him. Let's see if that benefits him at all. We've had some reshuffling at the sharp end. Still Ryan Sands, your fastest, but James Ockenden now up into second place. Drew Lamas third on the grid at the moment. Carl Churchill has popped in a new personal best on the last lap, jumping up onto row 2. And that now shuffles your LC plate holder of Harry Taylor down onto the 3rd row of the grid. I don't think you would have been expecting that from today. But we'll see how that continues to change throughout this session today, and of course through the season as well. because it's not just one outright result, it's consistency throughout a whole championship season that wins you the big trophy that everyone wants to get at the end. Oh dear, it looks as though Hugo Pereira is off at exactly the same place, at exactly the same corner, backwards into the barrier through pylon. Now, I didn't see that happen again, and again, I can only assume he's lost that on his own there, spun it into the barrier. Well, Pereira's parked up yet again. Checkered flag is out on the gantry. And James Ockenden and Jonathan Militello, the first to see it. They stay where they were, 2nd and 10th, respectively. A couple of drivers putting in personal best, but not jumping up the order. Personal best from Harry Taylor, but he stays in 5th place. Personal best from James Ockenden, he stays in 2nd place. I think that's going to bring our session to a close then. I think all drivers have seen the checkered flag. I think maybe just Ryan Sands who hasn't. I mean, he's diving straight to the pit lane. So I think that is it then. Qualifying at round number 1 of the Rye House Kart Club in 2026 comes to a close. I nearly said 2025 then. Living in the past still, is John in the commentary box, but we continue on into a new year, and what a year it is ahead of us. Make sure you do join us for the entirety of the 2026 season. We would love to have you, whether that's joining us here at the circuit, getting out on circuit and battling amongst some of the best in British karting, or whether that's simply joining us from home. We can keep you up to date with all the action as best we can. Right then, your grid for 177s, Ryan Sands and James Ockenden on the front row, Drew Lamas and Carl Churchill on row 2, Harry Taylor and Jake Bradfield on row 3, Bill Boyer and James Benton on row 4, then Hugo Pereira, Jonathan Militello and Paul Hibbard, your 11 drivers on the grid there for Rotax 177. Well then, like we say, qualifying done and dusted, and we move on to our first heat of the day, our Honda Cadets. Will be heading out on circuit once again in only a few moments' time. And when they do, I will run you through the grid order. Right then, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The first bit of racing action here at the Rye House Kart Club in 2026 about to get underway. And it is your Honda Cadets taking to the track for the first time in anger this season. Let's run through the grid then. Shaylan Strakanton starts on pole position with Oliver Ratton alongside him on the front row. Jensen Kula, your champion from last season, lining up on row number 2. Alongside him is Brandon Laxo. Then it's Jaden Bond and Harry Grant on row number 3. Dominic Uzak and Freddie Williams on row 4. Then David Kyoka and Ted Fry rounding out the top 10 on row number 5. Chase Wilmington, Callum Ryan and Kian Kimber follow them, 11th, 12th and 13th respectively. And that is your grid for Honda Cadet GX200's heat number 1. Well, they make their way down around the final couple of corners then. Just see, you see the marshal picking up a sticker kit from the number 14. I think that's for the 177s, isn't it? It is so damp, it's taking sticker kits off carts. That is quite how damp it is here today for the Rye House Kart Club. Like we say, what a way to kick off the season. As David Kyoka, I think, getting a bit confused as to what grid position he should be in there. Moves his way on forward into 8th place. And looks as though we're about ready to go for a start then. Of course, Honda Cadets, standing start for these drivers. The rest of our grids will all be rolling starts. And the drivers get ready then. I know there were a couple of issues earlier on with the starting procedure, but I think Sam has hopefully got it all sorted. Watch and wait with bated breath. Yeah, there we go. Red lights are on the gantry. They go out now, and we're racing for the 2026 season here at the Rye House Kart Club. Drivers on the front row, Shakanton and Ratton fly off down into Stadium Bend. Who will be leading on the exit, though? Well, it's a tough one to work out because they've both got green helmets. It is Shakanton, though. Down into hairpin 1 we go and move for second place. Big move there from Oliver Ratton to retake the place from Jensen Kula. It was Kula quickly up to second, but now drops down already as off into the barriers there at hairpin 1. That is the 72 of Dominic Uzak went wide there on the entrance to hairpin 1, lost the rear end, and into the barrier he goes. There was also a spinner in the mid-pack. I think it was Jaden Bond, but I'll double check that when they come through to the end of lap number 1. So a little bit chaotic here on the first lap of proceedings. But it is still Shakanton leading the race. Ratton's got a lovely exit, though, out of the final corner. Can he put that to use, though, down into Stadium Bend? Going off the line at Stadium is going to be a tricky one here today. And no, not quite able to get alongside, but right in the wheel tracks of Shakanton at the moment. Kula's dropped a couple of kart lengths off the back of these top two. And it is Harry Grant who's joined them at the sharp end. Trying to get up the inside and spins. Does Harry? No, sorry, Oliver Ratton that is. Oliver Ratton spins. He went for the move there on Shaylan Shakanton a little bit too late. Made a slight bit of contact with the side pod of Shakanton and round he went. But he's got back underway very quickly, rejoins in 4th place and already has slipped up the inside of Harry Grant. So that is Ratton back into 3rd then. But now there is quite the sizable gap between Shakanton and now Jensen Kula in 2nd place. But clearly, Ratton has the pace to try to dive for the first possible opportunity there at hairpin 1. Was just a little bit too late on the brakes. And when you're fully under load there, under steering load, a little bit of contact can so easily spin you round, and Ratton has found that out there on lap number 2. He looked for it up the inside there at Stadium on Kula, and he takes out Jensen Kula. Big wallop into the side of Jensen Kula. Well, Ratton is through, but that was a send. Way too late on the brakes there from Oliver Ratton. Straight into the side of Jensen Kula. Round goes Kula. Grant nearly lost it in sympathy as well. Well, that's really kicked things off then in the Honda Cadets. They both rejoined. Kula's rejoined in 3rd place. I think Grant is down to 5th, I think, once all is said and done. Well, chaotic there. My goodness. We'll see what the stewards think of that one. I want to say, pardon the pun, I feel like that one was pretty cut and dry there, but I will leave that to people much smarter than myself. Well, as we head on to lap number 4, Shakanton now leading by over 3 seconds. Oliver Ratton in 2nd. Harry Grant has actually rejoined ahead. Sorry, apologies. So, yeah, Grant in 3rd. We've got Kula in 4th now. Laxko in 5th. Bond in 6th. Kimber's up to 7th. Kimber's had a great race so far into P7. Followed by Davey Kyoka, Ted Fry, Chase Wilmington rounds out the top 10. And they're then followed by Freddie Williams, Callum Ryan, and Dominic Uzak. Of course, quite a way down the order after making contact with the wall on lap number 1, sadly, for the 72. But all drivers continuing to improve their pace, which is good to see. Pressing on and improving in these very, very challenging conditions. Well, new personal best from Oliver Ratton, 49.4. Still not able to match the pace of Shakanton in the lead, though. He's popped in a 49.2, and that is not his best lap of the race so far. That is a 49.1 that he did back on lap number 2. Impressive pace then from Shaylan Shakanton, and he's been benefited a bit by the, I don't know what other word to use other than chaos behind him on those first couple of laps of this race. Well, we're just over halfway through this now. 3 minutes left to go on the clock. And, of course, now we're into racing proceedings. We do have that +1 lap as well to add on. Another change on the last lap as well. Kian Kimber gets through on Jaden Bond. Kian Kimber is having a great race at the moment, is Kian. Where did he start exactly? It was down in 13th. It was last on the grid, was Kian. He's gained 7 places so far in this race. What a showing from kart number 20. When he got past Jaden Bond on the last lap, he stayed ahead of Jaden Bond, and he's now pulling away from Jaden Bond as Kian Kimber. Really impressive stuff from the young driver, one of our novices. He's currently 2nd out of the novices out there. But it is Brandon Lasko that in front of him in 5th place, that is the other Norris, thinking of Lando, no, the other novice out there on circuit. And is he catching him? No, Brandon is a little bit quicker, sadly, so I think that gap's going to increase. Brandon dropping down into the 49, so a really good lap from him last time. Still in the 51s, though, Kimber and Bond behind. And again, gap between your two leaders continuing to increase as well. A 49.8 from Ratton, a 49.5 from Shrikantan on the last lap. So again, gap opens up now to about 4 seconds between your two race leaders. Both of them part of Martin Jackson Racing. So at the moment, MJR clearing up here in Hondas. But indeed, from that earlier incident, the 22 of Oliver Ratton is under investigation. That flashed up on the gantry immediately after the incident. There's a little half spin there on a hairpin too. That was Kian Kimber. Jaden Bond now onto his tail once again. But when they started this lap, that gap had opened up to about almost 2 seconds. 1.6, 1.7 seconds it was. So a little mistake there for Kian. He's not allowed Jaden through, though. A good effort to keep himself ahead. But he's now under a bit of pressure for this last minute or so. Chase Wilmington has got the move done as well. He's got past Ted Fry. So that's a change for 9th place then. And Chase now hunting down the rear bumper of David Kyoka as well. Only a couple more laps left to go then of this race. And Kyoka under a bit of pressure for P8, that is. And now the 26 of Ted Fry and the 61 of Freddie Williams also nose to tail as they head down through hairpin 1. Good exit with the 61, but contact between the two of them on the exit. Room is not really given there by Ted Fry. Tried to chop back across, but Freddie Williams was very much alongside. Has to rethink that overtaking opportunity. New fastest lap of the race. Finally from someone that's not named Shaylan Shrikantan. It's Oliver Ratton this time who takes the fastest lap. First driver to drop down into the 48. So 48.997 for Oliver Ratton. He's still about 4 seconds off your race leader though. Another place gain for Chase Wilmington. He's up into 8th place now. He was getting lots of love in the live chat earlier on, so I'm sure the live chat are going to be loving this. Wilmington up into P8. Finds a way through on David Kyoka. And now he's probably got 2 more laps to hold on to this one. But equally, Kyoka now finds himself with both Fry and Williams on his tail as well. So those 4 absolutely nose to tail in their squabble for 8th place now. But on to the last lap then goes Shaylan Shrikantan. He's actually just about going to catch the 33 of Callum Ryan now on this final lap, I think. But Shrikantan led this one from the front. I think benefited there from that bit of argy-bargy on the first couple of laps. Allowed him to just break away early on in this one, and he led comfortably from the front ever since. He has had that fastest lap of the race stolen away from him, but I don't think he's going to be too fussed about that. Round the final corner then comes Shaylan Shrikantan. And Shaylan will win the first race of the day then here at the Rye House Kart Club in 2026. Heat 1 goes to Shaylan Shrikantan. Oliver Ratton and Harry Grant will be your top 3. Big slide out the final corner there for, I do believe that's Brandon Laxo. It was indeed. Big slide out the final corner for Brandon, but very impressive race from him and really, really good pace as well. So it ended up being the top 5 getting down into the 49s in that race. And Ratton just about getting down to the 48s as well. Impressive stuff. And a new personal best lap on the last lap from Kian Kimber. What a race from Kian Kimber. An outstanding performance in that one. Up 7 positions in a 7-minute plus 1 lap heat race. That is mighty impressive from Kian. Big well done to the number 20. So it's Shrikantan from Ratton and Grant, your top 3. Jensen Kula ends up in 4th place with Brandon Let's Go and Kian Kimber in the top 6. Jaden Bond, Chase Wilmington, Ted Fry and Freddie Williams, your top 10. So on that last lap, Fry and Williams both got past David Kyoka. They're a shame for Kyoka. Only 2 laps to go. He was in 8th, drops down to 11th once the checkered flag comes out. And Callum Ryan and Dominic Guzak round out the order in that one. There we go then, first race of the day done and dusted for your Honda Cadets. And 5 more races still left to go before we go to the lunch break. Up next will be your Micromax drivers for their first heat of the day. Out onto the circuit then come our Micromax drivers. I honestly didn't think the rain could get any heavier, but I think it might have. I think it might have. Oh, I don't even need to look to the puddles now to see the rain. I can see it just on every bit of the track, bouncing up. It is literally raining upwards here at Rye House Kart Raceway. Again, all the brollies are very much up in the air. Thank you again for coming down and joining us on what is a lovely, lovely February day here in in Hoddesdon. Right then, let's have a look at the grid for Heat 1 of Micro Max. Leo Hunt is your pole sitter, but it was very close to decide pole position. Carviera joins him on that front row. Tommy Lovejoy and Lucas Otley Thistlethwaite are on row 2, with Ezra Robinson Matthews and Hugo Senna on row number 4, and then Ias Stopirstis and Cooper Galloway round out the 8-kart strong grid. Now, I say that, looking at it, we didn't have Cooper out in qualifying, and I don't think he's out there for race number 1, so I think we can take him off of the list for the rest of the day. Anyway, can we get this race started first time of asking? I didn't see Sam drop the flag, so I'm not actually 100% sure if we did start that race. And the time's counting down. We are underway then. Drivers heading around the first couple of corners. Good start from Leo. Big wallop of the puddle. One driver spinning there. Well avoided by the two drivers following him behind him. That was a heart-in-mouth moment for those two drivers, but the 91 is able to carry on unscathed. That's Ezra Robinson Matthews there, just facing the wrong direction out of Stadium Bend. But like I say, it was the 88 and the 55, Hugo Senna and Ias Stopirstis, who did a good job there to not careen into the side of Robinson Matthews there. All drivers continue to press on through lap number 1, but it is still Leo Hunt leading the way. Carviera in second place, I do think it is, the 18. It is indeed, with Tommy Lovejoy following close on their tail. So it's Hunt, Vieira, Lovejoy, Otley, Thistlethwaite, Senna, Stopirstis and Robinson Matthews. So the only change there on that first lap is Robinson Matthews dropping down the order. And Tommy Lovejoy now putting the pressure onto Vieira. Might have made Vieira make a mistake there. He goes too deep into the corner. They'll be side by side on the exit, but that slightly wider line allows for a bit more pace off of the corner for Vieira. And he holds on to second place. Lovejoy with a sniff there at P2, but not quite able to get past. And already the grid spreading out a little bit more than we've seen in the Hondas earlier on. So Ollie Thistlethwaite kind of left to his own devices there in fourth place. He's a bit of no man's land at the moment, with Hugo Senna again on his own. And now Robinson Matthews starting to close back in on Stopirstis in sixth position. Just over 5 minutes still left to go on the clock. We say they're short and sharp races, these, but I mean, in conditions such as these, every lap must feel like a lifetime. Trying to keep it on the black stuff. And like I mentioned earlier, one little mistake really is heavily punished when it's like this out there on circuit. Well, the birds are certainly enjoying the action, chilling up on top of the floodlights around the circuit. Good vantage point up there. Enjoying the racing action out there on circuit. But my goodness, I didn't think he'd get any wetter as old dear. We've had a spin there out of hairpin number 2. That's Otley Thistlethwaite, I think. Thistlethwaite goes for a spin then out of hairpin 2, and he's lost 2 positions because of that one. So Senna and Stopirstis both getting on by. What was I just saying? One little mistake is heavily punished in these conditions, and that's exactly what Thistlethwaite found out. As old dear, we get straight in the back there of Stopirstis, I think that was. A shame. Robinson Matthews almost gets caught up in the incident as well. It was into the back of Ias Stopirstis. I think Otley Thistlethwaite underestimated how early Stopirstis was going to brake there, comparatively to his braking point for that corner. She went straight in the back of him and spun him straight round there. A shame there for Stopirstis. Drops to the back of the order. And like I say, Robinson Matthews nearly gets caught up in it, but does manage to get through. So up into 6th place then goes the 91. So Hugo Senna up into 4th, Otley Thistlethwaite back into 5th place. But still, closest battle is Cara Vieira and Tommy Lovejoy, 2nd and 3rd respectively. That gap hasn't really been more than 3 or 4 tenths of a second for this entire race. But Tommy Lovejoy not able to find a way through just yet. Cara Vieira dealing with the pressure really, really well. Not making any mistakes for the moment. Hitting his marks, doing what he needs to do to stay ahead. But check over the shoulder there out of hairpin number 1. He very much knows that Tommy Lovejoy is there. And just like we saw with Otley Thistlethwaite, a little mistake, and Tommy Lovejoy is going to be straight past. Let's see, can Lovejoy put the pressure on enough here to cause Kyle to make a mistake? Now, Kyle Vieira did make that little mistake down through hairpin number 1 a few laps ago, but has been remaining firm since then. As, oh no, Ezra Robinson Matthews is parked up by the side of the circuit. Robinson Matthews has ground to a halt there before hairpin number 2. And what a shame. Ezra's first race in the Micromax class ends with 2.5 minutes left to go. Of course, had that spin on lap number 1. As all they're making moves here. I'm not sure if that was a yellow flag zone or not. I can't see a yellow flag out, so I think they're fine. But that was Lovejoy trying the move on the up and under out of hairpin number 1. They went side by side there, past the stricken Robinson Matthews with the marshal on circuit, but I can't see a yellow flag. So I think they were racing to what they could see, and all is fair of what I've seen there. As Thistlethwaite makes the move, he gets that done now at hairpin number 2. So Lucas Otley Thistlethwaite back through on Hugo Senna. That's a change for 4th place. But those two now a good 18 seconds off of your race leader. So action returns. We watch the battle for 2nd place once again then. Vieira and Lovejoy. Lovejoy nearly finding a way through there on that previous lap. Enjoying the up and under out of hairpin number 1. But Vieira was just about able to defend. Get the power out of hairpin 2. Big slide though out of hairpin 2 this time. But Lovejoy can't make the most of it. Wasn't able to get good enough traction there to pull alongside, and again has to sit in the wheel tracks. But as the time continues to tick down here, less than a minute and a half now left on the clock. I think pressure may be starting to mount here on Caio Vieira. 4 seconds now the gap between these two battling for 2nd, and Leo Hunt in the lead. Hunt with the fastest lap as well, a 49 and a 50.1 for Lovejoy. So really impressive wet weather pace here for your race leader. Lovejoy looks on the inside line out of Reg's elbow, but again, can't pull alongside. He's trying everything he's got in his locker here to get through into 2nd place. But at the moment, Vieira is weathering the storm, quite literally. They head down the back straight once more into pylon. 30 seconds now left on the clock. So I think Leo Hunt here will be heading on to his penultimate lap of the race. So just less than 2 kilometres left in this one, ladies and gentlemen, for Vieira to hold on to it. And off they continue on to the penultimate lap of the race. And the opportunities for Lovejoy to find a way through into 2nd place here are beginning to dwindle. He needs to force Vieira into a mistake here, or lick the stamp and absolutely send it. But we know that could go wrong pretty quickly, as we've already seen in the Hondas. Can very, very quickly go from a heroic move to, oh dear, I've just smashed someone out the way. As, oh dear, under investigation. Who is that? That's Lucas Otley Thistlethwaite, under investigation on the gantry. Now, is that for going into the back of Stopirsis at the final corner? That was quite a while ago, though, so maybe for another incident that I've not seen. Either way, the 61 under investigation on the gantry. Here comes Leo Hunt, though, under said gantry, and sees the final lap board. And Vieira and Lovejoy follow closely in behind onto the last 950 metres of this first heat of the day in our Micromax class. Lovejoy all over the back of your 2nd place driver, up the inside. They're side by side, round Reg's elbow, and Vieira steals the place back. I thought Lovejoy had done it then. Finally, was aggressive to the inside there, forcible move, and now has to go to the outside into hairpin number 2. Vieira's fighting this one back. This is great racing between these two young drivers, and Vieira holds on to it for now. They head down into sector number 3, a challenging place to overtake at the best of times through sector number 3. We'll watch them as they continue on. Here comes Leo Hunt out the final corner. Leo Hunt will win your first heat of the day in Micromax. Here comes 2nd and 3rd round the final corner, though, and I think Vieira has just about done enough. Caio Vieira holds on to 2nd place, and Tommy Lovejoy will have to settle for 3rd. What great bit of racing, though, between those two. A shame for Lovejoy, couldn't quite get it done, but really, really well done to Caio Vieira there. There was a lot of pressure being piled onto him over those last couple of laps, and even when Tommy did get ahead out of Stadium Bend, he just about managed to keep the nose in, forced his way back through, and held on to 2nd place. Well, outside of the top 3 then, Lucas Otley Thistlethwaite finishes 4th on the road, but don't forget he is under investigation in that race. Hugo Senna finishes in 5th place. with Aestopistis in 6th. And of course, sadly, Ezra Robinson-Matthews didn't get past lap number 5 of that race. A real shame for Ezra. Hopefully, we do see Ezra back out for heat number 2 this afternoon. Ezra was doing a good job out there under very difficult conditions. It's your first time jumping up a kart class as well. This is a baptism of fire for Ezra. So still a big well done to Ezra. And hopefully it's nothing too major on the kart. And we do see them back out for heat number 2 later on. Right then, that is 2 of our 6 first heats of the day done and dusted. Then up next will be our inter-Rotax drivers for their first race of the day. 7 drivers on the grid for this one. And let's see how we go then. Right, I'll be back with you in a couple of moments. Out on circuit come our inter-Rotax drivers. Then their first heat of the day about to get underway. And looks as though maybe the rain has, well, slowed. Oh, I say that. I've just looked at a puddle and maybe it hasn't. It's not quite raining upwards anymore, but it's not much better. Let's run you through the grid then for Inter-Rotax. Their heat 1. Rio Panayutu lines up on pole position, with James Carver alongside him. Now, that should have been, after qualifying, it should have been Charlie Heffer on the front row then, but Charlie disqualified from qualifying. So it's Philip Poloskov and Harrison Outram on row 2, Leighton Bradham and Mohamed Umar Abdeen on row 3, and Charlie Heffer at the back of the grid, sadly. We are going round again. So drivers will get another warm-up lap before we get this one underway. I mentioned for the Hondas that I knew that Sam was having a few issues with the starting procedure up there. I think the Wi-Fi dropping out, a lot of rainfall today, so understandable electronic issues. And we've moved to a Union Jack flag that'll be waved to signify the race start, just the same as when you see those green lights. Feels like we're back to retro karting anyway. Union Jack being brought out for round number 1 of the Rye House Kart Club in 2026. And let's see what Panayutu can do then. I mean, unbelievable pace in qualifying, was nearly 1.3 seconds clear of everyone else in the field. I think only real strat for this one is to try and get past Panayutu early on. Otherwise, he might just scamper off. As, yep, chevron flag on the gantry yet again then. So we continue round once more. Another rolling up lap. I think drivers just a little bit too excited to get their racing season underway for 2026. We need to keep it nice and controlled around those last couple of corners. Slow and steady starts the race here at Rye House. So let's keep it nice and controlled around the last couple of corners. Run 2x2 to those lights. As soon as either the green light comes on or the Union Jack is waved, then we can go foot to the floor. And then as soon as you come under the gantry, that's when you can break the formation and start racing down into turn 1. Right then, third time's the charm. Didn't think it would take me too long to say that at the kart club. Here we go then. Round the final corner, come our into Rotax drivers. Let's get this underway, drivers. We look to the light shed again. Here we go then. Flag is waved and we are racing into Rotax. Panayutu leads us down into the first corner and does hold on to it down through turn 1. We're side by side for second place, so that's Carver getting overtaken, that is. Through goes the 36 of Philip Poloskov. Poloskov immediately dives to the inside line. That opens him up to an opportunity on the exit, though, for a re-overtake from Carver, but he can't quite get the power down enough to force an overtake. And that is move done then for second. Good opportunistic move there for Philip Poloskov. All drivers just about keeping it facing the right direction through the rest of this lap. To the end of lap number 1 we go, and already Panayutu with quite the sizable lead, to say the least. What is it already? 1.8 seconds after 1 lap of racing. That is crazy. Carver having a sniff at the inside line there on Poloskov. But again, not able to quite get alongside. That's a good move, though. Up the inside goes Charlie Heffer. Late on the brakes into hairpin 1. Heffer moves into 4th place. Harrison Outram close behind into hairpin 2. Not able to go for a move. So after that DSQ in qualifying for Charlie Heffer, had to start at the back of the grid. But he's quickly made up 2 positions already, relegating Bradham down into 6th and now Outram down into 5th. And now he has his sights set on Carver and Poloskov ahead. A gap between Panayutu and Poloskov after lap 1 was 1.8 seconds. After lap 2, it's 3.4 seconds. Almost another 1.8 gained on lap number 2 there. As big move down the inside, that's James Carver making the move. Lovely overtake there from James Carver. Aggressive stuff to the inside line and grabs second place back. And now Poloskov under a bit of pressure from Charlie Heffer. Heffer all over the rear bumper of the 36 as they head through down into hairpin number 2 once again. That was nice. So that was what Carver tried to do on the last lap, but couldn't quite get the overlap. This time he sends it straight into the puddle on the apex there, and somehow manages to get the traction on the exit to steal back the place. So James Carver back through into second then, with a very, very nice overtake. And like I say, Poloskov with his imaginary rearview mirrors full of Charlie Heffer now. But Heffer was close there at the opening part of that lap, and he hasn't found a way through. So I have a feeling these overtakes might be a bit more challenging than the first 2 that Charlie had to do. Oh, spin in the background though. Smashes the puddle there. Does Leyland Bradham. Just grabs it with his 2 left tyres. And round he went. Did well to keep his foot in though. Gets back underway pretty quickly. I think he's lost maybe 4 or 5 seconds from that in the end. Did well not to have a bigger incident from that one, given the amount of water that's sitting down there on the exit of Stadium Bend. It is ridiculous. But Latham continuing on, which is good to see. Right, then we close in towards half race distance in this one. Carver now just over 6 seconds off of the back of Rio Panayutu. Panayutu, fastest lap of a 47.2, consistently in the mid-47s. Big move down the inside there at hairpin number 1. Take my attention away for a moment. That's Charlie Heffer up the inside of Philip Poloskov. Aggressive there. Poloskov's back up the inside there at hairpin number 2. Almost contact there as they headed towards the exit. Their lines merged, but Heffer manages to hold on. and does, in fact, steal third place away from Poloskov. It was nice under brakes there into hairpin number 1 from Charlie. Had to be committed there. You have to be in conditions like this. Was committed to the inside, despite Poloskov closing the line off right at the apex. He was already far enough alongside to force his way by. And back up into the top 3 positions goes Charlie Heffer. Very, very nice move there from Charlie. But in that bit of time, in those couple of laps it's taken him to find a way past Poloskov, Carver has extended maybe a 4 or 5 kart length gap now in second place. But like I was saying about Panayutu, again, he's just done another 47.2. So consistent low 47s for Panayutu, whereas James Carver's just set his personal best and it's a 48.4. So consistently a second faster than the rest of the field is Rio Panayutu. This is mightily impressive, and if this is an omen for the rest of the season for Rio, he's looking to clear up in the Inter Rotax class in 2026. Well, 2 minutes left to go on the clock now. That gap's been actually, I was going to say stagnant, but how has it been stagnant over the last lap? It's another second gained. It is up to 8.2 seconds now. And Carver does seem to be extending the gap over Heffer and Poloskov. 48.5 for Carver, 49.1 for both Heffer and Poloskov on the last lap. And actually the 52 of Harrison Outram is hanging on to the coattails of this battle. He's not quite close enough to be getting involved anytime soon, but you never know. Like we've seen plenty of times already today, the smallest of mistakes is quickly punished, heavily punished as well. So you keep yourself within a shout of things. If driver ahead makes a mistake, you can easily gain an extra position or 2 for your troubles. And nearly 10 seconds clear now is Rio Panayutu. He's heading out of hairpin number 1 as second place exits Stadium Bend. That is quite the gap here in this Inter Rotax Heat 1. And again, to remind you all that a trackside, I'm also live streaming the commentary to YouTube today. So if you've got anyone at home that's wanting to keep up to date with the action, tell them to head over to the Rye House YouTube channel. You can find all of the live commentary over there. Hopefully gives a bit of a better insight than just the live timing from today's event. But again, thank you all for braving the conditions. I can see the balcony over in the main building is getting a little bit more busy now. Still plenty of umbrellas up though, understandably so. Same down in the dummy grid as well. Busy with umbrellas. Thank you all for braving the conditions down here in Hoddesdon as we kick off what I'm sure will be another very successful season here of the Rye House Kart Club. And how could I forget as well, a big hello and welcome to everyone watching down at the grandstand at Stadium Bend as well. The only covered area here at Rye House. So if you're trying to stay out of the rainfall, head down to Stadium Bend. It at least protects you from the rainfall decently, unless it starts raining sidewards, and then it is maybe not quite as good as protecting you. But either way, we continue to press on then. Timer has hit 0. Here comes Panayutu under the gantry, and Rio Panayutu will start the final lap of this race. After this one, we will be halfway through our first heats of the day here for the Rye House Kart Club in 2026. And Panayutu, what a storming performance here in heat number 1. I mean, we knew he was going to be a tough cookie to crack here with those laps he was putting in qualifying. But honestly, this has been something else from Rio Panayutu. Unbelievable pace, the confidence he seems to have in that car underneath him that means he can consistently be over a second quicker than his closest challengers out there on circuit. Take a bow, Rio Panayutu. Round the final corner he comes. He'll see the checkered flag first. Across the line he goes. Panayutu wins in heat number 1. I think to the surprise of no one. Carver round the final corner. He had to work for that second place. It was a nice early move from Poloskov, but he fought his way back through to P2. Well done to James Carver. Charlie Heffer from the back of the grid after the DSQ in qualifying finishes in that last of the podium spots. With Philip Poloskov, like I say, great to have Philip here for the 2026 season. Not a name I recognise, but really showing that he means business. It was some nice moves from Philip. Drops down to 4th once all is said and done, but I think lots of positives that he can take on not only to the rest of the day, but the rest of the season ahead as well. Harrison Outram and Leyland Bradham round out the order there. Sadly, with Bradham a good few seconds off the back of that pack, courtesy of that spin out of Stadium Bend in the opening few laps of proceedings. Right then, well, that brings Inter Rotax to a close. Like I say, we've still got 3 more heats left to go here before then we'll go to a brief lunch break. And then we'll return again for all the Heat 2s and the finals. Up next is Heat number 1 for Junior Rotax. Junior Rotax drivers head out onto the circuit then. Let's have a look at the grid for their first heat of proceedings here at round number 1 of the Rye House Kart Club in 2026. Roddy Jones, your Honda Cadet British O-Plate champion, lines up on pole position here in Junior Rotax. Tyler Mason-Gray alongside him. Thomas Welsford and Harry Search on row 2. Vinny Cunningham and Timmy Shahini on row 3. Roman Curtis and Tigran Gregorian on row 4. We're definitely not going for a start this time, so I'm not going to worry too much about timings. Ayrton Rye and Dylan Suresh are on row number 5. Row 6 is Harvey Watts and Edward Jones. Row 7, Luke Weavers and Declan Perez. And row 8, Ronnie Chapman and Lachlan McDougall. I think only change after what we saw in qualifying was Declan Perez had his fastest lap time deleted due to an incorrectly positioned front fairing. So already a nose cone penalty before we've even got to racing conditions in Junior Rotax. And you know how I mentioned earlier, it's still raining pretty hard, but at least it's not raining upwards. It's raining upwards even more than it has been at any point today. The rain has gotten somehow even heavier. Oh my goodness. What a way to start off the season in Junior Rotax. Genuinely, you would be better to have a boat out there today. And that's not even a joke. There are rivers running across all bits of grass here. You don't want to be heading out onto the green stuff here because you are just going to continue on into the barriers. Oh, big whack on the race start there. The drivers in the middle of the pack. That was a huge whack. The 37, the 144, all involved in that one. I think that was a kart that slowed there on the race start, didn't pick up, and two drivers walloped into each other there. That was a big hit. Hopefully both those two drivers okay. That was a massive wallop. That's got to be a drop nose cone. Yeah, so it was into the back of the 37. It was the 144 of Dylan Suresh who went into the back of Tigran Gregorian there. So Gregorian is already out of this race. He doesn't know it yet, but his rear bumper has come off. The clips that hold on the rear bumper have come off because of that hit into the back there from, I believe it was Dylan Suresh. Yeah, he's starting up behind him now, so it was indeed. So again, Suresh wiping his visor. I think he was just struggling to see what was happening with the grid in front of him there and went flying into the back of Gregorian. Hopefully both those two drivers okay. I can see as well another driver's pulled over to the side here down at hairpin number 1. I'm struggling to see the number of the cart that's pulled over to the side there. I'll let you know as soon as I know. It's the 240, is it? It must be. Potentially Timmy Shahini. It is indeed, yeah, the 240 of Timmy Shahini then already out the race before it's got started as well, where we're red flag here at Rye House now after that race start. Drivers, I think the drivers at the sharp end there were keeping it nice and slow as they came up to the lights, but I think the drivers behind just sort of assumed we were going to be going a bit faster and we're just struggling to see through the spray. These conditions really making a challenge out here at the Rye House Kart Raceway. But like I say, getting out of the cart now is Gregorian, because Gregorian got hit up the back by, I do believe it was Suresh, and then he went straight up the back of the driver ahead of him as well. So he's now leading down looking to fix his front bumper. I think it's been a case of everyone's now allowed to reset their front bumper, but has Tigran realised about his rear bumper? Because that is hanging off. That is on the floor, I do believe, on the left-hand side. So although he's getting his front bumper popped back out, ready for a re-attempt at this race start, I don't think he's quite yet realised about the rear bumper. We'll see if he does in a few moments. Hopefully he can get that back on as well. And it's not over before it starts then for Tigran. Well, yeah, that was a... We've seen some chaos already here today, but even more there at the race start of our Junior Rotax Heat number 1. The puddles are now becoming lakes out here. We were saying about out of Stadium Bend, out of Regis Elbow, out of the final corner, just absolute lakes. And there is now basically a river flowing from the apex to the exit of Pylon as well. So no matter where you look, it is just water, water and more water. I feel like we might as well host a Heat 2 in the canal. It'll probably be drier. This is crazy here at Rye House Kart Race. But again, I cannot thank you enough for joining us here in Hoddesdon. Never ideal racing conditions in February, but we continue on. Timmy Shahini there, I think, has got himself back underway. He's come out of pit lane, but he's been told to stop by the marshal. I think he's wanted to head round to the back of the train. I think he might need to wait until the red flag is over. Yeah, there we go. He's getting pushed back to the dummy grid then. Right, we'll have a short break then while drivers get themselves sorted. As again, Suresh and Gregorian just, I think, having a little chat there, and Gregorian still trying to sort out that front bumper. Hopefully shouldn't be too long, though, until we go to racing action yet again here at the Rye House Kart Raceway. And, of course, up next will be Heat 1 for Junior Rotax. Right then, drivers back underway after a brief bit of re-education. As you know, if you listened to my commentary before, one of my favourite words in karting. Drivers just being told about getting this race start done then. Right, let's remind you, front row of the grid for this one. Roddy Jones and Tyler Mason Gray, round the final corner they come. And hopefully to the green flag this time. We look and watch and wait with bated breath. There we go. Flag is waved and we're racing in Junior Rotax. Immediately chopping across there as Roddy Jones gets a lovely start down into the first couple of corners and should be leading on the exit. He's in it with 3-1 for second place though. Big send from Mario Smith with 3-1 on the exit once more. And somehow round goes Mario Smith. Contact into the puddle. Off goes the 16. The 42 just about holds on to it. That was contact with Vinnie Cunningham there out of Regis Elbow. And Mario Smith drops to the back of the order. Ayrton Rye seems to have made up in that. He's up to fourth place. Battling in there for third. They're 3-1 on the exit though, and Ryan's going to get forced to the barrier. Has to drop in behind and loses the few places he made up there on the first part of the lap. Yet again, who would have thought it? Chaotic start here in these conditions, and a shame there for Mario Smith. He was aggressive through Stadium Bend to take a couple of positions, but just Vinnie Cunningham getting in the side of him there through Regis Elbow. And as soon as he was tipped into the spin, he did well, honestly, to keep it out of the barriers there. Went straight through a massive puddle, though. He is going to be absolutely soaked by the time he gets to the checkered flag. Right then, it's Jones from Welsford. Those are the two that have broken away at the sharp end then. It's Tyler Mason-Gray. No, he's now been overtaken by Tigran Gregorian on the opening part of this lap. Oh, bosh into the side there goes Mason-Gray. As we've got Ayrton Rye. Ayrton Rye's off the track, and that is a smoking engine there for Ayrton Rye. Whether that's just because he went through the puddle or not, I'm not sure. Either way, he's off the circuit. I think maybe there's either been a bit of contact there, or he's lost it and gone wide. Either way, as the marshal nearly went over there. That just shows how slippery the grass is. He just tried to stop running and nearly went straight over. That was nearly a big moment there. He's held on to his dignity though, and they continue to press on. Well, Rye's back underway, so it was just the steam from going through that puddle then for Ayrton Rye. But sadly, Rye drops to the back of the order. So Gregorian was up to third, like I mentioned a few moments ago. I think that rear bumper is just about holding on enough here that he's not being given a mechanical flag. But as I always say, I'll leave that up to people much smarter than myself. Good battle for fifth place in behind, though. Mason-Gray, I think, has been overtaken now by Timmy Shahini. He has, so Shahini's through into P4. As there's Mario Smith trying to pick his way back through the order as well. Gets a move round the outside there into Pylon, that is. We continue on then through onto another lap of the race. I think I might have been getting myself confused. My apologies. I've been saying this. I bet Marios is in the pits going, what is he on about? I'm not even in this race, mate. You've got very similar carts. I do apologise. It was not. It was Roman Curtis. So all of that I've just said about Mario Smith, I meant Roman Curtis. Apologies. I'm not doing well today, am I? I think it's the rain. It's getting to my head. Roman's back down the inside, though. Lovely move. They're aggressive to the inside there at hairpin 1. Gets it done as the 16. So through he goes. Apologies there. So it was Roman Curtis involved in that opening lap scuffle that got spun off onto the grass. But Roman, like I say, picking his way back through the order really well, driving very aggressively. Fire lit underneath him, clearly. Probably helping, though, keep him nice and warm as he continues to press on. As there we go. Technical defect flag for Tigran Gregorian. I'm surprised that we needed to wait until 4 laps into this to do that. That was obvious from the first initial start. So Meatball flag is out for kart number 37. Gregorian will have to come back into the pit. And that will relegate him down the order. That will give third place now to Timmy Shahini. Well, Shahini and Mason-Gray still nose to tail. The 42 of Vinnie Cunningham not far off them as well. And now, the driver behind Vinnie Cunningham is the one he was involved in an incident with earlier on. It's Roman Curtis. So Curtis has now got past Harvey Watts at the opening part of this lap. Watts now overtaken by Declan Perez as well. So Watts now dropping down to the bottom end of the top 10. And Roman Curtis has a decent bit of clear air now between himself and the driver that he tangled with on lap number 1. Again, my sincerest apologies to Mario Smith for thinking that you were in this race. Honestly, my bad. My bad. Apologies about that one. Curtis doing a great job, though. And already starting to scamper off from those drivers he's just gotten on by. 42 makes a move down the inside. That's, of course, on Ayrton Rye, who's a lap down now, is Ayrton, after that incident out of Stadium Bend a lap or so ago. And now it is a black flag for Tigran Gregorian now, as he has not come in for his mechanical flag. It's been shown twice, according to my live timing. And that now turns into a black flag. Gregorian will need to serve that at the end of this lap. Under the gantry he goes. Hopefully sees it on the gantry. He didn't react to it in any way, but hopefully Tigran does come in at the end of this lap. Race leaders continue to press on, though, and still there's not been a huge margin between our 2 race leaders in this race. Thomas Welsford in second does have the fastest lap of the race, a 47.1. Ronnie Jones has just popped in his personal best of the race, though, a 47.2 on the last lap. And that was a good 0.4 quicker than Welsford on the last lap, so he's extended the gap to over a second once more, has Ronnie Jones. What a first race to kick off your campaign in Junior Rotax, though. If you can win a race in these conditions, you can win a race whatever happens. As there goes Gregorian into the pits, a real shame for him. To no fault of his own, Tigran been racing really well in this one so far, but that bit of damage was caused by Dylan Suresh before we even went to that red flag period on the first attempt at the start. So a real shame there for Tigran. Like we say, just pop some clips back on the rear bumper and it'll be right as rain again. But yeah, a real shame there for Tigran. No points from heat number 1. 28's looking for it though down the inside, late on the brakes, just about gets it stopped before going into the side of the 240. That was Mason Gray trying to make the move for third place there on Timmy Shahini. Shahini just about manages to bleed off the brakes though and cuts back ahead of Tyler Mason Gray. Through the river at pylon they go, and Mason Gray still piling on the pressure to the number 240. Again, another impressive lap there from Ronnie Jones. He's put in a new fastest lap, actually. The lap before last, a 47 dead now for Ronnie Jones, and that is why the gap is now over 1.6 seconds. Closest battle on track, though, is your squabble for third place. Shahini versus Mason Gray with only about 15 seconds left to go. Opportunities dwindling here for Mason Gray to find his way back up into the podium positions. Fourth place, not a bad showing at all. But of course, was second in the championship last year. Qualified second for this race. I think even with that fourth, he'll be a little bit frustrated with that one. But he's trying his best to find a way through to P3. More squabbles further in behind as well. Dylan Suresh battling with Harry Search. Harry Search has just found a way through, though, as they headed down through hairpin number 1. But Ronnie Jones then has started the last lap of the race. Saying that, though, Thomas Welsford, new fastest lap of the race on the last lap. Another 47 dead, just a little bit quicker than Jones's previous, but Jones was 7/10 off of that lap on the last lap. So gap is back below a second as we head on to the final lap. Around the outside goes Tyler Mason Gray. Nice move on the final lap. Mason Gray steals third place away from Timmy Shahini. Shahini up the inside though into hairpin number 2. Aggressive stuff. Can he get the up and under? He does. Mason Gray's back through, but here comes your race leaders. Out of the final corner will come Ronnie Jones, and Ronnie Jones will win in Junior Rotax here at the Rye House Kart Club at round number 1. Thomas Welsford finishes in second place. Here comes your battle for third into the final corner. Timmy Shahini trying what he can to get back past, but can't quite do it. And that is Mason Gray finishing in third. Who have we got in the barrier there? Down at hairpin number 2, the number 90, I think that is, of Harvey Watts. What a shame for Harvey Watts there on the final lap of the race. Harvey Watts off into the barrier at hairpin number 2. That's going to drop him right down the order. A real shame there for Harvey. Lovely to see that. Thumbs up between Timmy Shahini and Tyler Mason Gray. Just saying, that was a great race. Enjoyed that. But Mason Gray grabs it at the dying moments there. So Shahini having to settle in fourth place there, just off of the top 3 once all was said and done. That was then followed by Vinnie Cunningham in 5th place, Roman Curtis in 6th, Declan Perez in 7th, Harry Search in 8th, Dylan Suresh in 9th, and Luke Weavers rounded out the top 10. He was followed by Lachlan McDougall. Good race from Lachlan. Of course, we didn't even see him really do a lap in qualifying before his kart decided it didn't want to go any further. So he's gone from last on the grid to 11th there. Impressive stuff from Lachlan. Harvey Watts, as we mentioned, had that spin. He dropped down to 12th place. Followed by Edward Jones, Ronnie Chapman, Ayrton Rye, and Tigran Gregorian there. Of course, Tigran not making it to the checkered flag with that mechanical issue. Ayrton we saw off at one point in that race. Again, if you can keep it on the black stuff, you've got a good chance at getting a decent result here at round 1 of the Rye House Kart Club. But that is juniors done and dusted. Then it took us a few times to get that race underway, but when we did, it was a very exciting one. And, well, I'm looking forward to Heat 2 in the final of that, because consistently through that race, Jones and Welsford were trading fastest laps. And let's see if we can have maybe a little bit more battling between those two as we get into heat number 2 after the lunch break. Right then, 2 more heats to go before we get to said lunch break. Up next will be our senior Rotax drivers for their heat number 1. Senior Rotax drivers heading straight out on circuit. There's no time for waiting around. And I've got possibly your biggest story of the day so far. Pole position sitter disqualified from qualifying in Senior Rotax. Bo Sullivan, scrutiny non-compliance in qualifying, would have been your pole sitter. But because of that, drops down to 16th and last on the grid. We had another few drivers as well. Mikel Islam, Rex Ashley, Callum Ramsey and Mario Smith all losing their fastest lap because of an incorrectly positioned front fairing after qualifying. 4 drivers with nose cone penalties in qualifying. That is You don't usually see that, but understandable in these conditions. Let's run you through the grid then quickly. They're heading round down into pylon now. So it's McKellism and Craig Jones on the front row of the grid. Matthew Kendall and Mario Smith on row 2. Sorry, I thought you were in the last race, Marath. He is in this one, I promise. Chloe Kundozik and Bradley Keaton are on row 3. With Thomas Hassan and Ryan Welsh on row 4. Row 5 is Lucas Mason Gray and Jasper North. Row 6, Luigi Perlini and Rex Ashley. Then it's Carson Fernandez and Alex Cooper and Callum Ramsey and Bo Sullivan who round out the grid. Right then, I think I've got that done just about in time here as we head down to hopefully, yes, Union Jack flag waves, and we are racing down into Stadium Bend for the first time here in seniors. Mikel Islam will lead us into Stadium Bend, but he won't lead us out. Up the inside, a send there for the driver to the inside, a spin for Chloe Kundozik, I think that is in the mid-pack. Chloe goes spinning round, but it will be Mikel who holds on to it. I thought it was a diving move to the inside, a bit more of a wallop there from the 41 it is. It's Matthew Kendall there, who tried the inside line, tried to grab the lead away from Mikel Islam twice there on the first lap, not able to do it. They all fight for grip there on the exit of hairpin number 2. It's the 18 of Ryan Welsh who's up into 3rd place, I believe, followed by Bradley Keaton. It was indeed Chloe Kundrazik spinning there out of Stadium Bend. We've still got a yellow flag down at Stadium, and I can see people looking in that general direction. So there must be at least one driver stopped there down at Stadium Bend. I'll let you know exactly what's happening as soon as I try and work out what is going on down there. Again, it's out of my view. I can't quite see what's happening down there, but I'll let you know as best I can once I can work it out. So still is only in the race then. Closely followed by Kendall and Welsh. So who is it that's not gone round? It's Thomas Assaud and Alex Cooper. Thomas Assaud and Alex Cooper out of this race then on the first corner of heat number 1. A shame for those two. I think we could assume if there's 2 drivers out of the race, they must have come together there down at Stadium Bend. A shame for those two. Out before they really got it underway, and I can see one of them heading off of circuit now, looking rather frustrated, and understandably so. Here come our race leaders though. Out of the final corner once again, but we still have yellow flags down out at Stadium, so got to be keeping nice and safe as you head down into that braking zone. A very tricky braking zone to say the least, and also no overtaking as both our 2 leaders clobber the puddle on the inside of the circuit there, exiting Stadium Bend. And Kendall now under a bit of pressure from Ryan Welsh. Bit of a gap now back to Bradley Keaton in 4th place, who's keeping Craig Jones at bay, but for how much longer? Jones goes to the outside line to get a better exit. I think actually that inside line worked really well there for Bradley Keaton. Hooked up the inside apex curb, and I assumed that big wide line there from Craig Jones was going to get him a load of extra speed out the corner, but it honestly didn't really. I think Keaton's found a nice line there through hairpin number 2. Well, let's see if it helps him to hold on to 4th place. Drivers behind pretty close in as well. Jasper North, and look who it is. Bo Sullivan from the back of the grid is there in 7th place and looking to make up a couple more positions here. He's up the inside and he has made another position up. Into 6th place goes Bo Sullivan. Well, the only issue for him is the top 3 continue to scamper off at the sharp end. There's a good few seconds gap now between 3rd and 4th. What is it? Yeah, 3 seconds almost between the 3rd place driver of Ryan Welsh and the 4th place driver of Bradley Keaton. Keaton keeping a couple of cart lengths down between himself and Craig Jones, doing a nice job of it. Bo Sullivan got past Jasper North, it was, at the opening part of this lap. Jasper still right there in his wheel tracks. And Bo setting his sights now on the 2 drivers ahead as round the final corner. Jones closes up to the back of Keaton once again. As there's a move, side pod to side pod contact for 2nd place there. They're still side by side. Through into Regis elbow. Up and under goes the 18. Lovely move from Ryan Welch. Gets the braking done on the inside line. But there's the up and under from the 41. Back through he goes. And Matthew Kendall retakes 2nd place. But then immediately back up the inside goes the 18. Shuffles him to the barrier on the exit. Aggressive stuff there from Ryan Welch. But finally, after what was that? Three times he tried to get the move done. 3rd time of asking, he does get it signed, sealed and delivered. Through into 2nd place goes Ryan Welsh. I'm interested to see how much time they've lost there. On the last lap, Matthew Kendall had done the fastest lap of the race. These 3 at the sharp end were close on pace, but look at that. It's opened up to over 2 seconds, as not only did Welsh make that move, Mikel Islam set a new fastest lap of the race by over 0.6 of a second. What a lap there from Mikel Islam, and he did it at exactly the right time there to open up the gap to the 2 drivers chasing him behind. I can see already Bo Sullivan has got past Craig Jones, and now at the opening part of this lap, he is through on Bradley Keaton as well. So Bo Sullivan has been released at the sharp end of that secondary pack, but is it too little too late here? There's still 2.5 minutes left to go. But that gap between himself and now Matthew Kendall in third place is around 5 seconds. That's going to be a seriously tall order for Bo to close that one up. There have been a few contact warnings in this one. 2 warnings for Mario Smith and 1 contact warning for Mario Smith. And then a contact warning for Thomas Assaud and a contact warning for Matthew Kendall as well. After getting that move done, though, Ryan Welsh is on a charge. 45.8 on the last lap. He went 0.3 quicker than Mikel Islam's fastest lap. And on that lap, he was 0.7 off his personal best. So on that last lap, Ryan Welsh gained a second on Mikel Islam. Look how quickly that gap has closed. Our top 2 could start battling here in only a few moments' time. And this actually might end up playing into the hands of Bo Sullivan. He's hitting his markers, trying to chase down our race leaders at the moment. We head on to lap number 8, and it's another fastest lap of the race. Potential move for the lead. There's contact between our 2 leaders. Mikel Islam holds onto the slide well, checks over the shoulder, covers off the inside line into hairpin number 1. Welsh will try his up and under there, as he did only a couple of laps ago on Matthew Kendall. Doesn't work this time. Hairpin 2, though. Islam's just about got a good enough exit there. Checks over the shoulder, but he knows that Welsh is right there. Any little mistake here, and Welsh is going to slip on by. Islam doing a lovely job at the moment, though, keeping him behind. At least for now. 50 seconds left to go on the clock, though, so this will be close. I think we will be on to the penultimate lap here. As, oh dear, we've got a black flag. That's for Mario Smith. Black flag for the 78 of Mario Smith. So Smith will have to come in early, sadly, as up the inside there on the exit again. Big hit of the puddle there for Ryan Welch. He did well to hold that one. Let's look at the steam coming off of his exhaust. All that water that just got dumped onto it. And here we'll look for the inside again. Nope, gets forced to the outside by Islam, but he'll try the up and unders to the exit. Can he get the power down well enough? He'll try to go for it. Nope, has to bump onto the rear bumper of Mikel Islam yet again. Through they go down into pylon once more. Time continuing to tick down. As a mechanical flag out now as well for Lucas Mason Gray. So the 24 with a mechanical flag here as we head towards the final lap. What an exit there for Ryan Welsh. How did Mikel Islam close the door? But he did. Closes the door at the final corner. Onto the final lap we go. And this is an all-out scrap for the race lead. Up the inside then. Trying it. Bit of contact once again. To the exit we go. And still Islam somehow has the race lead. What a battle this is. This is awesome stuff here at round number 1. Closes the inside line there at hairpin 1. Into the back of Islam does go Welsh. Not too hard though. They both continue on. And look at that. Out of hairpin 2. Islam gets the better exit. And like we said earlier, getting a move done through sector 3 is difficult in the dry, let alone in the wet. So Islam, barring any mistakes here, should have this one. Through into the final couple of corners he comes. And Mikel Islam will lead us down to the start finish, but then we're going to go side by side. What an exit for Welsh. We'll go side by side to the line. Mikel Islam just holds onto it by a 1/4 of a second. What a finish there in Senior Rotax. That was fantastic. It is so rare that you get such close wheel-to-wheel action in wet conditions like these, but we were treated to something special there in heat number 1 of Senior Rotax, and Mikel Islam held onto it. Amazing. Great defence there from Mikel Islam. Like I said, I thought he had it leading into sector number 3, but what an exit out the final corner that was of Ryan Welsh. Wow. A 1/4 of a second. I think it's going to be quite some time until we see a finish end quite that close between the top 2. Matthew Kendall ends up about 2 seconds off of that battle there in third place. And Bo Sullivan had closed the gap to 4 seconds by the end of that race after starting in dead last. Fair play to Bo Sullivan. Bradley Keaton rounds out the top 5. Mario Smith did finish in 6th place, but he had already been given a black flag, so he won't be counted on the race result. So that'll bump Rex Ashley to 6th place, Craig Jones to 7th, Jasper North to 8th, Luigi Perlini to 9th, Chloe Kundarzik to 10th, Carson Fernandez to 11th, and Thomas Assaud to 12th. And then sadly it was a mechanical flag for Lucas Mason Gray and a DNS for Alex Cooper. Of course, we had those 2 drivers off at the first corner, didn't we? So 2 drivers not making it, well, really, I was going to say to the end of lap 1, not making it to the end of the first corner, sadly, in that Senior Rotax race. That stadium bend down there can be a killer at the best of times. And yeah, in these conditions, a tough one for the race start is I think it's basically just get through the first corner and then see what you can do for the rest of the 7 minutes plus one lap. But what a race that was. Mikel Ism and Ryan Welsh. Hopefully we see more battles like that through the rest of the day. Right then, we continue on. One more heat left to go before we go to the lunch break, and it is, of course, our Rotax 177 drivers. I also forgot to mention earlier on that I do believe, I think it's the first time we've introduced it for this year, there is now a Masters category in the 177. So we're going to be talking about the overall victors, but I'll also try and keep my eye on who is the top master as well. Sadly, I don't think it said it on my live timing, so I'm going to have to go back to my entrance list. But I'll do my best to keep up to date with that as well. Like I say then, one more heat left to go before we go to the lunch break. 177s heading out on circuit in a few moments. Hello everyone in the YouTube live chat. We're just waiting for the 177s to crack on. Thanks for messaging again, Pam. Yeah, I saw about the Bambinos. It's a shame. It was really good last year. Bambinos always made some good racing as well. As a party, of course, winning the championship last year. But we usually had at least sort of 5 or 6 Bambinos, even sometimes upwards of 10. But yeah, just a shame. I think when I saw before it got before the Bambinos got cancelled, I think I only saw 3, which I kind of understand. We can't go racing with 3. It is a real shame. For Chase's brother. I remember seeing it on the entry list now, but I can't remember his name. You'll have to remind me in the live chat. But yeah, shame that he has to just cheer on Chase now. But I'm sure we'll get his opportunity, and there's plenty of other well, hopefully for round 2 that we will have the Bambinos. But equally, if he wanted to race sometime before that, I'm sure there's other options as well that he can get involved in. But yeah, a real shame if he's here anyway. He could have so easily raced, but yeah, these things happen, don't they? Here we go then. 177's out onto the circuit. And we're going to get the last of our first round of heats done and dusted. Right then, your grid looks a lot like this. Good to see, unlike the seniors, no penalties, no disqualifications in the 177s. All drivers sticking to the rules, which is good. Ryan Sands then, pole position for this first race of the season in 177. James Ockendom joins him on the front row. Drew Lamas and Carl Churchill are on row 2, with your LC plate holder Harry Taylor only there on row number 3. It's Jake Bradfield that joins him there. On 6th place, Bill Boyer and James Benton are on row 4, followed by Hugo Pereira, Jonathan Militello and Paul Hibbard, rounding out the 11 kart grid. Of course, Paul didn't even get a lap in qualifying, sadly for him. Hopefully, his kart goes for a little bit longer here in the first race of the day. Drivers keeping it nice and slow to the lights. Union Jack is waved, and we go racing here for the last time of our first round of heats here in round 1 of the Rye House Kart Club. Rotax 177's flying down to the first couple of corners. Big move for the lead, but he's gone wide into the puddle. Good attempt there for the number 8 of James Ockenden. He sent it to the inside line, but that's now going to leave him open to attack from drivers behind. A little bit of front to rear contact there sends the 16 wide there of Carl Churchill at the first corner, and he's going to send it back down to the inside of the 15. A hairpin 2. Jake Bradfield gets overtaken by him, and another driver slips on by as well on the exit. But aggressive first lap, but all of them still facing in the right direction, which is good to see. It was a nice dive to the apex there at Stadium Bend from James Ockenden. Just a little bit too wide, then hit that puddle on the outside, and that just ensured that Ryan Sands would drive straight back round his outside. We're 3 wide on the exit of the final corner. Big battle there between the 16, 15 and 14. That's funny. They're number neighbours, and they're neighbours on track as well. Jake Bradfield just about gets back ahead then. Churchill in 6th. Bowyer in 7th. As again, drivers smashing that puddle on the exit of Stadium Bend there. Nearly caught out both the 83 of James Benson and the 10 of Hugo Pereira. But they'll continue on nonetheless. So Sands still in the lead ahead of Ockenden. Taylor's up to 3rd place now. Harry's under a bit of pressure here from Drew Lamas though. Lamas all over his rear bumper. As already, we do have a contact warning. That is for Bill Bowyer. That would have been the aggressive battling between those 2 out the final corner, end of lap number 1. And you can see how that line is changing up the final corner now as the puddle down past the pit lane exit gets bigger. Drivers are having to use the runoff out of the corner, but then quickly cut back to the inside of the circuit as to not just go straight through the puddle. And, I mean, you would just flood your engine if you go through that too many times. What's the gap looking like now? Another fastest lap of the race from Ryan Sands. That gap's still only about a second, though. But it was half a second, and that was on the last lap. Fair play to Ryan. A great flying lap on the last time around for the number 18. Ockenden still in second. And the order we are in right now is the order of fastest laps on the last lap. Everyone set their personal best. And the order of positions, also the order in who was faster out there on circuit. This time around, Drew Lamas a little bit quicker than Harry Taylor. Only a tenth or so, but he's keeping himself right there on the rear bumper of your LC plate holder. I've got to say, that is a beautiful lid on Harry Taylor as well. I love the 7-Up branding. Is it the Jordan in the 90s, if I remember correctly, that had the 7-Up branding? One of my favourite liveries. That livery is beautiful, and that green looks awesome on his helmet. Matches the LC plate on the side of his car, I will say. 4 minutes still left to go in this one. We're nearly already half race distance here in the 177s. And the gap, to be fair, to Ockenden closed again ever so slightly on the previous lap. Went from a second down to 8.5 tenths, but I think it might have opened up again. Yeah, it has massively. 1.4 seconds now. So a bit of time lost on that last lap. Half a second gain then for Ryan Sands. So just as maybe it looked as though Ockenden was closing back in with his Senna tribute helmet. Gap opens up once more to your race leader of Ryan Sands. And again, Drew Lamas was right on the tail of Harry Taylor only a lap or so ago, and now it's a kart length or two between them. Then following them, the 15 of Jake Bradfield, all on his lonesome there in P5. Bill Boyer and Carl Churchill it is, who are not too far away from each other. That was a big wide moment there for Bill Boyer down into pylon, and that has brought Churchill right back into onto the real tracks of him. He was a little bit late on the brakes there on the entrance of pylon, went all the way to the barriers on the outside, just about got it stopped. Thankfully for Bill. As I say that, they've just swapped positions. So was it the other way around? Oh, they both got nearly identical karts and helmets. This does not make my job any easier. Either way, the 16 is through. The 16 is through and passed. So Churchill does get past then on the previous lap. And that was just, I think that was Bill who went wide. I think he's then lost the place because of it, because there's a 50.8 for him on the last lap versus his best of a 47 dead. So clearly just a mistake or two on that lap, leading to the change in positions. Well, as I said that Drew Lamas was dropping off the back of Harry Taylor, he's had a good last couple of laps. He's closed back up to the rear bumper of the LC plate. But again, that gap the leader extending massively. Look at that. Last lap, another whole second for Ryan Sands. 3.4 seconds now in the lead of this one. And actually, Ockenden might have to start turning his attention to Taylor and Lamas behind if he's not too careful. Just less than 2 minutes left to go in this race then, ladies and gentlemen. And the 16 and the 14 still absolutely going at it. Boyer wants that 6th place back. And let's see if he can find his way back through. I do really like the Zappelli wetsuit on Carl Churchill. Always thought they looked quite cool. Clearly that's powering him to some good pace here. Nothing to do with his own Nelson experience. I'm sure it's all that Zappelli wetsuit. As old dear, little spin there at hairpin number 2. That is Jonathan Militello going for a little brief half rotation there at hairpin number 2. He gets it back restarted and continues to press on. And not too far ahead of your race leader though now, of Ryan Sands. As then again, look at that. Another fastest lap of the race from Ryan Sands. Very impressive. A 45.8 now. Puts him, what is that? Over 6/10 queer. What have I just said then? I apologise for that slip of the tongue. 6/10 clear of the next fastest driver out there on circuit, which is James Ockenden in second place, a 46.4 for James. And that gap nearly 5 seconds now between Ryan Sands and James Ockenden. Oh, just giggling to myself. What am I on today? Honestly, oh, this lunch break can't come soon enough. For the commentator, what am I doing today? 20 seconds left to go then in this Rotax 177 first heat of the day. And looking like it's more than likely going to change, stay as it was even. It has changed for sixth place though. Boyer is back through on Churchill. And already starting to pull away, so clearly it was a mistake on that lap a few laps ago for Boyer that allowed for Churchill to get the move done. Boyer moves straight back through then as we head on to the penultimate lap of proceedings then. As they're good to see. Militello just moving aside, allowing for Ryan Sands to get through unhindered as he presses on through this penultimate lap of proceedings. James Ockenden is, like we've seen him dropping away from the leader. It's now 5.6 seconds to Ryan Sands, but the gap between himself and Harry Taylor now about 2.6. So although it's been closing a little by little, it's not going to be enough here. As leader heading through onto the final lap, it's not going to be enough. I think James Ockenden has done enough here. I think he had the right mentality going into this one, though, of like I said at one of the earlier heats, driver at the sharp end with some really good pace. So best idea is to get through early on and then defend, try and back him into the rest of the pack. But easier said than done. Ockenden went for it at Stadium Bend, the first time of asking, aggressively so. I love to see it, but just went a little bit too wide. Back through when Sands, and since then, Ryan has just driven away with this first heat of the day here in 177s. Labas still all over the back of Taylor. He hasn't let Harry breathe at any point in this first heat. But I think Harry just about weathering the storm and holding on to the last of the podium places. Here comes Ryan Sands, though, around the final corner. And Ryan Sands will seek the checkered flag first here in 177, heat number 1. He wins and puts 50 points on the board for himself. And on that last lap, gets within 200 of his fastest lap of the race. Impressive, consistent, quick pace there from Ryan Sands. And he beats James Ockenden by over 7 seconds once we got to that checkered flag. Very impressive race there from Ryan Sands, ahead of James Ockenden. And I was right, Harry Taylor did hold on to third place. Only about 4/10 ahead of Drew Lamas at the checkered flag, but doesn't matter what the gap's like. He holds on to onto third place there, and you just never know at the end of the season how much those extra points from third to fourth could come into play. You just never know. You've got to be looking further down the line if you are thinking about that championship charge. So Drew Lamas was in fourth, then Jake Bradfield in fifth, Bill Boyer in sixth, Carl Churchill in seventh, James Benton in 8th place, followed by Hugo Pereira and Jonathan Militello. I do think all drivers in that race got to the checkered flag, so that is good. That is good to see. Now, I'm checking on I'm trying to work out how long we've got for this lunch break. So it should have been... Oh, there's no time on the lunch break on my thing. That's frustrating. We started a lot later than I thought we were supposed to. I don't actually know when... So the lunch break was supposed to start at 1:15 on my sheet, but I think it's been updated since then, and it's obviously now 1:30. So I'm afraid I can't really give you a guesstimation as to when we'll be back. I would have thought somewhere around 30 minutes. So my guesstimation would be around 2 p.m. But don't go too far. Keep your eyes peeled. And yeah, just maybe if you're watching at home on the live stream, just keep it open in the background somewhere. You'll hear me restart. Don't you worry. Don't you worry. But yeah, what a morning it's been so far then from round number 1 of the Rye House Kart Club 2026. Really exciting racing. I think the standout, that battle for the win in seniors. That was awesome. Really looking forward to, of course, the rest of the racing that we still got to come today. All of the second round of heat still to come. And then, of course, all of the finals later on as well. Now, with how the season works with Rye House Kart Club, there's no more points for the final. It's all still 50 points for a win, no matter if it's in qualifying heats or the finals. But of course, you get to take home a trophy. And everyone wants a nice trophy going up on the mantelpiece when they get home. So really looking forward to the battles that we'll continue on with later on. If you've enjoyed my commentary so far today, I'd really appreciate a little follow on social media. At Ratters Media is where you need to go on Instagram and TikTok and all that lovely stuff. Head on over, drop me a follow. I really appreciate it. Anyway, I will join you once again then in, I assume, about 25-30 minutes time. And then we'll crack on with Heat 2s and the finals. I'll see you then. By YouTube stream, we're going to I'll go to a little holding screen for the lunch break, and then I will be back a little bit later. Like I say, I'm not 100% sure when when we're going to restart this, but I'll try and put something in the live chat or something once I know a little bit more information. Either way, just keep it open in the background, and I'll start shouting again when Heat 2s kick off. All right, see you soon. Hope you're enjoying it so far. afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Rye House Kart Raceway. Thank you for sticking with us. We're about to get underway then for this afternoon's action for round one of the Rye House Kart Club in 2026. And straight out on circuit go our Honda Cadet drivers then for their second heat of the day. Let's run you through the grid then for this first race of the second round of heats here. Shaylan Canton. Perfect score so far today for the S plate. Shaylan once again will line up on pole position. Oliver Ratton is alongside him again on the front row. Jensen Kula and Harry Grant are on row 2. Brennan Laxo and Jaden Bond are on row 3, with Freddie Williams and Chase Wilmington on row 4. Ted Fry and Kian Kim around at the top 10 on row 5. They're followed by Dominic Guzak, David Kyoka and Callum Ryan. Those are your 13 drivers on the grid then for this second heat of the day in Honda Cadet. Like I said then, Shaylan Canton, perfect day for him so far. 100 from a possible 100 points. Let's see if he can continue that here in the second heat of the day. Thankfully for all of us, the rain has let up a little bit over lunch break. I think it was just before we went to lunch that rain stopped. And at the moment, it's still halted, and we're about to go racing. Lights go out. We're underway for heat number 2 in Honda Cadets. And already, the two green-helmeted drivers slingshotting their way down into the first corner. Kula trying to follow Srikantan through, and he has. Kula to second place then. Srikantan leads us down into the first hairpin. Ratton there in third place with Grant in fourth. Is there a move down into hairpin number 1? Not this time. Well, conditions should be a little bit easier to contend with this time. The 26 note has gone wide there out of Reg's elbow. That is Ted Fry dropping to the back of the pack, sadly for Ted. And he's dropped back behind the 33 of Callum Ryan at the moment. Slips straight back through though down at hairpin number 2 and now looks to chase back down the pack that he has lost early on in this one. We're nearly side by side there out of pylon. That was Ratton and Kula almost going side by side. Ratton trying to get the up and under to the exit of the final corner. Kula just about with enough power under his right foot there to retake second place. But a lot of pressure being applied already by Oliver Ratton. Down through Stadium Bend they go. And round the outside goes Ratton. What a lovely move from Oliver Ratton. Gets it done through into second place. Harry Grant was thinking about a move there up the inside on Jensen Kula. Ends up outbraking himself a little bit. Goes a little bit wide through hairpin number 1. But either way, holds on to it. And stays there in fourth position. Who is it that's trying to go with them? It's Brandon Lasco. Brandon there chasing down our top 4. Brandon was very impressive in heat number 1. First time I believe I've seen his name here at the Rye House Kart Club, and Brandon doing a very impressive job in his first race of 2026 here at RHKC. And if the squabble kicks off here between Grant and Kula, Brandon could very much be back in the fray with a shout at a top 3 finishing position in this one. Well, after Ratton has dispatched Kula, he is hunting down your race leader with Srikantan once again. New fastest lap for Oliver Ratton. It was only a couple of hundredths quicker than Shaylan Srikantan. And Harry Grant still wanting that third place. Again, looking to the inside line there at hairpin number 2. I think he needs to watch what Kula's doing around those couple of corners because he was all over him. Exit of hairpin number 1 and then out of hairpin number 2. Kula took the inside line and took all of the curb, whereas Grant went much deeper to get the cutback. And you saw the gap that Kula edged out there, courtesy of that line. So I think Grant maybe needs to start copying Kula's lines there through hairpin 2. Might open up the overtaking opportunity further on in the lap. We head on to lap number 4 then. And once again, Srikantan and Ratton almost inseparable in lap times that time around. Kula still staring at the rear bumper of Oliver Ratton. Only about 8/10 between the two of them. There is Grant, though. Gets a better exit to the outside, this time at hairpin number 2. Again, goes late on the brakes. This cutback might work, though. Can't quite get enough of the power down on the exit. Again, we'll have to slot in behind, but I think Kula very much knows that Grant is there now and wants to find a way through. Up and under there, out of a pylon, sorry. And again, Kula just able to chop back across as they come into the final corner. And Kula just about holds on to third place. Chase Wilmington's made a good start to this one. He's up to 7th place now after the first couple of laps. Kean Kimber as well moving up. And there on the last lap, Wilmington through on Bond as well. Battle for 3rd place. Round the outside goes Harry Search. Late on the brakes into hairpin 1. Kula will have the inside line. Search tries the up and under. Might have gone too deep though. He'll dive back to the inside line, but Kula just about scares him off there for the inside line. A little dart across there caused Harry to brake a little bit earlier than maybe he would have liked and not able to go for the move. But again, as I mentioned, I said if this battle for 3rd kicks off, which it has, Brandon Laxo would close in, and he is doing. So Brandon now trying to join this battle for 3rd place. Again, gap between Strakanton and Ratton actually increasing on that last lap. New fastest lap for Shaylan Strakanton, 48.4 for the S plate. That gap now nearly 1.7 seconds between Strakanton and Ratton. And again, Grant applying the pressure there through Regis' elbow. Kula just about having the measure of him at the moment. Trying to get the good exit down to hairpin number 2. Harry's got it. Can he go for the inside line? Not this time. Loses the rear end there on the slippery bits through hairpin 2. And again, has to sit back in behind once more. And that's move made there. That's Kean Kimber, I think, getting past. Is that Kimber through on Freddie Williams, I think? I do believe it is. So Freddie Williams had got past both Kimber and Bond on the last lap. So Jaden Bond drops down into 9th place now after he was overtaken by Wilmington for 6th. Williams got through on both of them, but then I think Kimber has got back past then at the end of this lap. So that's that next pack headed up by Chase Wilmington, closely followed now by Kean Kimber, Freddie Williams and Jaden Bond. As all moves been made, I've just looked at the battle for 3rd again, and it's finally been done. Harry Search is now through. Harry Grant, apologies. Harry Search is now up to juniors, and I'm still getting them confused. Harry Grant is through Jensen Kula. So 3rd place goes to Harry Grant. A good effort from driver of the number 45. It looked a case of when, not if, really, that move was going to be made. I didn't see it happen, but I think it must have been at the end of the previous lap, as they'd already switched around before they got to the gantry. Again, gap still increasing between Strakanton and Ratton. Another quarter of a second on the last lap. So we continue to press on. Still lots of love in the live chat for Chase Wilmington, which is lovely to see. And Chase doing a cracking job here in heat number 2. But now he's finding himself under a little bit of pressure here from Kean Kimber. Kimber, another really impressive showing here today at round number 1 of the Rye House Kart Club in 2026. So Wilmington's up from 8th and Kimber is up from 10th on the grid here. And both of those two now battling over 6th place as we go on to lap number 9. And would you look at that? Now that Harry Grant's got a bit of clear air, Harry Grant has just set your fastest lap of the race. 48.313 for the number 45. And he is trying to chase down Oliver Ratton here. Unfortunately for Harry, there's only 10 seconds left to go on the clock now. So it's going to have to be a lap and a half of his life here to even catch the back of Oliver Ratton, let alone finding a way past. It was just over a second between the two of them when they went on to this lap. Well, about 950 metres left to go to see if Grant can do anything about getting into 2nd place. Here we go then. Strakanton leads us on to the last lap of proceedings here in Heat 2 for our Honda Cadet class. Strakanton, what a fantastic showing it's been so far today at round number 1 for Shaylan. Really impressive. I was going to say racecraft. He's had to battle at the start of the races, but then he's just been able to build a nice gap, and then it's just has led it through to the finish. Check over the shoulder out of hairpin number 2. Knows he's got a lovely bit of margin back to the 2 chasing in behind. And as we go on to the final lap, speaking of chasing, Chase Wilmington still under a bit of pressure from Kean Kimber, but at the moment looking like he's got him just about at arm's length. But here comes your race leader then round the final corner. It's going to be 3 from 3 from round 1 so far for Shaylan Strakanton. He wins again here in Honda Cadets. 2 wins out of 2 and a pole position for Strakanton so far, with Oliver Ratton in 2nd, Harry Grant in 3rd place with the fastest lap. So a really good omen for Harry later on in the final. If he can find himself in second place on the first lap, maybe following Shukanton. There's a potential here for a final victory for Harry. Looking forward to seeing how those battles continue on into the final. Fourth place, just missing out on the top three that time, was Jensen Kula, who was being hounded for a lot of that race by Harry Grant after Harry finally got the move done. And then just behind them, Brandon Laxo in fifth place. Chase Wilmington does hold on to sixth, ahead of Kian Kimber. Seventh place for Kian, followed by Jaden Bod in eighth, Freddie Williams in ninth, and David Kiyoko rounding out the top 10. Then followed by Dominic Uzak, Ted Fry, and Callum Ryan there. All 13 Honda Cadet drivers making it to the checkered flag, which is always what we want to see. But we'll continue on then. That's the last heat of the day for Hondas. Still 5 more second round of heats still to come, though. Up next, of course, our Micro Max class. They'll be heading out for another 7 minutes plus 1 lap in a couple of moments' time. Apologies about the bang. From YouTube, I dropped the heads up to the back of the number 18 once more down at hairpin number 1. But again, Leo Hunt leading from the front in this one. And of course, it was an early battle that then continued through the whole race between Vieira and Lovejoy. Lovejoy starting ahead here in heat number 2, and he stayed ahead this time. Let's see if it stays that way. And let's see how quickly Leo Hunt can extend that gap at the sharp end. He can do it similarly to how he did in the previous heat. It'll be mightily impressive. Trying to look back at heat number 1. What was the gap by the end? 7.2 seconds was the gap by the checkered flag. And after lap number 1, it's up to just over 8 tenths. Down in the 48s already for Leo, chasing Lovejoy's in the 49s, Vieira's in the 50s. Same for Otley Thistlethwaite, also in the 50s. And then we've got a battle in behind. That is Senna down the inside of Robinson Matthews. So they traded places a lap or so ago. Robinson Matthews getting past both Senna and Stopirstis. But great to see. Robinson. So it must be quite the step up from a Coma Bambino engine to a Micro Max engine. That is quite the significant increase in power. And he's doing very impressively nonetheless. See if he can hold on to the back of Hugo Senna as they continue to press on round. Just over 4.5 minutes left to go in this race then. It was another fastest lap on the last lap from Leo Hunt, a 48.6. And he goes even faster this time again, 48.4 for Leo Hunt. We've switched around again. I've just spotted out the window. So Robinson Matthews back through then at the end of that lap. I'm not sure what happened there. Maybe a mistake for Hugo Senna. He was a good 3 seconds off of his previous lap. So there must have been a mistake there as I looked away. But either way, Robinson Matthews is back through on Hugo Senna. But our top 4 opening up that gap once again. Almost 2 seconds now. And Otley Thistlethwaite just dropping off the back of that gaggle now. He's still there lapping in the 50s. 50.1, 50.2, 50.3. Nice and consistent for Otley Thistlethwaite. He's just dropped himself about 4 seconds off the back of Vieira now. Just with Vieira being in the 48s. Same for Lovejoy and same for Hunt. Couple of tenths gain on that last lap by Vieira. As you said so many times, even though it's not caning it down quite like it was earlier. Still a challenge to get overtakes done in these conditions. So we shall see what he can do if the back of Tommy. Out the final corner comes Leo Hunt yet again then. Over half race distance completed now in this Micromax heat number 2. And again, that time, 4/10 gained by Vieira. And spins! Lovejoy spin. Was that Lovejoy? No, was that? Yeah, it was Lovejoy. It was Lovejoy. Sorry, I've got myself confused. Tommy Lovejoy has spun there out of Stadium Bend. What a shame. Just carrying a little bit too much speed there into the exit. Such an easy mistake to make there. Went a little bit too wide. Touched the standing water on the outside there, and round went Lovejoy. And what was looking like it could become a bit of a tasty battle there between Lovejoy and Vieira sadly amounts to, as Lovejoy goes spinning off. He got himself back underway nice and quickly. Drops to 3rd place though. Vieira sneaks on by. He's managed to keep Otley Thistlethwaite behind him, which is good. But I think he's dropped now a good 3 seconds or so, I would say, off of the back of Vieira. It is indeed, yeah, 4 seconds. 4 seconds off of the back of Vieira. Vieira still currently about 3.5 seconds off the back of Leo Hunt. So with that spin, I think that might be it all over in terms of battling at the sharp end in this race, sadly, for the neutrals. However, there is still a battle going on for 5th place. Robinson Matthews trying to hold on now as Hugo Senna has caught him back up. They dive down into hairpin number 1. A bit of contact. Around goes Robinson Matthews almost. He's turned back around by Hugo Senna. But there was a decent bit of contact there. I think Hugo Senna was just diving to the apex a little bit quicker there than Robinson Matthews. And maybe didn't quite give him the room that he could have done there. But nearly tipped him to a spin there, Robinson Matthews. He was turned back around by Hugo Senna. But Senna does end up getting past on the exit. So just over 60 seconds left to go then in heat number 2 in Micromax. And Leo Hunt, once again, not quite the lead that he had in heat number 1, but pretty sizable nonetheless. 4 seconds it is almost as we head on toward the penultimate lap. We've just ticked below 45 seconds left to go. And there you go. There is a contact warning on the gantry for Hugo Senna. From that down at hairpin number 1. No penalties, just a warning for the moment. But we press on then onto another lap of the race, and the consistency for Leo Hunt has been undeniable today. 48.4 his personal best. He's just done a 48.5. I say personal best, the fastest lap of the race. There hasn't been at any point in this race that anyone else has had a purple lap time. And 4.5 seconds now the gap for Hunt at the sharp end of the order. So it is about 4 seconds between first and second, 4 seconds between second and third, and then about 5 seconds between third and fourth of Lovejoy and Otley Thistlethwaite. I think it might just end almost identically to how it did in the previous one. Slightly different but at the back of the order, of course, because we had that DNF for Robinson Matthews, but otherwise very similar. As here we go then. Leo Hunt will lead us on to the final lap of this race. And Leo Hunt has really been unstoppable so far today for the ASR team. Leo just getting into a groove, exactly how he did in heat number 1, and just consistently lapping faster than the rest of the field. Best way to do it if you can. Don't get involved in any squabbles, any opportunities to have offs and cause yourself any damage or anything like that. Drives off from the front, setting fastest laps. And it's going to be 2 wins from 2, I think, for Leo Hunt. Round the final corner comes the number 66. And Leo Hunt will indeed win. Micromax. He celebrates it across the line. I don't think that one was ever in doubt for Leo. Wins again here in Micromax. Carl Vieira and Tommy Lovejoy, your same top 3 as we had in heat number 1. It's a shame. Has to settle for third once again in that one. But I look forward to their final. I think, like we said earlier, I think the main thing is just going to be, if anyone can get past Leo Hunt early on, there might be some opportunities for some racing action. Otherwise, he might just drive off with that one. Well, outside of the top 3 there in Heat 2 was Otley Thistlethwaite, Hugo Senna, Ezra Robinson Matthews, and Ias Stopirstis there, finalising the order. Well, there we go there. Micromax done and dusted. Their slightly older brothers and sisters will head out in a few moments' time. It's into Rotax up next for their second heat of the day. Into Rotax straight out on track then. Let's have a look at the grid for this one. Once again, just like we saw from Leo Hunt there in the Micro Maxes, Rio Panayutu has been unstoppable in the Inter Rotaxes so far today. 100 from a possible 100 points. I think he'll be looking to add another 50 more here by the end of heat number 2. He starts on pole position. James Carver alongside him on the front row. Philip Poloskov and Harrison Outram are on row 2, with Layden Bradnam and Charlie Heffer on row 3. And then Mohammed Umar Abdeen rounds out the grid of 7 drivers, once again here in Inter Rotax. Around the final corner we come. I know we had some difficulties getting this one started earlier on. Do we get it started? Nope. No, we don't. Not first time of asking. We will carry on round yet again. And we'll get another opportunity in a few moments' time to get it started. And after this one, we are going to be halfway through our second round of heats. Well, time flies when you're having fun, as they say. And hopefully you are all having fun out there. I think you've got to be having more fun than you were this morning, given that the rain has thankfully stopped. But I'm sure I'm going to commentator's curse it now. Within about 15 minutes, it'll be raining upwards again. But we shall see. We shall see. I hope not. I hope not for your sake. Right then, drivers continuing on round then, down to pylon once more. Let's see if we can get it underway. Second time of asking here in the Inter Rotaxes. Yeah, Panayutu, what a showing in heat number 1. What was the gap he won by in the end? 12 seconds it was. The gap. James Carver trying to get involved with side by side for second place. Carver's going to be on the outside though as they go to Regis Elbow, and Carver will lose second place. Through goes Philip Poloskov as there's ascending behind those 16 and 52. As round goes Philip. Philip Poloskov spins at hairpin number 1. And has to rejoin right at the back of the order. What a shame. As, oh dear, more drivers getting amongst it there at hairpin number 2. That was a brief half spin there for the 16 of Charlie Heffer. He gets it back underway as well. So some difficulties on lap number 1. But already Panayutu, look at the gap he's got after 1 lap. Panayutu already looking to drive off with this one. Carver's in second place. And it's now Harrison Outram who is into third. How have they reshuffled behind them? Bradnam's into 4th, Poloskov 5th, Abdeen in 6th, and Heffer in 7th. As they're up the inside goes Charlie Heffer. Gets on through on Mohammed Umar Abdeen. So back into 6th place then goes Heffer after that sort of half spin at hairpin number 2 on the first lap. And Layla Bradnam looking up the back, nearly going to make contact. Does make a little bit of contact with the back of Philip Poloskov. So Poloskov had already made the move earlier on in this lap to take back 4th place from Bradnam. Late on the brakes into hairpin number 2 for Laylam, but he couldn't quite get a move done. Has to sit in behind Poloskov once again. I think soon enough he's going to have Charlie Heffer on the scene as well. So Panayutu, after 2 laps, is leading by 3.2 seconds. A 47.1 for Panayutu. Closest lap is a 48.1 for Outram. A second quicker than the closest challenger. But Outram is catching your second place driver of James Carver. And really, 4th, 5th and 6th, 4th, 5th and 6th even, if I could speak, aren't that far behind either, as there's the move around the outside into hairpin number 2. Through goes Charlie Heffer. So Heffer past Bradnam then. Up into the top 5 goes Charlie Heffer. But as I was saying, if Carver and Outram start to come to blows, Poloskov, Heffer and Bradnam really aren't that far adrift of these two. But just like we saw in heat number 1, Panayutu is off and away. Ridiculously so. So what was it, 3 and a bit seconds? It's now 3.8 seconds after another lap of racing. New personal best, though, for almost all of the field. Carver a 48.2, Poloskov a 47.9, Heffer a 47.6. He was only a 10th slower than your race leader on the last lap was Charlie Heffer. So next up, Heffer needs to find a way through on Philip Poloskov. He's got a good exit. Oh, just drops across there, does Philip. Totally fair enough. Totally fair enough. He had the line. That was his to take, and he took it. Heffer trying to find a way through, though, needs to not grab the first possible opportunity. He's clearly got the pace here to be up at the sharp end. Just needs to find his way through. Cautiously but firmly, I think, is the best way of putting it. What's the leading gap now? 5.2 seconds for Rio Panayutu. As he gets the back end, all sorts of sliding there into hairpin number 1. He's not pootling round, is he? As Heifer still wanting that inside line there from Poloskov. Can't grab it this time into hairpin number 1. Oh, again, he thought about it there into hairpin number 2. I was waiting for that dive to the inside line, but he did manage to get it stopped. Stays behind once more. There was a bit of pressure on Carver, only a couple of laps to go, but really it seems to have gone the other way now as Poloskov and Heifer continue to chase down Harrison Outram. So Outram might now need to turn his attention away from James Carver and really to the two chasing him down. Over half distance now in this Rotax heat number 2. Less than 3 minutes still on the clock. Carver doing a nice job in second. There's the move for 4th place, though, down the inside. Goes Charlie Heifer. Grabs it this time, and that was a nice move from the number 16. Moves his way past Poloskov. Poloskov go right back up the inside, though, at hairpin number 2. Not quite able to do it, though. Can't cut off Charlie's exit. Charlie gets the power down. Feeds on back past. I think Poloskov and Heifer need to have a bit of a truce here, so they can both try and find a way past Harrison Outram. Nope, they're not going to. They're still side by side. Down through Complex Nouvelle. Into the final corner. And onto another lap we go. Onto lap number 7 of this race. Now 7 seconds that Rhea Panayiotou is leading ahead of James Carver. Carver's been able to gap these 3 by about a second now as they all start to focus on each other. Outram still holding on to 3rd place at the moment, though. Heifer looking at the inside line. He's so confident under brakes there into hairpin number 1. If he can set that up next lap, I think he might have a good opportunity to take 3rd place away from Harrison. Look at that exit speed, though. They're going to go side by side. It's a pylon here. Round the outside, try Charlie Heifer. That's a bold move. Gets a bit of a whack there, but holds the inside line through into Complex Nouvelle. I think he's got 3rd place, unless a good enough exit for Outram could see us steal it back, and it can. Great racing with no. Straight back down the inside goes Heifer at the last corner. Does finally get the place. Lovely racing between those two. That was fantastic as we head on to another lap. Side by side for most of the second half of that lap there. Between Heifer and Outram, but Heifer finally gets through and into 3rd place he goes. Now, does he have enough time here to maybe try and think about chasing down James Carver as well? Outram did a good job as well, battling there with Heifer, but also keeping Poloskov behind. Poloskov was waiting in the wings there. As soon as Outram went wide, I could see he was going to slip his way through as well, but Outram able to close the door despite having the position taken from him at the final. Just less than 45 seconds on the clock when Panayiotou comes under the gantry. So this will be the penultimate lap of this race of Rhea Panayiotou. He starts it with an 8.6 second gap. Crazy. I don't think it's quite going to be as much as Heat 1, but not going to be far off. Through hairpin 2 they go then. The gap has definitely closed between Heifer and Carver. It was about 6/10 on the last lap, and they came on to this lap with the gap being about 1.3 seconds. So if it's another 6/10, he might be in striking distance for the final lap. And Poloskov still trying to find a way. Side by side now for 2nd place as well. Carver covers off the inside line, but up and under, tries to get the exit speed and will get the exit speed. Threads the needle by the barrier there. Does Charlie Heifer. Slingshots his way through up the inside to 2nd place. But here comes your race leader. Rhea Panayiotou wins again in dramatic style in the Rotax class. And here comes that battle for 2nd round, the final corner. It will go to Charlie Heifer. Good race from Charlie Heifer. And gets 2nd place on the final lap for his troubles as well. James Carver has to settle for 3rd, with Philip Poloskov getting past Harrison Outram there on the final lap as well. Great racing in and amongst those 4. But just like I said at the end of the Micromax race, it's going to be a case of someone needs to get past Panayiotou at the first corner or he's going to drive away with this one. Amazing pace. They were much closer in that race, I will say. A 46.8 for Panayiotou versus a 47.1 for Heifer. So if Heifer can start further up the order in the final, there's potential that he could bring the fight to Panayiotou. But we will wait and see. Those finals coming up later today, ladies and gentlemen. Still got a few more heats left to come, though. And up next, it's our 2nd heat for Junior Rotax. Right then, Junior Rotax is up yet again, ladies and gentlemen. Heat number 2 about to get underway. Your grid looks a lot like this. Ronnie Jones and Thomas Welford are on the front row, with Tyler Mason-Gray and Timmy Shaheeney on row 2. Vinnie Cunningham and Harry Search on row 3, followed by Roman Curtis and Declan Perez, Dylan Suresh and Luke Weavers, Harvey Watts, Ayrton Rye, Edward Jones, Lachlan McDougall, Ronnie Chapman and Tigran Gregorian. We do get it underway first time of asking. Right then, Junior Rotax heads down to the first couple of corners for their second heat of the day. And it's Ronnie Jones that leads us down into it. But it's not Ronnie Jones that leads us out of it. Moves really 3 wide behind there out of Stadium Bend. It's the 264 of Thomas Welford that's stolen the race lead. Timmy Shaheeney trying it round the outside. As oh dear, that might be a loss of power there for Dylan Suresh. I can see him stamping on the throttle, but he's not going anywhere particularly quickly, as there's more squabbles going on for third place. Lovely up and under there from the 28 of Tyler Mason-Gray. He moves his way back into third place, so despite the attempt for the move around the outside then, heading into hairpin 1 for Timmy Shaheeney, he couldn't quite find a way past. So as they head on down to the end of lap number 1 then, it is Thomas Welford who leads for the first time today in Junior Rotax, followed by Ronnie Jones, Tyler Mason-Gray, Timmy Shaheeney, Roman Curtis, Vinnie Cunningham, Declan Perez, Luke Weavers, Tigran Gregorian, Harvey Watts, your top 10. Already, Thomas and Ronnie trying to scamper off then in this one. And Timmy Shaheeney actually finding himself under a bit of pressure from Roman Curtis. Roman was very impressive after his early off-track excursion in heat number 1. That's a big send down the inside, and off the circuit goes the 110. That was a big send there from Declan Perez, late on the brakes into hairpin number 2, couldn't get it stopped, and then the driver on his outside tried to turn in, spun him across his nose cone, and round he went. So Declan Perez drops to the back of the order, sadly for him. And Harvey Watts gets a contact warning for his troubles. If that was part of that one, I'm not sure that was fair, but equally might have been a few places down and involved in something else on that lap. Battle for 4th up the inside, but a contact on the exit there between Roman Curtis and Timmy Shaheeney. Shaheeney holds on just about. Curtis thinks about the inside line into hairpin 2, but not going to happen. Move in the background though. That's a big move down the inside into hairpin 1 for the 404. Nicely under brakes there from Harry Search, and moves his way past the 507 of Lachlan McDougall. And now he's trying to get another place at hairpin 2 and does. Fantastic couple of corners there to Harry Search. Gets a position in each of them as, oh dear, 2 drivers have come together there at hairpin number 2. The 33 and the 43, that is. Edward Jones and Ronnie Chapman, both facing the wrong direction on the exit of the corner, but both managing to continue on. Still 4.5 minutes plus 1 lap left to go in this second heat of the day for Junior Rotax. 37 of the 42 going there. Big move from the 37. Oh, just about gets it stopped there. Does Tigran Gregorian. But look at that. An issue on the exit for the 42. Vinnie Cunningham slow on the exit. I didn't see how that one happened. Hand was in the air. He wasn't particularly happy with what happened there. But either way, he's dropped the place. Gregorian is back through. And look at that, new fastest lap from Ronnie Jones. 45.8. Only a few hundredths quicker than Welsford's best lap, but was a good couple of tenths quicker on that previous lap than Welsford. So gaps close to under a second yet again now between the 264 and the 70. Oh no, we've got a yellow flag down at the first corner. Can't see who's been involved in that one. And considering I can see Marshall sprinting down to that corner, I can only imagine someone is well and truly in the barrier. I'll let you know who that is as soon as I know more. But we continue to press on then through lap number 5 of this one. What's the gap? It looks like it might have closed between our 2 leaders. Still over 3 minutes left to go in this one. And it has indeed. 3/4 of a second now between Welsford and Jones, as it's another fastest lap of the race from Ronnie Jones. Oh no, it's Roman Curtis. It's Roman Curtis who's off at the first corner. Roman Curtis was battling with Tigran Gregorian and Vinny Cunningham, and he's not come through to end this lap. Roman Curtis dropping down the order like a stone. I can only assume it's him was down in the wall at Stadium Bend. What a shame for Roman Curtis. Had an incident on the first lap of heat number 1 and fought his way back through the pack valiantly so. This one started a lot better, but sadly midway through the race it's gone wrong yet again for the number 16. And I've not called him Mario Smith this time, so that's a big win in my books. Apologies again, Roman. We continue on then. Half a second now between your two race leaders. It was a personal best for Thomas Welford on the last lap, but he was still 3/10 slower than Ronnie Jones. New fastest lap of the race again from the number 70 of Ronnie Jones. Tyler Mason-Gray's in no man's land there in third place. He's got no one near him. And the battle for fourth has well and truly kicked off as well. The 37 goes for it down the inside. Gregorian trying to make the move. Bit of contact at the apex there between himself and Timmy Shahidi. But either way, he muscles his way past. Of course, it was a mechanical flag for Gregorian to no fault of his own after heat number 1. But this time, he's making amends for that aggressive stuff. Shahidi tried to find his way back past there on the exit hairpin number 2. Gregorian closing the door unceremoniously in Timmy's face. Bit sliding out the final corner there for Shahidi. That's lost him a bit of time, and he knew it. Slaps the steering wheel in frustration. He's still there in the top 5, though. He's got Cunningham, Weavers, and Search right in his wheel tracks, though. So after Harry Search got those moves done a few laps ago, he has now chased down this next pack. And Harry Search is well and truly amongst it. Down the inside he goes on the number... on Luke Weavers. I got so confused there. Isn't Luke Weavers wearing Thomas Hill's helmet? I swear he is. I've only just spotted that. That really threw me off for a second there. Luke Weavers and Harry Search going side by side almost into pylon. And Harry Search doing his best to find a way through. Can't quite get it yet. Again, forced to the outside there through into the final corner. That doesn't really work. We'll get the up and under. Can't get the power down though. And again, check over the shoulder from the number 19. I would put money that that is Thomas Hill's helmet that, that Luke Weavers is wearing. The battle for the lead nearly amounting to something there as they exited hairpin number 2. Ronnie Jones just having a little munch there at the side pod of Thomas Welsford. Trying to find a way past at the moment. Can't quite do it. Can the Martin Jackson Racing driver make it 2 wins from 2 so far today? Oh, I think I've just answered my question because I can see Thomas Hill watching at the side of the circuit. Hello, Thomas. So I think it is indeed his helmet is out there on circuit. We continue on though. Time hit 0 just after our leaders went under the gantry, so it's going to be 2 more flying laps. They are catching the back marker, though, of Ronnie Chapman, I believe that is. We'll hope that Ronnie knows who's behind him and allows our 2 leaders through. We'll see if that does happen, though. To the outside they both go, and indeed, he's allowed them both through. Nicely done there from the 33. And Welsford and Jones continue on, only a couple of tenths between them. Then as we head towards the final lap, bit slidey there. Out of pylon for Welsford. But opportunities going awry here for Ronnie Jones. It was a 1-2 for these two, but Jones ahead of Welsford in heat number 1. Which way round is it going to be here in heat number 2 at the moment? It's looking good for Welsford. We continue to press on down to hairpin number 1. Welsford defends. He didn't really need to be honest. He had a nice bit of a gap there. It's allowed for Ronnie to close in once more, but not really close enough. As the battle in behind, I think, has shaken down a little bit. Gregorian's pulled away from Shahini now. Cunningham and Search battling then. So that must mean Harry Search got through then. Oh no, sorry, still on the back of the pack. My apologies. So he did get past Luke Weavers, of course, a few laps ago, but now on the back of Vinny Cunningham. Here come his 2 leaders out the final corner, though. They didn't switch around at the end of the lap, and it will be Thomas Welsford who wins in heat number 2. And like we said then, it was Ronnie Jones from Thomas Welsford in heat 1. It's Thomas Welsford from Ronnie Jones in heat 2. Well, what way is it going to be around in the final? You're going to have to stick around to find out later on today. So Thomas Welsford wins in heat number 2. Ronnie Jones finishes in second place with Tyler Mason-Gray in third. A very, very lonely race, that one, for Tyler Mason-Gray. Finishes 5 seconds off of the back of the leaders and 10 seconds ahead of the battle for 4th place. That was headed up by Tigran Gregorian. A good race from him after I mentioned that mechanical flag to no fault of his own in heat number 1. Timmy Shahini finishes in 5th place, with Vinnie Cunningham in 6th. Harry Search, lovely race there from Harry, really impressed in his 2nd ever race in juniors there in P7, followed by Luke Weavers, Harvey Watts and Declan Perez, your top 10. Dylan Suresh, good to see you finish that one in the end. We saw on lap 1 that he was smashing the throttle and seemingly not getting much power out of it. Well, clearly it picked up. He managed to finish in P11, ahead of Lachlan McDougall, Ayrton Rye, Edward Jones, Roddy Chapman, and Roman Curtis there, your only non-finisher in that race. A real shame there, going out down at Stadium Bend. Well, Junior Rotax Heat 2 done and dusted. Then up next is Senior Rotax. What a finish to Heat number 1 it was earlier. I'm going to double check, but I'm pretty sure it was a 1/4 of a tenth of a second. Let's hope this one is just as close. Here we go then, heat number 2 for your senior Rotax drivers. And yeah, double checking the finishing order, it was indeed 0.026 between your top 2 at the end of race number 1. Amazing. More of that, please, drivers. Heat number 2 looks a lot like this. Mikel Isdom and Matthew Kendall are on the front row, with Craig Jones and Ryan Welsh on row number 2. Bradley Keaton and Chloe Kundrazik on row 3, with Jasper North and Thomas Hassan on row 4. Luigi Perlini and Rex Ashley round out the top 10 on row 5. They're followed by Carson Fernandez and Bo Sullivan, Mario Smith and Lucas Mason-Gray, Alex Cooper and Callum Ramsey round out the order. Watch out for Bo Sullivan on the 25 in the middle of the pack. He had a great run through the order in heat number 1. Let's see what he can do again in heat number 2. Oh dear, issue at the start then for the 41. We're going to go round again. That's Matthew Kendall from the front row of the grid. Spun round there under the gantry. I think collected by another driver, but just a glancing blow. That was closer. I didn't quite see who that was facing the wrong direction under the gantry on the false start. Well, like I say, that was all kicked off there by Matthew Kendall. Kart did not want to go there when they went to full racing speed. But yet to see who that was that got caught out there. End up going backwards across the line. That was a scary one. Hopefully, driver all okay. I think it was just a glancing blow there from the drivers then coming past as he tried to not turn back in towards the action. Well, who have we lost from this grid then? We'll see if they continue on round. If we do go straight to another attempt at the start, we're not stopping under reds at the back straight, which leads me to believe we are going to go for it once again. As there we go. It was the 67. It was the 67 there that went for the spins. That was Carson Fernandez there. Not sure how that happened. I think more than likely it was hit up the rear by someone else, and that sent him into the spin as that start was called, or not called, I guess you would say. He's trying to get his way round to the back. I'm not sure he's quite going to have enough time, and indeed we will go round again. So another little lap as I don't think we needed to anyway, because he's gone straight into the pits. Oh dear, Carson Fernandez straight into the pits then. But we didn't know. We didn't know he was going to do that, so had to go round for one more time. So how many have we dropped to now? I think we've maybe lost 1 or 2 drivers already for this one. Has Kendall picked up? I don't think he has. I think Matthew Kendall has parked it up. Again, if only there was a nice hole in that gantry where I could see through. Or maybe if they made it see-through next time, that'd be class. I'm only messing. But yeah, I can't see Matthew Kendall. So we might have just lost the 41 already from this race. So that might mean we're down from, what should it be, 15 to 13 drivers in this one. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Yeah, indeed. Just tried to count them briefly under my breath. Indeed, it is 13 drivers. So we have lost Matthew Kendall. As I say that, he's just exited the pits, I think, again, as Matthew Kendall. Yes, there he is. So Matthew Kendall rejoins the race. But sadly, I don't think Carson Fernandez will be rejoining us. That's a real shame. I think we're going to go to a race start though, and we do. Lights go green then, and McKelliston will lead us down into the first couple of corners once more. A shame for Matthew Kendall. What should have been a front row start is going to be a difficult race for him to say the least, but Islam leads us through then, and we've already got an incident down at the first couple of corners. Already a couple of drivers dropping to the back of the pack and not continuing on. I'll let you know who that is as soon as I know. Again, the blind spot catching me out once again. Islam leads though, ahead of, I was going to say the 18, but it is the 18. Who am I? How have I not got them on my live timing? It is. It's Ryan Welsh. Okay. Ryan Welsh is not on my live timing. Oh, that's it. Okay, he is. He's in first. So it's actually Mikel Islam that I've not got on my live timing. So let's see when they come across the line again. Okay, there's been an issue on that start for Mikel Islam. His tracker isn't picking. It came up that he crossed the line, but he's down in last place, which I can tell you he definitely isn't. Well, he's no longer in first. What a move there from Ryan Welsh. Immediately takes the race lead. This was the battle we were treated to at the end of the last race, but it's happening early on in this one as well. Dear, a driver off out of Reg's elbow. That's the 89 going for a spin. That's Craig Jones from third place. Craig Jones from third position has spun out of this race. He's got it restarted again, but firstly, he's dropped massively down the order. Secondly, he has brought loads of mud back onto the racing line there on the exit of Regis Elbow. Now let's see if that catches out any drivers when they come through on the next lap. I'm going to struggle with the rest of this race because the order doesn't make any sense on my screen. But I will try my best. I believe it is Ryan Welsh from Mikel Islam from Rex Ashley, it says on my screen. It is! There's Rex Ashley in third place. Ashley's in third. Bo Sullivan's in fourth place. Bradley Keaton in fifth. Then Thomas Assaud and Mario Smith then in the next pack. Right, okay. I think we've relatively got ourselves sorted out. Relatively. There's a good few battles going on amongst the order, though. Behind Mario Smith, as you were just saying. There's then Chloe Kunjozic and Lucas Mason-Gray. They're squabbling over what will actually be 8th place. Don't worry, I'm sure the guys behind the scenes will get this sorted once this race is done and dusted. But those difficult attempts at the start there, I think it's thrown off the timing ever so slightly. But still 4.5 minutes left to go in this race then. And Rex Ashley, they're in third place, maybe under a bit of pressure. There's a move in the background though. That is the battle for 6th place. So Mario Smith gets past the 6th of Thomas Assaud. That was a bit of a slidey moment there for Lucas Mason-Gray. He keeps it going though, keeps in a straight line. I think continues to put a bit of fresh air between himself and Chloe Kundozik. But after making that move for the lead, Ryan Welsh is starting to scamper away with this one, isn't he? It is still... sorry, I was going to say it is still Mikel Islam. It's not. I got thrown off again. It's still Rex Ashley with the fastest lap of the race so far. As there's another move. That's Mario Smith now trying to get past Bradley Keaton. Keaton has to do the up and under through the puddle there on the exit of Stadium Bend. But either way, he might be a bit socky, but it worked. And he holds on to 5th position. Marios is absolutely flying out here today. I can't lie. He's got the up and under. He's going to go side by side. This is a bold move to make round the outside into pylon. Marios goes for it and gets it done. Awesome bit of confidence there from Marios Smith. Sends the move, but look at that. Immediately answers back, does Bradley Keaton. Sends it back through and retakes the position. And so I wonder what they're running to. Again, how am I not... It's right in my blind spot behind a marshal post. There is a driver off down at the first hairpin. Trying to spot who that is. It's the 77 of Alex Cooper. It is that's dropped down. He's now rejoined right in the middle of the squabble for 2nd place. Is them still there in 2nd? Ashley 3rd and Sullivan in 4th. Gap continuing to extend out front though. It is now Ryan Welsh with the fastest lap once again. First driver to drop down into the 44s in this race. 44.9. Oh, what a shame though. Thomas Assaud has got a mechanical flag. So from 7th place at the moment, Thomas Assaud will have to head back into the pit lane early in this one. Meatball flag for the number 6. So after battling really nicely with Mario Smith and Bradley Keaton over the last couple of laps, he'll be back into the pits for him, where he's still getting involved. Keaton! Keaton taken out by the back marker there, through into the final sector. Oh, the back marker moved back over just as Keaton was trying it round the outside. He's sent straight onto the grass and he's going to be stuck there for a while. He throws his hands up in frustration. It was a little bold there going to the outside. I think he thought the back marker knew he was there, and clearly he did not. So Cooper opened up the corner for himself again, but Keaton was right there. Side pod to side pod contact, and that's Bradley Keaton dropping all the way down to 13th place. Cruelly, the only driver that's behind him now on circuit is the driver that just chucked him off the track. I'm not partially any blame there to Alex. It is on the leader to get past the back marker safely, and he wasn't able to do that. Bradley a little bit too aggressive there. Thought that the 77 knew he was there, and he did not. It's those little choices that can decide big things in racing. And a shame there that Keaton has come off worse from that little mistake. Well, Thomas Assaud is into pit lane then. He's seen those mechanical flags and he comes in early. A shame, race over early there for Thomas. But that bumps up everyone else behind him into a slightly higher position. So Ryan Welsh still leading us on to then what will be the penultimate lap of the race. 10 seconds to go as he comes under the gantry. And Ryan Welsh, now, I can't tell you how much he's leading by because it's still telling me that Rex Ashley's in second. Well, I know he is, so I can see that Mikel Islam is still in second place out of my window. That was a lot of water there taken through Stadium Bend there for Bo Sullivan. Lots of steam coming off his exhaust there as he got to corner exit. Doesn't seem to have hampered him at all, though. They continue to press around this lap. I'll move to the inside there. Almost contact. I think I might know what words the 27 of Rex actually said in his head there on the exit. Frustrated, that move didn't quite work out, but he's still got another lap to try and see if he can thread the needle and find his way through into second place. Islam coming under a bit of pressure here as we head on to the last 950 metres of racing in heat number 2 for senior Rotax. Well, I think it's about 4 seconds, to be fair, that Ryan Welsh has in the lead of this one. It was a lovely battle between him and Islam on the last lap, but he did just seem to have the measure of Islam, despite he didn't get past him in heat number 1. But in terms of pace alone, it seemed like he had the measure of him, and he's shown that here in heat number 2. He got ahead earlier on in this race, and he's slowly but surely driven away from the battle for second since then. Well, down he goes into pylon for the last time in this race. I think Mikel has done just enough here to hold on, with Rex Ashley behind and Bo Sullivan just outside of the top 3. Well, here comes Ryan Welsh out the final corner. It will be a win in heat number 2 for kart number 18. Ryan Welsh wins in senior Rotax heat number 2. Mikel Islam will hold on. Second place for Mikel Islam. I think you can ignore the live timing on that one, unless I've really missed something. I don't think any issues there for Mikel. He will be counted in second place once that's all sorted. Rex Ashley then in third. Bo Sullivan in fourth. Mario Smith in 5th place. A really good race for Marios. I was impressed with his driving there, making some really nice overtakes as well. He rounds out the top 5, followed by Lucas Mason-Gray and Craig Jones. Toby Kunjazik, Matthew Kendall, and Jasper North rounds out the top 10. Bradley Keaton did get past Luigi Perlini there on the last couple of laps, so Keaton finishes in 11th, with Perlini 12th. And then Alex Cooper in 13th, and Thomas Assaud, of course, sadly, not making it to the checkered flag in that one, courtesy of his mechanical flag. Well, there we go then. We move on to our last of the heats from Rye House Kart Raceway, from the Rye House Kart Club. Round number 1 of 2026. There's one more 7-minute plus 1 lap race still left to come, ladies and gentlemen. But don't worry, after that one, there's not a huge gap. We'll pretty much move then straight on to the finals. Slightly longer, those ones, 8 minutes plus 1 lap, but we'll worry about that in a few moments. Up next is going to be heat number 2 for our 177 Rotax drivers. Apologies if I'm snivelling or coughing at all today, guys. I am a bit ill. Hopefully you've not been able to tell. All right, 177. Here we go. Right, last of the heats, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry if it was a little bit choppy early on in the stream. I had to charge my phone from my laptop, so I had to keep it near it. But for some reason, the signal always drops out there. But now I've moved it near a window again, and it's seemingly working okay. So hopefully the coverage has been all right so far this afternoon. But like I was just saying, don't head off anywhere too fast. This one race, and then we'll be on to all of the finals. Hope you have been enjoying it. Obviously, make sure you subscribe to the Rye House YouTube channel for all the streams in the future. Any round that I am doing, there will 100% be a live stream. And I'll look to pass on the details to the guys that are covering the ones that I can't do. But yeah, just subscribe, and then the YouTube channel will tell you when there's any live streams. So hope you have enjoyed it. Here we go then, ladies and gentlemen. The last of the heats for round one of the 2026 Rye House Kart Club. Sadly, looks as though he might have driver not starting it. Hugo Pereira stuck in the pit lane. Has he got it going? Yes, he has. Well done to everyone there assisting. And they do get themselves going and underway. Right then, let's have a look at your grid for the 177s. I do think that we'll go round again, I would have thought. I don't think Sam can hear me with his big headphones on. I would imagine we're going to let Hugo Pereira catch back up again, but we shall see. Either way, it's Ryan Sands and Harry Taylor on the front row again for this one. No, we're going to get this underway. First time I'm asking. Drew Lamash, Drake Bradfield, Carl Churchill, Bill Boyer, James Benton, Hugo Pereira, Jonathan Militello, James Ockenden and Paul Hibbard. Your grid for this one. We head down to the first couple of corners already then. Sadly, Pereira not allowed to catch up. Whoa, big moves there. Big off and contact. Round goes the driver. That's the 15 who gets spun around. That's Drake Bradfield there. An early casualty. That was an absolute send. Is there two drivers off at hairpin number one? Drew Lamas is off. And who spun then in sympathy just behind him? It was the 83 of James Benton. Some big offs then on the first lap of this 177 race. I didn't quite spot who it was that went for the most ridiculous send at the exit of Stadium Bend there. Up the inside of two people, straight into the side of Jake Bradfield. Oh, blimey. That was quite the first lap. I feel like it might have been James Ockenden. I feel like the kart was blue, but I don't want to call anything. I don't have any cameras, so I can't go back and watch it. Either way, I'll spin out of third place and fourth as well. They both gone round. Both third and fourth place at Stadium Bender's gone. That's James Ockenden round. And also the 14, that is Bill Boyer. So second and fourth then going round. I think they were third and fourth at the time. So I think Ryan Sands had got through there at Stadium Bend. And then trying to fight back there, Bill Boyer spun. And then in sympathy, Ockenden spun with him as well. So both of them dropping down back into the pack once again. Well, this has been a much more chaotic race than we had in heat number one. And we're not even 2 minutes into it. Right then, well, battle for first starting to kick off, battle for third starting to kick off as well. So it's Harry Taylor versus Ryan Sands. Harry Taylor got to the lead on the first part of this race. I couldn't believe it, but I didn't have any time to speak. And look at that, attempting to move up the inside there was Ryan Sands, but Taylor defends it again down into hairpin number one. Now Drew Lamas is up the inside for third place on Carl Churchill. It's a contact! Round goes Harry Taylor! And he gave him the thumbs up as he was spinning off towards the barrier there. I have a sneaking suspicion that thumbs up was a little bit sarcastic there from Harry Taylor. So he's been dropped back into the pack now as he drops into fourth place. But yeah, well, I'll see what everyone else thinks of that one. A tough one. I'm not sure if Harry Taylor came across the nose cone of Sands there, or whether they crossed paths on their own, or whether Sands maybe turned in a little bit earlier than Harry was expecting. Either way, whatever happened, Taylor was spun across the nose cone there of the 18. He did well to keep it out of the barrier and give a sarcastic thumbs up at the same time. But now he's got his work to do to even just get back up into the top two. So now, once again, it's Ryan Sands leading the way, Drew Lamas in second, with James Ockenden in third, Harry Taylor in fourth, and Carl Churchill in fifth. And it's not too far then back to Bill Bowyer and Jake Bradfield. Wow, this is the 177s I remember. Heat one, I was thinking, what's happening, guys? You've had all these months off racing. I thought it was going to be chaos. Well, here we go. They were waiting for heat number 2. Thanks, guys. Oh, if this is what heat 2's like, what's the final going to be like? My goodness. Anyway, right, we press on. And actually, Harry Taylor might be dropping back here a bit. He's under a lot of pressure from Carl Churchill. As Churchill nearly into the rear bumper there of Harry Taylor. He did well to get that one stopped, and a little bit wide. As he does the same again at hairpin 2. Maybe it's just a choice of lines there for Carl. It does give him a nice run off the corner, but whoa, hits the puddle there on the apex, right by the barriers. Rear end steps out on him while he's doing about 50 miles an hour, but he manages to catch it. Tokyo drift style for Carl Churchill. Stays there in 5th place for now, though. But Ryan Sands continuing to extend that gap at the front end of the order. Has the fastest lap of 45.5 and has now a 4-second gap ahead of Drew Lamas. Lamas under pressure though. Ockenden's up the inside at Stadium. He's going to go wide. They'll be side by side through Reg's elbow. Up and under. We'll try Lamas, but he can't get back alongside. Ockenden takes the place. Really nice move there from James Ockenden. So despite that spin earlier on, he's managed to find his way back into 2nd place. Ockenden's been very impressive here today, I must say. And like I say, he's fought his way back through into 2nd place. Lames is still right there with him, though. And Taylor, well, he was fending off from Carl Churchill, and now Bill Bowyer's joined the scene as well. So Bowyer all over the rear bumper of Churchill. I think he's brought Jake Bradfield with him for the fun as well. So we've now got 4 drivers nose to tail for 4th. And only a brief moment, then a head contact and both gone round again. This time for 5th place. That was Carl Churchill and Bill Bowyer. I think Bowyer got in the side of Churchill. They both went round there at Stadium Bend, and one of them has pulled to a halt. It is Carl Churchill that has come to a halt there on the apex of Stadium Bend. He's got it going. That's good to see. He's back underway, but not very happy with that one. And I can see it's ripped his rear bumper off as well, so it's going to be a mechanical flag for Carl Churchill. After what was a really good race for him. I think that was just a little bit too aggressive there from Bill Bowyer, trying to make his way back up the order after earlier shenanigans. And just got in the side of Churchill there, spun them both round, but Churchill coming off worse. Harry Taylor's got a mechanical flag. Harry Taylor, the LC plate, has got a mechanical flag. Oh, that's why his rear bumper's come off. What's happened? I didn't see that one happen. So we've got 2 bumpers that are starting to fall off now. Yeah, and both of them have got mechanical flags. Harry Taylor and Carl Churchill, both with mechanical flags. Well, my goodness. 1, this is going to shape up the order for the final. But 2, this is going to shake up the order in the championship as well. I said earlier on, it's all about consistency through the season. But having a mechanical flag does not help proceedings. Well, both the drivers will look up and see the mechanical flag now. A real shame for both Harry and Carl. About 40 seconds left to go on the clock. I think we will stretch out to 2 more laps after this one, courtesy of the fact that Ryan Sands is almost now 6 seconds ahead of James Ockenden. Ockenden has been held true, though, by Lamas. You're not getting past. Lamas hasn't fallen too far behind him. Ockenden just seemingly having just about the measure of Lamas at the moment, though. Yeah, it will be crossing the line with about 5 or 6 seconds left to go then for Ryan Sands. So Churchill pulls to pit lane. And so will Harry Taylor as well. What a shame. So neither Taylor or Churchill making it through to the checkered flag. Hello. Over the other side. Sorry, mate. Yeah, it's been a chaotic one. I've just had someone coming up to try and find the clock of the course. I think I can see why. Been quite the race, this. Right then, we continue on. Out of the final corner comes Ryan Sands. He will start the last lap of the race then. Final lap of the heats of round 1 of the Rye House Kart Club. It's kicked off by Ryan Sands. He's still got about 5.5 second gap now ahead of James Ockendham. But those drivers pulling in has given at least one, if not two, extra positions for our drivers at the sharp end. So Jake Bradfield jumps up to 4th place, Bill Boyer's up to 5th, James Benton's back up to 6th, Jonathan Militello, Hugo Pereira. That's your top 8. Of course, Taylor and Churchill already in the pits. A real shame for both of them. But that just shows keeping it, just carrying on again works. Bill Bowyer was stopped a moment ago, and he's carrying on after that spin. He's still there in 5th place. Well, here comes Ryan Sands out the final corner. Ryan will win in heat number 2. Very impressively done there from Ryan Sands. And it'll be 2 wins from 2 from today for the number 18. Well, it never came up as under investigation there. Of course, my vantage point for that incident isn't the best because I'm looking side on at the 2 drivers. So I couldn't see whether there was a change of line, if so, who it was. So we've got to trust everyone out there on circuit doing their job and putting the penalties into play. But I did have someone coming up asking where the course was. So maybe things haven't quite ended there for that second heat of the day. Anyway, the results on circuit was Ryan Sands from James Ockenden and Drew Lamb as your top 3. Jake Bradfield and Bill Bowyer, then James Benton, Jonathan Militello, Hugo Pereira, and Harry Taylor and Carl Churchill, DNF in the race. Well, we're done for the heats then, ladies and gentlemen. It's only the finals left to come here at round number 1 of the Rye House Kart Club in 2026. And of course, up first, it's your Honda Cadet. Hello.
Slight change to the itinerary.
Okay.
The finals will run in the same order as the heats did,
Okay.
not in the order printed on the itinerary. So it will be Honda's, then Micro,
Gotcha.
then it's Junior, Senior 1 till 7.
Understood. No problem.
The itinerary has a typo that says Honda, then Junior.
Okay. Understood. I'll say it on the loudspeaker now.
Yes, please. Thanks,
No problem, mate. Bye bye.
Cheers. Bye.
Just to let everyone know that I've just been told in my ears that I've not got an updated schedule, but apparently on the schedule it does say that Junior Rotax is after Honda Cadet. That is not true. We are going to be going in the same order as we did for the heats. So it'll be Hondas, Micromaxes, into Rotax, Junior, Senior, 177. Just so you know. Thank you. That's fine. You're in there. Yep, perfect. Immediately, look at that. I brought it over here. Got froze. Crazy. Let's not put it over there. It's fine. Put it over there. It's fine. By the windows. If it's not by a window, I lose all my signal. Hello, everyone on YouTube. I've got a spare moment before we go to the final, so I thought I might as well have a little natter with you. Not sure if you heard that. Schedule had said that Junior Rotax was going after Honda Cadets, but that's not true. We're in the same order as we were for all of the heats. So it will be Hondas, Micromaxes, Intermaxes, Junior, Senior, 177. And then we'll finalise the day. So indeed, finals about to kick off then. It'll be Honda Cadets coming up first. Thank you all for joining me here on the live stream. I really appreciate it. Apologies if there's any dropping out over this final. Seems to be okay at the moment. I know when I just moved my phone over to capture a few things for the final, that I did have some drop frames, but doing the best I can. I'm running about 3 different things off my 5G, so and the 5G is a bit ropey here at Rye House, so doing my best for you. But we're almost ready to go then for the finals here at round 1. I hope you'd all do thoroughly enjoy the coverage. Like I said earlier, if you do enjoy, go and drop me a follow at Ratters Media on Instagram and TikTok. I'd really appreciate it. And also, have a chat with me. Say something in the live chat. Thank you to TJ McLeish. I assume that is Theo. Hello, Theo. Saying good luck for the finals. I'm sure the drivers will appreciate that. I'll make sure to say that over the tannoy when we get going this for Hondas. I really appreciate you all tuning in across the day as well. Great to see. We're only just getting to the finals and we're already almost 500 views. That's great. Right then, let's get the finals underway. Right then, let's get the finals underway for round number 1 of the Rye House Kart Club in 2026. And we will kick it off with our Honda Cadet drivers. Let's run you through the grid then for this first final of the day. Shane Strokanton has driven flawlessly so far today and will start this one once again on pole position. Oliver Ratton is alongside him on the front row, with Jensen Kula and Harry Grant. Only 1 point separated, so 1 point separated two of them as we head into the final. Brandon Laxo and Jaden Bond on row 3. Chase Wilmington and Kian Kimber on row 4. Freddie Williams and David Kiyoko on row 5, followed by Dominic Uzak, Ted Fry and Callum Ryan rounding out the grid of 13 drivers for this Honda Cadet final. Once again, as they have been all day, standing start once more for our Honda Cadet drivers. And they make their way round to the grid. Despite there not being any active rainfall, I mean, really, since we started the second round of heats, still very much wet tyres. That was never a question, but still drivers having to wipe their visors, getting that spray out of their eyes and trying their best to see what's ahead of them, and they'll need to for the next 8 minutes plus 1 lap. I think we're about ready to go for racing for the finals here at round 1 of the Rye House Kart Club in 2026. Soon enough, those red lights will be coming on the gantry. As soon as they go out, it'll be foot to the floor, pedal to the metal, and straight down into Stadium Bend for the first time. Here we go then. Ending notes rise. Those lights go out. We're racing again here at Rye House for the first finals of the year. Down into Stadium Bend we go, and Strokanton will lead us down. Ratton and Kula looking to get involved as well. And that is Kula up the inside to second place already, through on Oliver Ratton. And can he launch a charge here on Strokanton? Or will Ratton go straight back down the inside? He looks at it but can't quite do it. They stay pretty much single file in behind though. Bit of contact there on the exit to the barriers. Oh, almost for the 72. That was mighty close there for Dominic Uzak. Nearly shoveled into the barriers there on the exit of hairpin number 1. He was just about given enough room there. And they all continue on down into pylon for the first time in this race. Well, after that one then, it's still Strokanton the lead of the race. And it has reshuffled back. I missed that at the end of the lap. Apologies. Ratton is back through then on Jensen Kula. So it's Strokanton, Ratton, Kula, Grant, Laxo, Bond, Wilmington, Kimber, Williams, Kioka. Your top 10. Only a couple of changes then by the end of the lap. And there we go. Start of this lap. Through goes Harry Grant. Grant's into third place ahead of Jensen Kula. Nice move there out of Stadium Bend. Exactly what he did in heat number 2. Carbon copy in the final. Gets into third place. But look at this. Strokanton, for the first time today, is not getting away. Well, maybe not as quickly as he was in the previous heats. Again, an extra minute in these finals, don't forget. That's an extra minute to keep building a gap in the lead, but it's also an extra minute for people to try and make overtakes on you. Strokanton checks over the shoulder out the final corner. Ratton is all over Strokanton's rear bumper as we head down into Stadium Bend for the third time in this race. But look at that. Who's just taken the fastest lap? It's not Strokanton. It's not Ratton. It's Harry Grant in third place. This is what we were hoping for in heat number 2, but I think Grant just took a little bit too long in that one to get past Kula. Well, he's done it early in the final here. And what a better time to do it, Harry. He is chasing down the top 3, and there's potential here for a 3-way battle for the first victory in a final in 2026 here in the Hondas. This could be mightily exciting. We've still got over 5.5 minutes left to go in this race. Through the final corner come our leaders yet again. and through onto another lap of proceedings. What is the gap between the three of them? 7/10 between the three of them as we head on to lap number 4. New personal best for Shukanton, a 48.2 for both Shukanton and Grant. Ratton a 48.4. And then in behind, drivers cannot match the pace. Kula on a 49.2. Latsko on a 49 dead. So only the top 3 consistently in the 48s, and all 3 of them in the low 48s as well. Kula having to turn his attention to Brandon Laxo behind him as he looks to hold on to 4th place, but Brandon is closing him down. Out of the final corner they come, then onto a new lap. Both Shukanton and Ratton, Martin Jackson Racing teammates here as, oh dear, someone's facing the wrong direction. Out of pylon. They've got themselves back underway pretty quickly, trying to work out who that is that's gone for a spin. Is it Ted Fry? It is Ted Fry, the 26. Sadly drops from 11th to 13th then with that spin through Complex Duvel. A shame for Ted, but he's already trying to close back in on the 2 drivers ahead of him. Right then, Ratton closing into the back of Shukanton again. First time today, really, where Shukanton has been under consistent pressure for multiple laps. Ratton can't get the overlap there through sector number 3. And again, having to sit in the wheel tracks. Although Ratton, 48.1 on the last lap. So now, all 3 of them consistent, really, really low 48s. When is the move going to be made, though? They're still nose to tail. Out of Stadium Bend they come yet again. A little bit wide this time for Ratton. And this is the case. This is a difficult one for Harry Grant as well. All 3 of them are so close on pace. We got a yellow flag down at Stadium Bend. Yellow flag at Stadium. I think we got a driver off down there. I can't quite tell who. As you know, it's my blind spot down there. Trying to see if there's anyone I can spot who's not where they should be. Nope. Everyone that I can see should be there. It must be a little bit further down the order. Still yellow flags there down at Stadium Bend. After this lap, I should be able to tell you exactly who it is that's off down there at the first corner. But Shukanton and Ratton and Grant still absolutely nose to tail. Of course, no overtakes down through Stadium Bend now. That area of the circuit neutralised to overtaking opportunities. Oh, no. Is it Chase Wilmington who's off? It is. It's Chase Wilmington. Chase Wilmington is in the wall then down at Stadium Bend. What a massive shame for Chase. Drops down the order. And Chase Wilmington out of this race. He was getting so much love in the live chat throughout today. But sadly, the final has not ended as he would have liked. Wilmington not going to make it to the checkered flag in that one. A real shame for the 96. We turn our attention back to the battle at the sharp end. Looks as though we managed to clear Chase and his car out of the way. And battling through the first corner resumes once again. New personal best lap, I should say, for new race leader, Shaylan Shukanton. He's able to consistently stay on pace here, and this might be the opportunity for Harry Grant. Looks to the inside into hairpin 1, but it's not going to happen. Continue on through then. What have we got? Just less than 2 minutes left to go in this race. And Shaylan Shukanton, what a perfect time to build the gap. He didn't crack under the pressure at all earlier on in this race. And now just starting to put a few cart legs between himself and Oliver Ratton. As Ratton's made a couple of mistakes. And I mean, they're losing out by a couple of tenths a lap. But that's just enough for Shaylan to draw ahead and put a bit of fresh air between himself and his 2 closest challengers. This is the opportunity here for Harry Grant. Harry Grant needs to get past Oliver Ratton ASAP if he wants a shot at the race win here. He's got to go for it, lick the stamp and send it. He can't quite get it done under brakes there into hairpin number 1. And every corner, he stays sat behind Ratton. That's another chance gone for the race win here. Not taking anything away from Ratton. His pace has been great so far today. But with him leading the train, they've just slipped ever so slightly off of the back of the S-plate. Less than a minute now left to go on the clock here. And Jensen Kula doing a mighty fine job of keeping Brandon Laxo behind him as well. in their battle for 4th place. Good exit out the final corner from Harry Grant. He's going to look for it. He's going to go for it up the inside potentially. Was there the overlap there as they went into the braking zone with about 30 seconds on the clock? There was. Grant's up the inside. Back through, tries Ratton to the outside at Reg's elbow, but it's not going to happen. Will he think about it under brakes? No. Harry Grant has 2nd place. Right, well, this is going to be the penultimate lap, I think. It's going to be very close as to whether it's this one and 1 more or this one and 2 more. But is it too little too late for Harry Grant? A nice move to get his way through and up into 2nd place. But can he find his way to the rear bumper of Schikanten? Yep, it's going to tick to 0. We're going to go on to the final lap here, ladies and gentlemen. Final lap board on the gantry. Schikanten only has 950 metres to hang on to this one. But look at that. Even with making the move, a 47.9 for Harry Grant. He's 8/10 off the back of Schikanten. He clearly has the pace here to win this race. But I think he's just taken a little bit too long to get past Oliver Ratton. I think that's going to be the crucial part of this race. That means it's a 2nd rather than a 1st for Harry Grant. Schikanten has been fantastic today, and those couple of laps where he really hit his markers, put in personal best laps, is what has decided this race for him. It gave him that little bit of a buffer, and he's held it all the way through. Round the final corner comes Shaylan Schikanten. It's a perfect day for the S-Plate. Shaylan Schikanten wins in the final of Honda Cadets. Just ahead of Harry Grant. It was 0.4 of a second between them at the line, and it was another 47.9 from Harry Grant. 1 more lap, and there would have been a battle for the lead, but we didn't have 1 more lap. We had our 8 minutes plus 1 lap, and Schikanten sees the checkered flag first. Oliver Ratton has to settle for 3rd place in that one, with Jensen Kula and Brandon Laxo rounding out the top 5. Behind them, it was Jaden Bond, Freddie Williams, Kean Kimber, David Kioka, Dominic Guzak, Callum Ryan and Ted Fry. Your 12 finishes in that one. A real shame Chase Wilmington not making it to the checkered flag. My heart goes out to him. Was battling so well, not only in that final, but throughout today. Lots of positives to be taken on nonetheless. With plenty of the drivers out there. A really exciting start to the season there in Honda Cadets. Well, don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, if you can hear me on the channel, you're not going to go anywhere because you're literally here. But anyone that's watching on the stream, don't go anywhere. We've still got 5 finals left to come this afternoon. And up next, of course, it's our Micromax drivers. Their final starting in a few moments' time. Well then, we're going to make it 3 from 3 for drivers coming into the final with maximum points. This time it is the 66 of Leo Hunt. Oh, Leo Hunt just spun there down at hairpin number 1. That is less than ideal for Leo. Hopefully he can keep it going. He does indeed. And I'm sure he will retake his pole position on the grid. Still, these conditions, although it hasn't been raining for a good hour or so now, still very, very treacherous out there. So Leo Hunt, I'm sure, will retake his pole position. Alongside him is Carl Vieira, Tommy Lovejoy and Lucas Otley Thistlethwaite on row 2, followed by Hugo Senna and Ias Stopirstis, and then Ezra Robinson-Matthews there on row number 4. 7 karts on the grid once again here for Micromax. They're coming quite fast out the final corner. I feel like we'll go around again. And yes, confirmed by Sam on the gantry. The old twizzle of the fingers, which of course any kart driver knows, is we are going round for another lap. Like I say then, Leo Hunt has been really impressive so far today. Again, another driver with a perfect showing from it today. And looking back at those earlier heats, won the first heat by 7.2 seconds, won the second heat by 4.9 seconds. First heat Tommy Lovejoy was in second. Carl Vieira was in third. Second heat, it was the other way around. Vieira second, Lovejoy third. Hugo Senna has got a fourth place and a fifth. Otley Thistlethwaite, a fourth place and a fifth as well. So potential for reshuffling in this final. We'll see how it happens though. I think potential for a good battle once again between Vieira and Lovejoy. Let's see if anyone can find a way past Leo Hunt. Do we go racing? No, we don't. Nope, round again. Don't go to the race start this time. And drivers will have to rethink it once more. You can see there, Lucas just telling everyone to slow down. Lucas wants to get this race started. Come on, guys. Slow down. We're keeping it in a nice order, but we've still got like the entire lap to do, lads. I know we want to keep it nice and slow, but let's do this speed out the final corner. That would be ideal. Right, let's see how we go then. There we go. We are coming to a stop then down the back straight. The second bit of re-education today. Good to see it. I was worried we might not see any more re-education, but I'm pleasantly surprised. Drivers then having a little talking to, just to keep it nice and slow when the race starts. Remember, guys, it's slow all the way until that Union Jack flag drops. Only when that flag drops can you go to full throttle, and only when you cross the start-finish line can you break formation and start racing. Not that I need to tell you any of that. Let's continue to press on. Of course, we've got this Micromax final. Up next after that will be our Inter-Rotax final, then the Junior Rotax final, the Senior Rotax final, and the 177 final to finish it all off. And I'm interested to see whether that 177 final is like Heat 1 or like Heat 2. From a neutral perspective, I'd like it to be like Heat 2. We'll see. We'll see. Right then, I think it should be too long until we get this Micromax final underway. I think thumbs up from the marshal down there, just telling everyone to keep it nice and slow as they do carry on. Right then, let's see if we can get this underway. Round the final corner, come our Micromax drivers then. Right then, drivers, come on, let's get it started. Yeah, flag goes up. We're racing in Micromax. The final gets underway then. 8 minutes plus 1 lap on the clock, and it will be Leo Hunt. That leads us down into Stadium Bend, and it is Leo Hunt leading us out of it. Otley Thistlethwaite going for a wide line, and oh no, spinning in the background there. That is Ezra Robinson Matthews facing the wrong direction out of Stadium Bend. That's going to drop him right to the back of the pack already. Otley Thistlethwaite nearly losing the back end there, under braking into hairpin 1, but he holds onto it and stays in 4th place. Vieira there in P2, trying to hassle the back end of Leo Hunt's kart. And like I said, I think that's got to be the strap for this race. Do everything you can to find a way past Leo Hunt within the first lap. It hasn't quite happened that way. Carl tried it there through hairpin number 2. But look at that. Couple of kart lengths now between the 66 and the 18. And that just might be enough here to give Hunt the ticket to start to drive away in this one. Whoa, Otley Thistlethwaite carries so much speed through to the exit of Stadium Bend there. Every time I see him, I think he's going in the wall, but somehow he manages to get it stopped. It's very impressive. There's another bit of slide there down into hairpin number 1. Catches it well, though, does Lucas. Himself and Hugo Senna and the 55 of Ayostopizis still nose to tail. And they might start battling for 4th in a few moments' time, but they are dropping off of the back now of our top 3. Well, after lap number 1, it was 6/10 between Leo Hunt and Caio Vieira. What's it going to be after lap number 2? 48.8 on lap 1 for Leo. 48.2 on lap 2. But it's a 48.3 for Vieira and a 48.7 for Lovejoy. So they are nowhere near as quickly falling off of the pace of your race leader. Lovejoy checks over the shoulder. You don't need to do that, Tommy. You've got a massive gap back to Otley Thistlethwaite. Full focus ahead for 2nd and 3rd. It's Still potential for a battle for the win in this final. But we'll see as it continues on. Well, it looked as though Hugo Senna was catching the back of Otley Thistlethwaite, but it seems at the end of that lap that gap has opened up once more. Maybe a little mistake then for Senna. It seems like Hugo has some really, really good pace out there, but every now and then just makes a couple of little mistakes and loses the time that he gained. What's the time looking like now? 48.1, 48.4, 48.6. So again, very close on lap time between the top three. But those gaps still slowly but surely being eked out here by Leo Hunt. And I think interesting to see as well, I've not seen Leo check over his shoulder once. He's not been bothered about the drivers behind. He is simply running his own race. He knows he can be fast there by doing what he's done in the last two heats. And he's putting that to practice yet again here. The conditions are a little bit more forgiving than they were in the earlier heats, but still not that much improved. And we are now just over 3 minutes into this final then. Gap was only just under a second between Hunt and Vieira at the end of the previous lap, and I think it's extended to a bit more than that now. I say that, no, the gap actually went down. Fair play. Great lap from Kyle Vieira. Got into the 48.1s, only 100 slower than the fastest lap of the race set earlier on by Leo Hunt. Issue for Kyle, though, is that Hunt was also in the 48.1s on the last lap as well. So although he put in the lap of his life, it didn't actually gain him that much back on your current race leader. We've got yellow flags on the gantry yet again. Yellow flags down into Stadium Bend. They've just gone in, though, so only briefly out down at Stadium. So not sure what happened down there. I think potentially just a little spin there for someone, but they got back underway pretty quickly. And those gaps continuing to eke out then. I think Lovejoy just starting to fall off the back of these guys. He's still consistently in the 48s. But just a couple of tenths off every lap, sadly, for Tommy. It's just dropped him about 3 seconds or so off that leading battle now. It's still remaining just under a second, the gap between Hunt and Vieira. They're nearly matching times lap on lap here. Just a shame that Vieira took just a couple more laps to set into that pace. And that's just given Leo Hunt the ability to focus on himself and keep hitting his markers here. But Kaio's going to need to find a couple more tenths if he wants to start closing this gap over the next 3.5 minutes. We're well and truly halfway through this race now. And let's see what the gap is then after lap number 6. Across the line they go. Start another lap of proceedings. Has it gone above a second? Yes, it has. Another 48.1 for Hunt. And this time a 48.4 for Vieira. Gap now up to 1.2 seconds between your two leaders. But like we say, in these sort of conditions, it just takes one little hiccup and things can massively change out there on track. But as we say then, Lovejoy just falling a couple of seconds off the back of the leading battle. It's then almost 10 seconds now between Lovejoy in third and Otley Thistlethwaite in fourth. And again, he's just calmly eked out the gap on Hugo Senna. Senna's then a further 2.5 seconds back from Lucas. And then it's another 7 seconds back to Ayos Stopizist. And then a further 3, then back to Robinson Matthews. Those are your 7 drivers. All still in this race, which is good to see. As we continue to press on. Gap stayed about the same again last lap. Even with some incredibly impressive pace, a 48 dead for Vieira. That would have previously given him the fastest lap. But of course, Leo Hunt also did a 48 dead on the same lap. So again, carbon copy of a few laps ago, despite Vieira doing the lap of his life, Hunt just matched it and kept the gap exactly the same. What's it going to be now? 48.2. Oh my goodness, I thought they'd done the same lap time. There's 100th in between their lap time, with Hunt being 100th quicker. So again, gap stays almost identical. For every weapon in Vieira's arsenal, Hunt seems to have the answer to it. And it's tantalisingly close, that victory for Vieira. He's right there, almost within touching distance of your race leader. But like we said earlier, it's just enough where Hunt doesn't have to worry himself too much. and keep doing what he's doing. I mean, he keeps setting fastest laps of the race, but that difference now only half a tenth between each of their fastest laps. We'll continue to press on. About 50 seconds on the clock then, so I think it's going to be really close here. I think this will be the penultimate lap of the race by a couple of seconds. Look at that. Fastest lap of the race for Caio Vieira, a 47.8. What a lap from the number 18. But just like we saw in the last races, is it too little too late from Vieira? That gap's dropped to a second on the last lap. But if he does the same again on this lap, it'll be down to about 3/4 of a second. And then the same on the next lap, half a second. But then we'll see the checkered flag. But what a standout performance in this final from Caio Vieira. Hunt has been off, and away in both the previous heats. Vieira has brought it to him in the final here, but I don't think it could quite do enough here. Timer is going to tick to 0. Final lap board is on the gantry. 950 metres here for Vieira to hold on to it, but look at that. The gap's extended again. Leo Hunt doesn't quite get the fastest lap, but he does do a 47.9. Whereas Vieira on a 48.1 on the last lap. So again, just pushes that gap back over a second once more. Through the final lap, we continue on then. Gap back to Lovejoy. Now about 7 seconds between himself and the leading battle. And then the gap back to Otley Thistlethwaite, a further 13 seconds. Sizable gaps opening up in this final. A great fight there on lap times between Hunt and Vieira, but I think Leo Hunt's just about done enough. Round the final corner comes the number 66, and it's going to be a perfect day from round number 1 in the Micromax class for Leo Hunt. He wins in the final, but Caio Vieira, impressive performance there in the final, taking the fastest lap. But like I said, every time he put in an amazing lap, Hunt would just do the same on the same lap and somehow keep the gap almost identical. Well, Tommy Lovejoy rounds out the podium places there in 3rd, with Lucas Otley Thistlethwaite in 4th place, Hugo Senna in 5th, followed by Ezra Robinson Matthews in 6th place, and Ios Stopirzis in 7th position. Well, there we go then, your Micromax final. Done and dusted. And yet again, it's another win for Leo Hunt. Massive well done to Leo. A lot of positives and a lot of points to carry on into round number 2. Micromax final done and dusted then. Into Rotaxes are up next. We'll see them out on track in a few moments' time. Well, we look forward to kicking off the Inter Rotax final then. I feel like I'm repeating myself throughout the start of all these finals. Yet again, another driver looking to continue their perfect day out on circuit so far. Rio Panayutu, 150 for a possible 150 points so far. He starts on pole position. James Carver's alongside him on the front row. And joint on points on row 2 is Philip Poloskov and Harrison Outram. Layden Brandham and Charlie Heffer on row 3, with Mohamed Umar Abdeen rounding out the grid of 7 here for the Inter Rotax final. Keep it nice and slow, drivers. Will we get it underway first time of asking? No, we won't. No, we won't. Round again we go. So indeed, Panayutu has been untouchable today. One heat 1 by 12 seconds and one heat 2 by 11 seconds. Carver's got himself a second and a third. Heifer has got himself a second and a third. Outram a fifth and a fourth. And then Bradnam with a fifth and a sixth. Poloskov with a fourth and a sixth. And then a DNS, what we might have, Dean, and a seventh place for him. I just spotted that Poloskov had a 5-second penalty for a front fairing penalty in heat number 2. A shame for him, but of course all that reset now for the final. We get ready to go for 8 minutes plus 1 lap of battling. Drivers need to keep it nice and slow out the final corner. 2x2 to the lights. We're not happy with it though. We're going to go round again. Little bit too quickly out the final corner yet again. Panayutu and Carver need to dictate this pace really and keep it nice and slow out of that final corner. As it looks as though we're going to have a little bit more re-education down at Pylon. I'm looking forward to it. Well, it didn't take them too long to get re-educated this time. That's good. Let's see how we go then. Let's get this final underway into Rotax drivers. Come on, Panayutu and Carver on the front row of the grid. Let's see if they can get this one done. Oh dear, who's parked it up? Is that James Carver? It is. James Carver is parked up at the final corner. We're going to go round again. I say final corner, sorry, down at Pylon, Complex Nouvelle, that is. James Carver, what a shame. So after they've been sat for a couple of minutes there, having a little chat to by the marshal, they've headed off round Pylon, and then Carver's come to a halt. And that car doesn't look like it's going anywhere particularly quickly. That is a real shame for James Carver. Oh, what a shame. He's been racing really well out there today, has James Carver. Some really fun battles with the likes of Charlie Heifer, Harrison Outram. Doesn't look like we're going to get to enjoy that in the final. That is a real shame. So Carver is assisted back into the pit lane. And his day is done a little bit earlier than maybe he would have hoped for. Yeah, I saw it said green flag. It was indeed a false start. There we go. The timing has updated itself once again. And this time we get going with only one kart on the front row of the grid then. Let's see if we can get this started. We can! We're on the way then for the Inter-Rotax final. Panayutu will lead us down to Stadium Bend once again. I have a sneaking suspicion he might be leading on the exit. He's not! Up the inside. What a move! Shuffles Panayutu out wide, and Panayutu's going to drop to third or fourth place here. Aggressive move there from Philip Poloskov. Awesome bit of racing there at the first part of this lap, and dropping down to third place goes Panayutu. The 16 there goes round the outside. That's Charlie Heifer. Heifer's going to get shuffled towards the barrier though on the outside of hairpin number 2 Panayutu. On the outside line, Heifer fights his way back through though, shuffles into the barrier, and Heifer retakes second. Awesome start to this race. I would have put my life savings that Panayutu would have run away with this final, but no. These drivers have sharpened their elbows between Heat 2 and Heat 3, and Panayutu's got some work to do. On to lap number 2 we go then. And Poloskov leads from Heifer, not for much longer though. Up the inside goes Panayutu. They'll be side by side through Reda's elbow. Up and under goes Heifer. Lovely move back to the inside by Charlie Heifer. And Panayutu can't find a way past. Really awesome racing this is. Up and under there, a hairpin to attempt from Panayutu, but he can't get the power down. Has to sit back in behind once more. And all this defending from Charlie Heifer is allowing for Poloskov to just sit there in the lead. and look to just try and drive away from this one. At the moment, Heifer and Panayutu are very much sticking on his tail. But let's see how that continues on then. Harrison Outram is in 4th place, Aidan Bradham in 5th, with Mohamed Umar Abdeen rounding out the 6 runners at the moment. Of course, sadly, we lost James Carver already from this race. Imagine James Carver in this scrap as well. Oh, what a shame that we lost James from this already. Panayutu all over the back of Heifer, though. He's going to go for it. Opens up the inside line. Forces his way through a hairpin 1. Heifer will go the up and under, but they have the outside line to hairpin 2. Panayutu keeps the overlap. No, he can't. Into the back, though, of Heifer there as they go into the braking zone of hairpin 2. But Heifer has the exit speed. Heifer has the inside line for Pylon. And Heifer has 2nd place once again. I think if these two work together, there's a potential to steal the lead from Poloskov, but they're not going to work together. Panayutu back to the outside line there through Complex Nouvelle, but again, Heifer holds him off. And Poloskov will continue leading us here on to lap number 4. What a fantastic final this is turning out to be. And Panayutu still cannot find a way past on Charlie Heifer. It is Heifer with the fastest lap of the race so far, a 47.4 for Heifer, a 47.5 for Panayutu, and a 47.6 for Poloskov. Seems as though the two drivers behind, Outram and Bradham, are breaking away into their own little squabble for 4th place. But again, if anything happens in this three-way battle for the lead, those two still potential for a podium, so we'll watch and wait and see. Well, after the first lap of Panayutu not really trying to make a move on Heifer, Heifer's close back up to the bumper of Poloskov. On to lap number 5 we go then, and there you go, new fastest lap for Charlie Heifer, a 47.2 for both Heifer and Panayutu. They were in 3,000ths of a second of each other on the last lap, and they're side by side round Regis Elbow. Once again, Heifer manages to get the inside line back and manages to get 2nd place back. But yeah, like I was saying, last lap, 3,000ths in it between 2nd and 3rd. But again, they're just holding each other up enough that your race leader is able to stay there at the moment, Poloskov. What an amazing victory this would be if he could hold on to it, but sadly for him, the final is a minute longer. There's still just over 4 minutes left to go in this race. We're at half race distance and we're side by side for the lead. Once again, that move doesn't quite work down into the final couple of corners. Poloskov pulls back ahead once more. Good exit out the final corner for Panayutu, but can he get the overlap into T1? I think he might. He might just have it. They head out of my view, though, when they reappear. What order are they in? Panayutu's through, up the inside. Heifer gets the up and under, though. He's on the outside, which he can't switch to the inside this time, so he's forced to the outside line into hairpin 1. He squeezes Panayutu to the inside apex. He tries the up and under. He can't quite get the power down enough, and Panayutu points forward, says, "Stop fighting with me. We need to chase down the race leader here." I don't think Heifer particularly wants to do that, and finally, for the first time since the first corner of this race, Panayutu is back ahead of Charlie Heifer. Well, now only one driver between Panayutu and a perfect day here at round 1. But my goodness, has this been a tough one for him in the final? On to lap number 7 we go in this race then. New personal best from Poloskov, though. He's doing his best to stay ahead. But up the inside goes Panayutu there through Stadium, and he's got the move done. Rio Panayutu moves back to the sharp end of the order. With only a couple of minutes to go, Heifer's down the inside. Late on the brakes of Charlie Heifer. He knew he had to force his way through. Into the barriers goes Poloskov. Poloskov into the barriers. He's done well to keep his foot in there and carry on. I hope he's all okay. But yeah, that's the issue there. Trying to get around the outside. Often the driver on the inside will open up the corner, and suddenly there's a barrier right in front of you. That's exactly what's happened to Poloskov there. What a shame. Honestly, he's lucky that he doesn't have any mechanical issues. That was quite a wallop into the tyre wall there for Poloskov. I'm glad that he seems okay, and I'm glad the kart seems okay as well. But from the race lead, he's now dropped down to 5th place. What a shame for Poloskov. But Charlie Heifer is under investigation from that incident. That's a tough one, that's a real tough one. I'm not even going to give any of my insights, not that any of you care anyway. We'll leave that one to the stewards. Right then, well, the top two now with some work to do, but with that argy-bargy there between Heifer and Poloskov, Panayutu able to break away by good 0.8 of a second now. We've got just less than 2 minutes left to go in this one. And I think, fair to say, this has been the most unexpectedly exciting race so far in this one. I really did think that Panayutu would just drive away with this one, as he has done in the previous two heats, where it's been over 10 seconds that he's won the race by. But in this one, he really had to work hard for it. And that was courtesy of that lovely move at the first part of the race from Poloskov. He really hasn't been fairly treated with the finishing position in this one, though. He deserved at least the top 3 in this one. A real shame for Poloskov, but so many positives to take away from this race weekend. He has been outstanding, and I've been mightily impressed by Philip's performance. But we continue on then. Just less than a minute left to go on the last lap. It was the fastest lap by quite some margin by Panayutu, a 46.8. He was a good home to the flag. Of course, don't forget, Charlie Heffer is under investigation from that incident with Poloskov. And sadly, I don't think there's enough time left here for Poloskov to try and chase down the battle in front. But what did I say earlier on? If something happens between our top 3, that battle between Outram and Bradham could be for a podium place. And now it is. Outram has about 6/10 on Bradham at the moment. But whoever finishes in front in that battle will get at least 3rd place in this one. And there's even a potential for 2nd if there's any penalties here for Charlie Heffer. So not to say I told you so, but I told you so. Right then, time has ticked to 0, but of course drivers have already started the lap. So this is onto the penultimate lap of this race. And Panayutu is extended that gap now to around 2.3 seconds. So it's Panayutu from Heffer, from Outram, Bradham, Poloskov and Abdeen. That's your 6 running at the moment. Again, such a shame. Such a shame that we didn't have... Sorry, I got myself distracted there. Such a shame that we didn't have James Carver in this final. It would have been an awesome battle to have James involved in that one, but a real shame. Didn't want to crack on with that one. And hopefully we do see James out at round 2 next month. A very impressive and accomplished young racer. So hopefully we do see him back out. Right then, this is the last lap. Of course, the excitement of earlier on in this race has fizzled out ever so slightly with that incident earlier on. Still a potential for a 3rd place squabble here, but I think the 52 of Harrison Outram has one hand on that 3rd place trophy. Checks over the shoulder out of hairpin 1, checks over the shoulder out of hairpin 2 now once again as they head into pylon. But here comes your race leader, and it has been a perfect day for Rio Panayutu. 3 wins from 3 for the 129, and he starts off the season with maximum points in the Inter-Rotax category. Charlie Heffer finishes in 2nd. Don't forget he's under investigation. But Harrison Outram takes 3rd place on the podium. Well done to Harrison, with Layden Bradham only a 3/4 of a second behind him. They're in 4th place. And then behind that, Philip Poloskov. My heart goes out to Philip, leading that race for a lot of it. And there, just trying to keep his nose in on corner exit. It's a tough one. 3 of one, half a dozen of the other there on what could be seen in that one. I'll leave the decision up to the stewards, though. Poloskov in 5th. And Umar Abdeen in 6th place. And of course, James Carver, a DNS in that one. What a shame. Well, Inter Rotax final brought to a close. And up next is Junior Rotax. Junior Rotax final then. Let's run you through the grid for this one. Ronnie Jones is on pole position with Thomas Welsford alongside him. A winner piece between those two. How's it going to go in the final? Tyler Mason-Gray and Timmy Shaheen on row 2, with Vinnie Cunningham and Harry Search on row 3. Declan Pires and Luke Weavers on row 4, with Harvey Watts and Dylan Suresh rounding out the top 10 on row number 5. Row 6 is Eton Wright and Lachlan McDougall. Row 7, Edward Jones and Ronnie Chapman. And row 8, Tigran Gregorian and Roman Curtis. Those two a lot further down the order than I would have thought they were going to be. I can quickly open up. I don't know why. Either way, they're at the back of the order. Let's see what they can do. We're going to go round again. Of course, they both had issues, didn't they, in end of that one. No, Gregorian did he was counted as 12th. Was he in heat number 1? Of course, Gregorian had Dylan Suresh hit him, didn't he, before we went to the start in heat 1. My memory is coming back to me, I promise. So Gregorian had a mechanical flag in heat 1, so no points for that. And then heat 2, Roman Curtis, it was a DNF for him. We lost him down at Stadium Bend about midway through the race. So that is why those two are at the back end of the order. So watch out for the 37 and the 16. Both very, very quick drivers there on the back row of the grid. But of course, Ronnie Jones and Thomas Welsford, they have been fantastic so far today. Ronnie Jones getting the better of Thomas in race 1. Thomas getting the better of Ronnie in race 2. Well, let's see how they go then for this one. Around the final corner they come then. Can we get it underway? Second time of asking. Sam telling them to slow down, but we do go racing. Green flag is waving here at Rye House for Junior Rotax, so the drivers fly down into the first couple of corners. Who will be leading on the exit? We're side by side, but it's Jones up the inside. It'll be back to the outside for Welsford, and they'll run side by side almost down into hairpin number 1. Straight to the outside goes Mason Gray. What a send, but it's not quite going to work. They have to settle back in. Now goes to the outside into the braking zone of hairpin number 2. That was a bold place to put the kart, Tyler, but he's managed to keep it on circuit. However, he's not made a place from it. A reshuffle all in behind as well. That was Suresh there, just getting slightly shuffled backwards by a couple of drivers on the exit there of hairpin number 2. But as they head through to the end of lap number 1, then it's still Ronnie Jones who leads the way. Thomas Welsford in second place. Mason Gray has dropped to 4th place. It's Timmy Shaheen that's through into 3rd. Then Vinnie Cunningham, Luke Weavers, Harry Search, Harvey Watts, Declan Pires and Roman Curtis, your top 10. So Curtis is up 6 places on that first lap. Gregorian just behind him, up 3. Well, they were on the same row, so those numbers can't be right timing. Anyway, they both gained a good number of positions here, as that was a send up the inside there from the 37 of Gregorian. And Gregorian's ahead of Curtis. Yes, he is. He's ahead of Curtis and now ahead of the 110 of Declan Pires, that will be. So up into 9th place goes Gregorian. Curtis, I think they're in 10th place. But already, your top 2, Jones and Welford, starting to scamper off. And Shahini and Mason Gray head back into battle once more. Through onto lap number 3 we go then. And what is that gap between 2nd and 3rd? Yeah, it's a good 1.7 seconds between 2nd and 3rd. To the outside goes Mason Gray again. He's trying to hook up that good exit, which he does. Gets forced to the outside. Whoa, big chop across there from Timmy Shahini. I think that caught Tyler by surprise as well, but he's got the up and under through hairpin too. What a move from Tyler Mason Gray. That is one of the moves of the day there from Tyler. Got the up and under sorted and flew straight on by. And you see, he gave the point ahead there. Come on, let's work together. The top 2 are getting away. Stop fighting with me, as there goes Roman Curtis round the outside there. Lovely move. Curtis round the outside of Harvey Watts, that was, going through the last couple of corners. So Gregorian's up to 8th. Curtis is up to 9th. Their next target is Harry Search. Search is at the back, I think, of the next pack. Yes, he is. Oh, no, I think he's... Oh, no, that is Gregorian. Oh, looking to the inside for Tigran. Keeps out of the side of Harry Search. And up the inside there, maybe contact. Not quite. That was the 19 of Luke Weavers looking at the inside line on Vinnie Cunningham. Couldn't find a way through this time, though. I think that gap's still extending. Yeah, it is. 45.3 for Welsford, 45.4 for Jones, versus a 46 and a 47 for basically the rest of the order. And look at that, flips again. 45.3 for Ronnie Jones versus a 45.6 for Welsford. And now their 2 fastest laps are within 300ths of each other. But Jones able to just extend that gap a little bit once again on the last lap. Well, since getting past 3rd place, or since getting into third place, I should say. Mason Gray is pulling away from Shahini. And Shahini might start to having to think about the drivers behind now. Gregorian's through on Harry Search there, out of hairpin number 1. And now Tigran Gregorian sights a set on Luke Weavers for 6th place. Curtis there at the back of the train now, trying to find his way through as well. Gregorian putting the pressure here on Luke Weavers. He has got a contact warning for his trouble, so maybe that's a pass on at Harry Search maybe wasn't the cleanest. Gregorian with a contact warning, Curtis with 2, and Cunningham with 1. But look at that, another fastest lap of the race from Ronnie Jones, both of them in the 45.3s. And only now is Mason Gray starting to match the pace of the 2 leaders, a 45.5 for Mason Gray. There goes Gregorian now through on Luke Weavers, so up to 6th place goes Tigran Gregorian from the back row of the grid. We've still got about 3.5 minutes left to go in this final. Once more, Mason Gray finds himself in no man's land here in this final. And yet another fastest lap of the race. Our 2 leaders are consistently putting in personal best, but Jones just that little bit faster every single lap as well. No mechanical flag, it's for Lachlan McDougall. Lachlan McDougall has a mechanical flag, so 14th place runner will have to head back into pit lane. A shame for Lachlan. To the race for him. Well, only other driver in the 45s apart from our top 3, guess who? It's Tigran Gregorian, 45.9 from on the last lap. But look at that. Previous lap, Mason Gray was quicker than Welsford. But it's not going to be enough, nearly enough for him to close that gap now, which is over 3 seconds to the back of Welsford's car. So again, that was Mason Gray getting caught up with Shahini in the opening moments. I think another final of what could have been, sadly, for Mason Gray. Some interesting hand gestures there, heading out the final corner. I'm not quite sure what Vinnie Cunningham was trying to say there. But either way, he's got sent down into Stadium Bend, and Gregorian past Cunningham and into, what is that now, 5th place for Tigran. And now we've got a good train of 5 there as they head down into hairpin number 2. Gregorian, if I can get my words out, Gregorian, Cunningham, Weavers, Search, and Curtis involved in that one as well. So what is that? 5th place down to 9th, that battle now. Just less than 2 minutes now left to go on the clock. It's outside of that big squabble that we can see heading down the main straight now, the gaps have opened up a little bit. Perez and Suresh are pretty much nose to tail in their battle for 11th, but I think that's about it in terms of close battles outside of this big pack. There's now Gregorian. Look at this already. Setting off onto Jimmy Shahini. Gregorian has very different lines to pretty much anyone else out on circuit, but it's working. It is working. There goes Harry Search trying to get around the outside of 1 and almost 2 there as they headed down into pylon. I love the thought there from Harry, but couldn't quite get the execution done. It would have been extremely bold as well. Nearly chops back across there on Roman Curtis, that was. As he went to the outside of Weavers, Curtis went to the outside of him, and nearly, that was a big pile up there through the final sector. They all did very well to avoid that as they continue on to another lap. Gregorian really chasing down Shahidi now, and we're all squabbling out of Reg's elbow. That is Curtis getting through on Search and through on the 90. Oh no, that's Watts getting back involved as well. So Watts has got back through on Search. Search dives to the inside line. I don't think he meant to do that. He broke so much later than the drivers in front of him, but he gets the move done. Back through he goes on Harvey Watts. So Search back through into 9th place then. Curtis in 8th. Cunningham still in 6th. Gregorian still in 5th. And Shahini still in 4th place. 0.3 of a second between our 2 leaders, though, as they've closed up on a back marker as well. They do manage to both get past the 33 of Ronnie Chapman. But our 2 leaders closer than ever. There were 0.3 between them as we went onto this lap, and that's why a 44.7 for Thomas Welsford. What a lap as all round. A half spin there for the 42. That is Vinnie Cunningham there with a spin out of hairpin number 1. A real shame. He's going to drop back behind Dylan Suresh, I think. So he's going to drop to 12th place from 6th from that spin. That's the issue of being right at the front of a really close train. A little spin there. Had so much time lost. Earlier on, we saw Gregorian get through on Shahini as we head on to the final lap here, ladies and gentlemen. This is it. Looking to the inside line here for the lead is Wellsford, but no, door closed by Ronnie Jones. And look at that exit speed from hairpin 1 for Ronnie Jones. That might have just clinched him the win here, ladies and gentlemen. Fantastic exit speed, and look at that. He's put a nice few kart lengths gap between himself and Wellsford once again. And now he just needs to lead this home to the checkered flag. Wellsford second, Mason Gray third, Gregorian fourth, Shahini fifth. Curtis now heading up that next train. Good battling from Curtis. But here come your top two round the final corner. The first race weekend in juniors from Ronnie Jones, and it will be a win in the final for Ronnie Jones. I said earlier how difficult that step up is from cadet karting to junior karting, but Ronnie Jones seems to have mastered it. A win in the final for kart number 70, and lovely to see the handshake there between him and Thomas Wellsford. Both enjoyed that one, but this time it goes the way of Ronnie Jones. So a win in Heat 1 for Jones, a win in Heat 2 for Wellsford, but it was a win in the final for Ronnie Jones. Rest of your order then. Tyler Mason Gray holds on to third place, like I said, in a bit of no man's land. He was 6 seconds off the leaders, but he was 9 seconds ahead of the battle for fourth place. Tigran Gregorian, what a battle through the traffic there from the back of the grid to fourth place. Same for Roman Curtis, back of the grid to sixth. Fantastic race for both of them. Timmy Shahini in between them in P5. And it was Harry Search in 7th place. He had a really good first weekend in juniors as well. Did Harry, Luke Weavers, Harvey Watts, Declan Pires, your top 10. And Dylan Suresh as well. Another driver making that jump up into juniors as well, finishing there in P11. Vinnie Cunningham in 12th. Eton Ryan 13th. Edward Jones 14th. Tony Chapman 15th. And of course, Lachlan McDougall, we lost him earlier on from that mechanical flag. And a shame there for Vinnie as well. Was in 6th place for a lot of that race. So that spin down at hairpin 1 dropped him out of the top 10. Well, there we go then. Junior Rotax final done and dusted. Only 2 more races left to come here today from round 1 of the Rye House Kart Club in 2026. And up next, it's our senior Rotax final. Senior Rotax drivers out of the pits then. We have already had a little spin from Jasper North, but he's got it back underway. Shouldn't take him too long to get back into grid position. Speaking of which, Ryan Welsh lines up on pole position here for the Senior Rotax final. Alongside him on the front row is Mikel Islam. Craig Jones and Matthew Kendall on row 2, with Bradley Keaton and Rex Ashley on row 3. Chloe Kundrazik and Jasper North on row 4, with Luigi Perlini and Bo Sullivan on row 5. Mario Smith and Lucas Mason-Gray on row 7. Then Thomas Assoun and Carson Fernandez, followed by Alex Cooper and Callum Ramsey. Some love for Carson Fernandez in the live chat as we get ready to go for this one. Who's going to win the first Senior Rotax final of the year? We'll wait and find out in about 8 minutes' time. We fly down towards the first corners for the first time in this race. And will it be Welsh who leads out of it? Yes, it is. Ryan Welsh leading from Mikel Islam then as they fan their way through Reggie's Elbow and down into the first properly heavy braking zone of the circuit. Kendall still there in third place. Big move down the inside from Bo Sullivan. Up and under though from the 81. He'll grab at least a position back there with Jasper North. Jasper North back into 5th. Move down the inside there at hairpin 2. That's a lovely move for third place. Craig Jones takes third place away then from Matthew Kendall. But Bo Sullivan already on an aggressive start to this race. And it's worked out. He's made up a few places into P6, that is, already. And still, once again, really looking to try and find a way past Jasper North there. A little bit of a bump as they come out the final corner. He's just showing him that he's there, isn't he? Just showing them that he's there. Sadly, Chloe Kundarzik dropping 3 on that first lap. Same for Bradley Keaton. Same for Craig Jones. As there we go. Looks as though Bo Sullivan made the move at Stadium. He did. So Sullivan through into the top 5 then. That's a big move down the inside there into hairpin number 1. Nicely under brakes done there from Luigi Perlini. He gets through on Fernandez, but Fernandez instantly replies there out of hairpin 1. Straight back through he goes. And Kunjarzik batting there with Thomas Assaud. Loses out though, Assaud through into the top 10. Kunjarzik down into 11th place. But Ryan Welsh looking to drive off with this one already. A little bit wide there at the final corner for Mikel Islam. And look at that, a 44.6 for Welsh. 45 dead for Ashley, 45.1 for Islam. And following in behind, Kendall and Sullivan. Sullivan all over the back of Kendall. Will he look to the inside? Not quite close enough this time. And Jasper North finds himself under a bit of pressure again as a bit of a moment there. To hairpin 1 for Mario Smith. But he's got a good enough exit to retry it at hairpin 2. Let's look at that dive down the inside. Might hit the side of Smith and he will. Round goes the driver. I think that was the 89 of Craig Jones. Yes, it was. Craig Jones, aggressive move to the inside there to try and make up for the wide line of Mario Smith. But a little bit too deep on the brakes, hit the side of him, and round he went. So Jones lost out in the opening couple of laps, was trying to make moves back through, and sadly lost out again. He's got more work to do here over the next 5.5 minutes of action. Bo Sullivan trying to find a way through here into 4th place. Can he get the up and under? No. He can though, he's going to force the inside line, just about given enough room there at the apex. He'll give the room at the exit and back through will go Matthew Kendall. And all this time he's not able to get through. The top 3 continue to get away, but look, they're side by side again on the exit. Sullivan will try the outside line here into Pylon. Aggressive stuff, nearly in the barrier. That was so close. How did they both avoid the barrier there at Pylon? I do not know. They're side by side in the exit and Sullivan gets through. Awesome racing between these two, but has it been too much time lost here for Bo Sullivan to try and chase down a podium position here in the final? Well, Welsh now leads by 1.7 seconds ahead of Islam and Ashley. Of course, both Islam and Ashley now up from the junior classes from last year into the senior classes. Oh dear, there's a yellow flag down at Stadium Bend again. I can see the driver walking off, but I can't tell you who it is. But we have got a driver off down at Stadium Bend. Yellow flags are out. That will neutralise that part of the circuit. I'll tell you who that is as soon as we come through to finish this lap then. Rex Ashley now hounding the rear bumper of Islam. Islam safe for at least a few more moments though as they head into that yellow flag zone. So it's Welsh from Islam, Ashley, Sullivan, Kendall, your top 5. Waiting to see who drops down the order now. It's Jasper North. It's Jasper North who's in the barrier. Jasper North is the driver off down at Stadium. I can see him walking back towards the dummy grid. He does not look half best pleased. That is an angry driver under that helmet. I've never seen someone walking so fast away from an incident. Well, Jasper clearly feeling hard done by. We didn't see how the incident happened, but he's dropped out of 7th place. Unfortunately for Jasper, a really good start to the race Jasper had, but it's not ended well for him. A real shame there in the senior Rotax final. Well, gaps opened up once more between Welsh and Islam. It's now up to 2.2 seconds. But look at that. Bo Sullivan with the new fastest lap of the race, 44.1. I said, did it take him too long to get past Matthew Kendall? Well, he's trying to prove me wrong here. 3 minutes still left to go. And he caught Rex Ashley by 0.8 of a second on the last lap alone. He's got another 2 seconds to find here to catch the battle for 2nd place, and he is going all out. Nearly finds the barrier there through Pylon as he sent so much speed into the apex there of Pylon. The commitment from Bo Sullivan is awesome to watch, and he continues to press on towards your race leaders. He gained a couple more tenths, 3 more tenths on that lap. We keep our eyes on him. We'll see if he can close in here on Rex Ashley. Ashley's dropped off the back of Islam ever so slightly over the last couple of laps. New personal best, though, for both Welsh and Islam. Welsh only 100th off of that fastest lap set by Bo Sullivan a lap or so ago. Very, very impressive. So what are we looking like further down the order then? Matthew Kendall now in a bit of no man's land there in 5th place, 3 seconds off the back of Sullivan and 3 seconds or 3.5 seconds ahead of Mario Smith in 6th place. Further then 6.5 seconds between Smith and Keaton. And then Keaton's leading a decent train then. Bradley Keaton, Thomas Assaud and Chloe Kunjarzik battling over P6. As it looks as though Chloe might have fallen off a bit on this lap as I look out my window. She's dropped off the back of those two and now is squabbling with Craig Jones for 9th place. So Kunjazic checks over the shoulder there as they head onto a new lap. Jones is going to look to the inside line, though. Does he have the overlap as they head down into Stadium Bend as they reappear? No, he hasn't got through. Kunjazic holds on for now. And where is Bo Sullivan? Again, so much commitment there through Pylon. He has closed in once more. It was another 6/10 on the last lap. Fair play to Bo Sullivan. He's gaining time hand over fist here on Ashley and Islam. But like we say, it's one thing closing them down. It's a whole other thing getting past the likes of Rex Ashley and Mikel Islam. That is not an easy feat. But there's anyone I know that can do it, it's Bo Sullivan. I remember commentating on Bo racing, sim racing, when I think he was about 13. Good few years ago now. And he was a good racer back then, and he's only improved since then. Of course, like I mentioned earlier, a consistent face at the Rye House Pro Karting Series, the first Saturday of every month. And now getting stuck back in with owner driving two-stroke karting again, which is great to see. And we love having Bo back, as you can see, because he's motoring on and he's closing up to the back of third place once more. About 30 seconds on the clock then. Ryan Welsh will start the penultimate lap of this race. And now there's only 1.2 seconds between second, third and fourth place. This is probably going to come down to the last lap here. Can Bo or Rex get close enough here for the order to be changed? Well, time ticking down to 0 now here in the Senior Rotax final. After this one, we've only got one more race to go to finalise the day's action. Here comes Ryan Welsh round the final corner onto the last lap of proceedings. And here comes Islam, Ashley and Sullivan. Gap between them as they go onto the last lap is less than a second. But can they do anything about it? Will Islam defend? I think that's going to be crucial. Down into hairpin number 1. He does defend. Right then, Ashley's going to the outside line, nearly into the back of Islam, does hit the back of Islam. Islam goes a little bit wide. This could be the opportunity for Sullivan to go for it. He does, down the inside, leads on Ashley, but Ashley gets the up and under and will retake third place. So after all of that, they ended up how they were when it all started. Well, round the final corner, so there's more battles for second, I can see, trying to force his way through is Rex Ashley. Oh, nearly. But here comes Ryan Welsh, down the inside, contact! Second and third are off! Bo Sullivan's going to come through to take second place. It's Ryan Welsh's final. It's Bo Sullivan second, Islam third, and Ashley fourth. What a chaotic final corner. I didn't quite see how that one happened. They sort of, all three of them went for the overtake. I don't know. Oh, wow, what an end to that one. But Bo Sullivan came out the beneficiary of all of that. I think because he was the one mostly on the inside. I think what happened there was Islam was taking his normal line. Ashley went down the inside of Islam, not realising that Sullivan had already gone down the inside of him. So then we were 3 wide, all aiming for the apex. And you can't fit 3 carts on that little apex, so there was inevitable contact. And I think Sullivan was lucky that he was on the inside there, but I think all in all, the race incident there, all wanting to get second place. Wow, what an end to the race there in Senior Rotax. Ryan Welsh wins with Bo Sullivan second and Mikel Islam rounding out the podium. Of course, Rex Ashley just missing out there, a shame there in 4th place, followed by Matthew Kendall, Mario Smith, Bradley Keaton, Thomas Assaud, Chloe Kunjazic, Craig Jones, Carson Fernandez, Luigi Perlini, and Jasper North, of course, ending the race down at Stadium Bend, a DNF for Jasper, a shame there in the final. Well, there we go then. Senior Rotax done and dusted for round 1 here at the Rye House Kart Club in 2026. Well, one more race left to come, ladies and gentlemen, from today's action here in a lovely, warm and sunny February day. Yeah, I wish. At least it's not raining like it was earlier. We'll take the positives where we can here today at round number 1. Rotax 177 final is coming up next. Sorry if you could hear my Lucas bottle. Trying to keep my voice going. One last race of today. We're almost done. First round of the season, of course, to remind you, make sure you subscribe to the channel, then you won't miss any of the other Kart Club rounds, and equally any of the other pro karting series rounds as well. Really exciting endurance racing in the pro karting series, so I'll definitely recommend dipping into that as well. But we are almost ready to go. Not quite sure of the hold up. We should soon enough get going for racing action once again here at Rye House for the final time here today. And of course, 177s. I will say it earlier when I'm speaking on the sorry, I will say it later when I'm speaking on the tannoy, but that Heat 1 was relatively chill. Heat 2 was just ridiculous. It was absolutely mental. So, yeah, we will see if which one of those it is. I mean, from a personal standpoint, I would love it to be like Heat 2, but hey, we shall see. We shall see. Here we go then, ladies and gentlemen, the last racing of the day here from round one of the Rye House Kart Club in 2026. It's, of course, our Rotax 177s. Let's run you through the grid then for this upcoming race. Ryan Sands, not quite a perfect day from today, but not far off. He's been very impressive. Lines up on pole position. Drew Lamas, second on the grid, joins him on the front row, and your top Masters driver from today so far. Bill Boyer and James Benton line up on row 2, with Hugo Pereira and Jonathan Militella on row 3, James Ockenden and Harry Taylor on row 4, followed by Carl Churchill, Jake Bradfield and Paul Hibbard. Well, as we know from heat number 2, I said this is going to really shuffle up the grid for the final. Oh, it has. It mightily has. Let's see how we go then. 8 minutes plus 1 lap on the clock here in the 177s. Let's see if it's quite as exciting as Heat 2. We go green yet again here at Rye House for the final time of the day for round 1 of the Kart Club. And down through Stadium Bend we go. An aggressive bit of contact there between the two leaders. Holds the slide just about there, does Ryan Sands, and thus holds on to the lead of the race. Drives driving to the inside line there. A bit of front to rear contact as all nearly shuffled into the barriers there. Was the 543 of Drew Lamas into the back of Harry Taylor. Spins Harry Taylor out. Harry Taylor's off at hairpin 2. That was chaotic. That was two drivers coming together, and Harry, the innocent party in all of that, getting spun round and dropped to the back of the order already. Well, a chaotic start once again. I've just seen a contact warning for Harry Taylor come up. That is wrong, guys. That did not happen. That's not right. Harry Taylor got taken out there down at hairpin number 2. There you go. Under investigation, Drew Lamas. Again, I think racing into that one for me. It was the front and rear bumpers. Drew and the driver next to him, I couldn't quite tell who it was, got caught up. And thus neither of them could quite stop as quickly as they wanted to. Straight into the back of Harry Taylor. Unfortunate there for Taylor. Like I say, the innocent party very much in all of that. Well, after lap number 1 then, Ryan Sands is in the lead, Bill Bowyer second, James Ockenden third, Carl Churchill fourth, James Benton fifth. Big move down the inside there into pylon from Harry Taylor as he tries to make ground back up. So Benton fifth, Bradfield sixth, Lamas seventh, Taylor eighth, and Militello ninth then as we headed on to this lap. I think that there's been a little bit of a change as Benton's dropped down from 5th to 8th, I think. Yeah, so Bradfield's through to the 5th, Lamas 6th, and Taylor 7th. Well, an unexpectedly calamitous first lap. Sadly, for your reigning champion, it's not been an ideal day, to say the least. And like I mentioned earlier, Harry Taylor, the only driver to have won the regular season last year and the London Cup at the end of the year, and to have returned for 2026. So great to have Harry back. But it's Lady Luck has not been on Harry's side today. A real shame for him with that mechanical flag in heat number 2, with his bumper getting ripped off. And then they're getting taken out there down at hairpin 2 at the start of the final. Well, we continue to press on then. 5.5 minutes left to go. And yet again at the sharp end, Ryan Sands is conducting the pace. Ryan has been fantastic out there today. A 41.5 from the number 18. Bill Bowyer and James Ockenden squabbling in behind. A 45.7 for Bowyer. A 45.6 for Ockenden. Ockenden's pace has been decent throughout this one as well. Throughout this day, I should say. And he's backed that up with some decent moves as well. So he'll be looking for second place in this final. Again, barring any serious issues here for Ryan Sands, he looks to be driving away with this one yet again. As there, Bowyer gets a nice line out there, out the final corner. A couple of tenths quicker than Ockenden on that last lap. Extends the gap back out to around 7 tenths of a second. Send a further second back to Carl Churchill in 4th place on the number 16, and then it's the number 15, Jake Bradfield, that then heads up the next battle. Himself, Harry Taylor, and Drew Lamas in that battle. So, as I mentioned, Lamas was your top Masters when we came into this race. 142 from today versus 127 for James Benton. I think despite issues for Lamas in this final, I think he should still just about wrap up the Masters from today. As that was a lot of spray coming off of the Kart 16. I think that was just a little bit wide there for Churchill through Stadium Bend. Got some water on that exhaust, and that's why the steam was billowing off it there to the corner exit. But seems to have sorted himself out to no issue. And they continue to press on around. Taylor once again dives to the inside line there at hairpin 2. Will try and squeeze to the exit, and he does. Forces Bradfield right up to the tyre wall there on the exit of hairpin number 2. Finds a way through and gets it sorted. So Taylor back up into the top 5. And this is really damage control here for Harry Taylor. Whoa, gets a bit of a wallop there out of the final corner from Jake Bradfield. It was an aggressive overtake there at hairpin 2 for Harry Taylor, so maybe that was just Jake seeing himself return the favour a little bit there through the final corner. As nearly hits into the side of Taylor again there, gets chucked into the puddle on the inside of the exit of Stadium Bend. Kicks up lots of steam there as the water again sizzles on his exhaust, and now he does the same move to Taylor. Really nicely done, and again Taylor knew he was going to shove him into the wall there if he tried to hang it round the outside. No love lost between these two, and back through goes Jake Bradfield into the top 5. Well, I'm going to try and keep one eye on Bowyer and Ockenden, because they are very close to each other, about 4/10 or so, but these two are side by side again, down the front straight. Taylor back down the inside to try and retake 5th place away from Bradfield, and he's forcing him right to the outside. Bradfield's trying to stick it out, and he will keep the nose in, or just about. Chops back across there, does Harry Taylor. This is aggressive stuff between these two. They're trading blows here. But once again, Harry Taylor finds his way back through. Up and under attempt there. Bit of a wobble on the outside from Taylor. They'll be side by side into pylon. Can he hang it round the outside? No. Taylor goes wide. Whoa, just about avoids the barrier. And Taylor will hold on to 5th. But again, up and under from Bradfield. Tries to go alongside into the penultimate corner. Can't quite get the nose in though. But again, pretty much nose to tail these two. Still potential for ascend into stadium here from Bradfield. And Drew Lamas is right back on the scene as well. These two have held each other up as, Bradfield thinks about the inside line. He just backs out of it in time. And this might be the opportunity now for Taylor. Nobody, he defends. As, oh dear, who's parked it up there on the inside of hairpin 1? I've been so focused on that battle. Who's parked it up on the inside? Is it James Benton? Yes, it is James Benton, the 83. A shame. James out of this race then with only just over a minute left to go. And again, I've barely spoken about Ryan Sands in this race. A 44.7, he's just set the fastest lap of the race. Extends his lead to over 5 seconds now ahead of Bowyer and Ockenden, despite personal bests from Bowyer. But through down into Stadium Bend goes our battle for 5th once more. Looking to the inside line again is Bradfield. Can't quite get it. And him and Taylor follow line astern again down into hairpin number 1. Taylor defending that inside line into hairpin number 1, but I think that's what's keeping Bradfield in check here. That's what's keeping him close enough to think about it. There's all that steep on the brakes there from Taylor. Oh, forced out to the barrier on the outside. Will he be given the space? Yes, they're side by side again into pylon. Bradfield trying it around the outside this time and will get it. Nice move from Jake Bradfield. Up and under. Harry trying it. Not able to get alongside though. I think Drew Lamas has the best seat in the house for this battle. As up and under, they're alongside again. Under the gantry we go. Taylor looking back down the inside once more. What an awesome battle this is in the 177s. Back down the inside goes Taylor. Trying to hang it round the outside. Will he be able to hold on there, Bradfield? He does. They go side by side through Regis' elbow. And again, Bradfield has that inside line. Down into hairpin number 1. Lamas tries to stick the nose in, but he can't quite get alongside Harry Taylor. And again, Bradfield back through into 5th place. Great battle here at the sharp end. Time has hit 0 then, ladies and gentlemen. We're about to go on to the final lap of this race. And the final lap of the first round of the Rye House Kart Club in 2026. Thank you so much for joining us. I hope you've had a great day here at Rye House, despite the less than ideal weather. And what a race this has been from Ryan Sands. Leads by 5.5 seconds as he heads on to the final lap. As who was that one? Oh, that's the 83. He's back going again. That's good to see. James Benton back in the race. As Harry Taylor look for it there through Stadium Bend. Bradfield able to hang it round the outside. I'm trying to keep an eye on this battle while I also watch where the race leader is. Down through hairpin 1 they go once again. Staying as they were, hairpin 2. This is the opportunity then for Harry Taylor. Can he get the up and under exit? No, he can't. But here comes Ryan Sands. I always say if I don't talk about you much in the race, it's either gone very well or very poorly. Well, it's the former for Ryan Sands. He wins in the final by almost 6 seconds. What a race from Ryan Sands. Bill Bowyer and James Ockenden will join him on the podium. Lamas spins at the final corner. Lamas tried to stick the nose in there at the final corner on Harry Taylor, but he came off worse from it. Luckily for him, the drivers behind him, in terms of the running order, were quite a distance behind. So we'll stay where he was. It was worth the try, Drew, but it didn't quite work out that time. So Ryan Sands wins ahead of Bill Bowyer and James Ockenden, your top three. Bowyer seemed to just about have the edge there on Ockenden through that one, kept it at arm's length and held on to second place. Carl Churchill just off the podium there in fourth, followed by Jake Bradfield in fifth, Harry Taylor in sixth. Those two, what a battle between those two. They're still battling on the in-lap. They're going side by side through pylon and switching places. So much fun. Great to see them. Oh, I'm sure they're going to come back in. Well, I was going to say with big smiles on their face. They'll be very happy with the fun that they had in that battle. But obviously, earlier on in the race, Harry getting taken out was less than ideal. Drew Lammas in 7th, Jonathan Militello 8th, James Benton in 9th place. Well, there we go. That brings us to a close then here today from round 1 of the Rye House Kart Club in 2025. 2025? I'm a year in the past. It's 2026, of course. I've done that a couple of times already this year. I need to get used to saying 2026 this season. But indeed, we've kicked off said season. And what a day it was. Really, really exciting racing throughout today. Thank you all so much for joining us. And like I've said plenty of times, braving the conditions here at Rye House. It really has been braving. The conditions not very kind today. Like I said earlier, what do we expect? We've decided to go racing on a random day in February. But hey, we love it. That's where we learn that wet weather racing craft. And it puts on a great show for me to shout about in the commentary box. If you have enjoyed me being a shouty man today, go and drop me a follow at Ratters Media on Instagram and TikTok. I'd really appreciate a follow. Of course, a big thank you to all of you for coming down and enjoying the racing, getting involved. If you're racing out there, a big well done to you. And hopefully we see you all over in the main building in about 15 or 20 minutes time for the podium presentations. And even if you're not on the podium today, if you were, you'd want everyone to come over and say well done and give you a round of applause. So make sure you go over, congratulate your fellow drivers on the top three. We'll hand those out and then we'll head home, ready to do it all again in about a month's time, which I will be joining you for. Very much looking forward to round 2. I will see you there. Before we just quickly go, of course, a big thank you as always to everyone behind the scenes at Rye House that makes this possible, especially all the marshals that were out on track today, especially in the morning. God, those conditions were horrific. And a big shout out, of course, to all the medical staff as well, everyone behind the scenes that makes all of this possible. And like I say, I'll see you at round number 2 next month then. A big thank you to everyone that joined us at the side of the circuit. A big thank you to everyone that joined us watching from home as well. Don't forget, if you were here at the circuit and you want to listen to any of the commentary back for any of the races that you were in, you can head over to the Rye House YouTube channel and you'll be able to listen to it all back there. But there you go then. My name's John Ratcliffe. Radders Media out in the commentary box. I will hopefully see you all over in the main building in a few moments' time for your podium presentations. But if not, I hope you have a safe travel home, a lovely rest of your February, and I'll see you in March where we'll do it all again at round number 2.